last time what we did is we took over the perspective of Rika again, and we watched her go through two trials. The first one was against let me bring the music back also. Alright, the first trial was against who was it against? I forgot her name, but she was a mother, a recent mother, who died during childbirth. Woohoo! I wonder if I can check. That's a lot of text I'm not gonna read. Summary? Oh, I just went there. Oh no. Oh man. Oh, this GUI. Oh no. Oh, perfect. So the first trial was against Shishimai Rinka, who was a I don't know what any of these are, but pretty much she died during childbirth, and her regret was not being able to name her son. She wanted to name her son Haruki, I believe, and she didn't have the opportunity to do so because she died, and she was worried her mother would make the name whatever she wanted. And the murderer in this case was a land scorpion who threatened her child, and not just her child, but two more babies as well. He said, another one, and another one. So that's how he extracted all her information, and yes, she had a brain hemorrhage as her cause of death during childbirth. So she died like that. And then, yeah, she was pretty much elected out by Alan Scorpion. Bleh. Alan Scorpion. And yeah, that was her death. Feels bad, man. Unlucky, though. Shouldn't have been so easily threatened, you know? And then the next trial after that, we stayed in the perspective of our main character, Rinka, here. And this person right here, Sophia Prison's Alexivenia, or she wanted either to be called Sonia or Sophia. We went with Sonia. Sonia here was very sickly as a child and just died from sickness. Feels bad, man. And then she what else did she do? She showed up to us, asked us for food, and asked us to take her around because her family got kidnapped by this lady, Odette, and this man who is her partner at the moment in this crime, Frederico. So they kidnapped her and her family and then threatened them, and then she just gave her all of the information. And her regret was not being able to see the world. So with the last bit of time we had with her, we took her around all of Japan, well, Tokyo, to give her more of an experience before she died. And we did this together with her. His name is Hebinata Miharu, who we only learned of through the trial. We knew her name was Miharu, we did not know the other part of her name, which was Hebinata, and I guess now we do, which was exposed during the trial because at the end she was the one who elected Sonia in the elections instead of Frederico or Odette. She elected Sonia, and then she led Sonia to her demise, which was all planned, and the plan was made by Sonia. And that's pretty much it. Now we're in the perspective of Frederico once again, and that's where we're picking up. I do not want to run into this man. This man in the bottom is Alan Scorpion. Keep him away, please. I don't know how I got here. Is there a load button? Is this where I was loaded? I thought there was orange text. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's time to meet up with Odette at the hotel, and I still haven't gotten over my excitement about what happened last night in the dream world. Oh yeah, this man talked a lot and got called out in the dream world yesterday. Or last night in this game. Yo, did you see those two last night? Looks like numerals 1 and 2 have some major issues to work out, huh? Man, there's just something thrilling about watching a falling out like that. Adete makes it obvious how little she cares about listening to me as I ramble on and on. Christ, mine not being annoying first thing in the morning, all I care about is getting some grub. So let's hit up the buffet, kinda bored of the selection, but it still tastes good enough to choke down. What up, King? How you doing? And here I thought you'd be more useful info for whenever we decide to target them. How you doing, King? After saying that, I finally noticed that Odete's in a rotten mood. The excitement I got from their little quarrel made me forget all about what actually happened during last night's election. That Miharu kid ain't to be taken lightly, especially since she beat me to the punch. She might look annoyed, but here's the thing. Her voice makes her sound a little thrilled by it. Haha, this game's finally getting interesting. I don't think I'll ever understand this monster's logic. Not after this outburst and what she did to that Russian brat. I can say one thing for sure though, she ain't the only one who thinks things have finally gotten interesting. What up, King? How you doing? Oh, that was it for Frederico's perspective? Oh, cool. We're just back to Rinka. Hype. Bing chillin'. Holy moly! I know! She had some CGs too. I wonder if there's a gallery. Please have a gallery. CGs? I wonder if I go to the main menu. That's not the main. This is the main menu. I almost quit the game. Okay. I wonder if I go to the main menu if there's a gallery. Why aren't there galleries? Maybe I unlock it at the end, but yes, she had CGs. What's up, Kova? What's up? We're admiring the art. You won't understand. Oop. Yes, but she had some of kicking some people, you know. Haha. Hee hee. Well, I wish we saw her more. People sad. Browse. You know. But yes. We can't admire her. Oh, I know. For the first time in a few days, I'm all alone when I wake up. My eyes feel dry. That leads me to believe I was crying in my sleep. I really am a weakling. I can't deny that I enjoyed the time I spent together with Sonia. Being with her helped to take my mind off the pressure of divine selection. I do my best to hold back any more tears as I make my way over to my desk. I pick up my card book and peer at the card I obtained last night. It's the card that Miharu revealed to every participant in order to earn the right to eliminate Sonia. Hebinada Miharu. That is what's written on Miharu's name card. The surname doesn't ring any bells, but considering her family situation, I can guess what happened. Wazmaru Miharu obtained my cause of death card last night. How we cookin'? We just started. Went over a brief recap on the baby attacker. So yeah, we pretty much just started, you know. Other than, you know, a brief summary on the man who threatened so many babies. Too many, some may say. How you doing, Eggy? How was the Final Fantasy? What's more, Miharu obtained my cause of death card last night. Wait, when did... Oh, right. Baby! You remember the good old... Oh no. Yes, there's this one character in this game who, threatened, a baby of one of the participants, and then 2 more babies. For fun. Or something. Information that even I don't know the full details of. Her actions last night left me visibly shaken, which led her to take on a cold attitude towards me. I can't help but remember what she said. I have nothing more to say to you at the moment. I see what you're doing, Miharu. After making that comment, I get ready for school. I can't go throw the baby trauma. I can't go through the baby trauma again. I'm not strong enough. Hopefully we don't see him today. Hopefully our minds are on different people, you know? I leave the TV on as I do, which is how I come to learn some interesting news. Apparently a suspicious-looking bag was left on one of the Yamanote Line trains near Shibuya Station. The police initially suspected it to be an attempted terrorist attack, but after inspections, the bag turned out to be empty. Part of me wonders if one of the Divine Selection participants might have been involved, but based on the reports, I can't think of any links to them. This is her cause of death. Ouch. As I listen to the report, I suddenly get a pounding headache. Oh no, I don't want to be part of this baby trauma. No. We'll definitely not see that man again. He was mad cringe, you know? Start to feel stressed out and exhausted, both physically and mentally. I must have imagined the grisly scene of a terrorist attack unconsciously while watching the news. Thanks to all that excitement, it seems like the trains are running late. I make sure to head out earlier than usual. Back to school! Oh, right, I forgot we dumped Naomi, and by dumped Naomi, I mean she was no longer allowed to help us, considering she, was cringe or something. Oh, Rinka! I bump into Naomi on my way into school. I never see her in the morning because she always comes earlier than me, but I guess the trains delayed her enough today. Only baby trauma I want is baby mama trauma. What the? What happened to the weeb girl? Oh, she died. She got yeeted. By Miharu, by the way. Not even by the other pair of Odette and Frederico, but Miharu did it, which was part of their plan. Because Sonia wanted Miharu to do it. But yeah, she was ousted. She was yeeted, taken away, disposed of. What's up, Sly? What's up, Tux? What's wrong? She notices me at first, so she spins her body around to face me. Whoa! Except the spin is so sudden that it causes her to lose balance. I can't believe she's still tripping on air. Careful. I quickly grab her hand and support her so she doesn't fall. It's been a while since I last saw one of Naomi's tripping scenes. Then again, it's been a while since I last saw Naomi, period. Sorry about that. As clumsy as ever, aren't you? She struggles to hide her embarrassment as she props herself back upright. How are preparations for the culture festival coming along? So, I guess. We still haven't decided what to do for interior decorations and all that. Oh, but I did make sure to prioritize passing on what you taught me about brewing coffee. Everything's going well on that front. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Hard to believe the culture festival's next week, all things considered. I'm not even sure how things are going with my own class right now. I might end up helping them out with something the day of, but for now, I have no idea whether or not things are progressing well. How are things going with... Just as Naomi is about to say something, a voice calls out to me from behind her. Good morning, Rinka. And you too, Naomi. Miharu has just arrived, it seems. As always, her hair flutters elegantly in the wind. Miharu! She speaks to me like normal, almost as if what happened in the dream world last night never took place. I do my best to follow along considering Naomi's presence. Miharu, sorry, but I better make my way to class before the bell rings. Oh, we'll go with you. She skitters off towards the building before I can finish my sentence. Looks like she really is avoiding me. I struggle to find an appropriate response. However, she removes that burden from me by making the response herself. Well, I can't blame her. After all, I'm the one responsible for her evasiveness. Huh? Did something happen between you two? Not to worry. It's nothing major. We should be on our way as well, though. We'll be late for class. Ain't no way. I'm pretty sure Miharu likes us. Wink wonk, wink wonk. In a, you know. You know. In a And you know. If you know, you know. I can't wink. Send help. I think I disabled it at some point. Huh. You learn something new every day, huh? In what way, huh? Oh, you know, just her unyielding, undying affection for us, which she has adamantly admitted in front of us, and her willingness to die for us in this death game because she wants to protect us, because she loves us so, so much. Alright, gonna eat dinner. Yep, have a good dinner, Reggie. What up, Alexis? I'd die for you, King. Thank you, Slime. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh wait, I read this. We'll be late for class. Hold on, I still gotta talk to you about last night. And here I thought I'd be able to distract you from the topic. I plan on going to Limehouse after I finish my shift tonight, so it can wait until then. You never intended to talk about it here, did you? Her smile upon hearing my question is enough of an answer for me. She's fully aware that I want to talk about last night's events. The flood of students pouring into the school eventually forces us to ride the wave with them. Ride the wave. Time for lunch, Rinny! Mao darts over to my desk as soon as the bell for lunch break rings. I skipped breakfast today, so I'm starving. Don't you always skip breakfast? Anyway, let me get Miaru first. Don't bother. She's been called to the teacher's lounge to talk about her scholarship funding. How'd you miss her being asked to go there in the first place? Ah, now that you mention it, that did happen. You zone out at the weirdest times, you know that? Well, whatever. Just you and me today, sister. She grabs my hand and drags me along to the cafeteria. No way. I can explain. Go on. I might have misclicked. Good misclicking. I was just cooking. Yeah? How's the cooking? Cooking, huh? Let me refresh my chat and it'll show up. I was just showing it to Mofu, and they could add it to their channel if they wanted to. Not here! You know what? King gets us. Oh, it's not gonna update for a bit. Oh no! Thank you, King. I love this one. What's wrong, Loki? It's like you've seen a ghost. I take no responsibility. Too good. It's too good. I take all responsibility. What the heck? Welcome in, Synchro. It's so good. Let me try refreshing again. Please tell me it works. No, it'll take a bit, I guess. I'll refresh it in like a couple minutes, I guess. Oh no, it's so good. I see. Great work, King. Keep it up. Oh man, I'm crying. Should have been the old Lofi. Would have been. It is the old Lofi. I guess it's pre-Alexis Lofi, but still. Ain't no way I'm drawing Akira. Oh, you mean Akira? Ain't no way I'm retrying Akira to old Fee. Well, no. The thing is, you'd see new Lofi. You'd have to draw new Lofi as Akira, and then reacting to the old versions. Sure hope Lofi. What the? Oh right, I forgot I added the Gura leave and arrive ones. I forgot I added those ones. Too much work. Ain't no way. Whew. Yes, those ones. I love the spin. Oh, not sticking with your staple bread today. Nope, I feel like trying something new. You're not having your usual either? Well, I grabbed this since it'll go well with this. What was that voice I just gave her? Sounded like Smeagol. Well, I grabbed this since it'll go well with that delicious looking rice you've got there. Mal has opted for karage this time around, while I've gone with curry. We don't normally go for this kind of stuff since we need to carry it all the way to the rooftop, but I wanted something with a strong flavor today, so I picked this without too much thought. Kinda surprised you went with curry. I figured you weren't a fan of spicy stuff. No, I'm fine with both spicy and sweet stuff as long as they don't go overboard with it. At least I love sweet things. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. It's been a bit, you know. Let's try, you know, refreshing. No, I guess it'll take a while. Let's go. You know what? At least everyone else can see it. And other than that, it's just all caps. Leave me alone, Lopi. So really, who's winning here? Cat explosion? Mao nods her head multiple times in an attempt to seem all-knowing. I dismiss it with a smile. As I smile, I remove the packaging on my curry. If I don't do it now, odds are I might actually forget to eat while talking with Mao. Oh, ho. Oh, ho. Looks like I'm not the only one who ain't all here today. What makes you say that? Well, your lack of a spoon, for one thing. Oh. You can't pick up chopsticks. You can pick up chopsticks and spoons at your leisure in the cafeteria, but it completely slipped my mind that I'd need one. All I have is a small hand towel. Boy. Allow me to offer you a trade then. She produces a plastic spoon from within the plastic bag she has with her. She hands it over to me in exchange for my towel. Also, thou shalt address me as Queen Mao. Queen Mao, I'm grateful that you have bestowed the spoon upon me. I'd prefer if you were just a teensy bit hesitant. Looks like she was banking on me being not too pleased about having to bow down to her like that. I figured that was going to be her ultimate demand, hence why I said it right up front. Damn, though. You would have had to eat that with your bare hands like they do with Indian curry if it weren't for me. Just hearing the word Indian causes a lawn to pop up in my mind for a brief moment. Okay. Fortunately, her joke is a bit on the extreme side, so my involuntary reaction works for her, too. Point. Yeah, Synchro? What's up? Where are you pointing to? Don't know what we're pointing at, but I'm always ready to back Mofu. Mofu, you can feel free to ban Synchro. Just give me the word, King. No, please. No, Synchro's got a point. Let him cook. I don't know if Synchro has more to cook. Synchro, do you have more to cook? Oh, he's cooking. He's cooking. I end up spending all my lunch break chatting away with Mao. Just as we're about to finish eating, she brings up a topic I don't expect. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Naurin's got her mind on you a lot these days. Don't think you noticed it though. I ask her what she means, but she waves off my question and continues. Gotta say, only a girl in love could make the face she did. Oh, shut it. Now you're just being rude to her. Fine, you can believe whatever you want, but she's been looking awful lonely ever since you started to neglect her. Hey, that's not fair. She told me she's busy with preparations for the culture festival, so I'm giving her space. Thing is, Naurin ain't like Miarun. She's the kind of gal that'll keep her desires locked up inside. Anyway, you've been looking pretty rough for a while now, Rinny. How about getting some proper rest? We have a harem. Kinda sick, actually. Let's go, the harem and... The group just isn't the same when you're not your usual perky self. Crit, your mom. Like today, for instance, not only did you forget to grab a spoon for your curry, but you haven't even noticed that you've got it smeared all over your face. She opens the pack containing the towel I traded for her spoon and hands it to me. I bequeath to you this towel, and in recompense, you will refer to me once again as Queen Mao. My everlasting gratitude, Queen Mao. Not again. And yep, guess I do have curry plastered all over the left side of my mouth. Mao's probably right. Everything that's happened recently has left me mentally exhausted. What in the shrimp behavior? What's up? Well, what's up, Lofi? Whenever I give you a song, I expect the exact same wording. Isn't that right, kids? That's right! That's completely right, Fade! Anyways. You need help? You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand. What the heck, Jay? Come back here. Wait, are you done Final Fantasy already, Jay? Everything that's happened recently has left me mentally exhausted. Even so, I doubt I'll be able to get any proper rest in the near future. After all, granted, I'm aware that you won't take any advice given by this fine piece of royalty to heart. This girl. Now jams her trash into the plastic bag before standing up. At the very least, you should do what feels right to you. Thanks. I am genuinely grateful to hear that from her. There's no way she could know about divine selection. Not even Miaru would divulge that sort of thing to her. And that's okay. That's how it should be. That's exactly why her words are such a relief to hear. Alright, well, do me a favor and chuck this. I'm gonna go bother Miarun. She hands me the plastic bag and takes her leave. When she's gone, I finish up my own lunch before following her lead. After classes end for the day, I head out of school with the intention of going home. However, once I reach the gate, I notice Naomi leaning against the wall with her eyes cast down. She doesn't seem to have noticed me, so I call out to her. Why? I thought we were avoiding her. Why are we calling out to her? Oh, Rinka. Oh, Rinka, I was waiting for you, actually. You were? What happened with preparations for the culture festival? The music? Uh-oh. 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 I told you about how we hadn't decided on interior decorations this morning, right? Well, there are other issues. Our budget won't allow for us to buy lots of coffee mugs and plating, so we decided to use plastic cups. That's why we thought it would be best to at least make sure the coasters and such are nice and cute. So, would you mind going with me to the shop for them? Only if you have the time, of course. Budget probably isn't their only issue. I doubt they have enough people to wash mugs one by one. It's probably best that they stick to disposable plastic ones anyway. What with all the hygienic issues to consider at such events? Music sounds chill. Sounds like confession music to me. Or motivational music. Kinda can't tell the difference between the two. Huh? True though? Yeah. Motivation music. You know when like some really famous person or like successful person makes a speech and they start off by talking about, and the stars were born with all luck and by no means of anyone else. They were brought into this world, which led to the creation of planets, all on their own. And somehow you came to be. Throughout all of this, at the final moments of life, you came to be. And that's special. In your own way, you too are special. Because you existed. It sounds like perfect for those. I just know the ones about global warming with the Prince EA dude, and it sounds epic. I just imagine someone confessing to another with like epic music. Oh no. What's wrong, Koba? Why you ain't no wayin'? I love you now. Oh no. Oh no. These are my feelings. Now! I happen to know a place that has exactly what she needs, so I don't see any harm in taking her there. I won't see Miyaru until later tonight anyway, so it'll be fine as long as I keep track of the time. Sure, I don't mind. You should have messaged me instead of waiting like this, though. I didn't want you to feel like you had to cancel any other plans, so if you're busy, then please do prioritize that. She trails off, drawing her eyes away from me. It's my fault that she's acting this way around me, so I can't exactly brush her off. Come on. You don't need to worry about that. I know a good place in Shibuya, so let's head there. Alright, thank you very much. I want to read what the music track's called, but I think it'll spoil if it's anything major, so I won't. With that, we make our way to the station. Well, it's gone now. After we finish our shopping trip in Shibuya, we hop on the train to head home. At Shinjuku, we have a little downtime while we wait for our transfer to arrive. Again, thank you so much, Rinka. I didn't expect to leave there with so much. Hey, glad I could help. Nami struggled to make a decision in the store, so she ended up picking 3 different items from each category. Her plan is to show them to the rest of the class and then decide on which to use. I gotta hand it to you, you're killing it as the class rep. Color me impressed. Not at all. I'm only doing it because no one else volunteered. Which is why I'm so impressed with how seriously you're taking it. She must have felt her face burn a bright red as she diverts her gaze from me immediately. From what I've heard, it sounds like she's getting along with her classmates as well. I wouldn't be surprised if her taking charge of the culture festival played a part in that. Oh no. What's this clip? Oh no. How you doing, Crimson? Welcome in, welcome in. But oh no. Oh no, oh no. You know what? Motivational speech. Ha 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 ha. Cookie. Come on, that was really good. That was Mofu thinks I'm cooking. Come on. Ain't no way it's good. Come on. That was a really good speech. Anyone would be impressed by that speech. How you doing, Crimson? Welcome in, welcome in. I wouldn't be surprised if her taking charge of the culture festival played a part in that. Considering how scared of me she was when we first met, she's definitely come a long way. I guess that makes her the exact opposite of me. You should set it as your alarm now. I will never wake up. My alarms just blare noise into my ears. But you know what? If you want to make it your own alarm, feel free to. If you need some motivation, feel free to use that as your own alarm to wake up motivated in the morning. Because you are special, and you matter, and you exist. Don't forget to stop by the gift shop. All items will cost $5.99, except for the expensive items, which will cost $3,000. Anyways, be sure to pick up stuff from the gift shop. It's mandatory, not optional. Okay. I don't like this fade. Clap, thank you, King. Luffy, you wouldn't understand. Welcome in, Wander. How you doing? How you doing? What the? What's up? Gift shop sales looking bussin'. Welcome in, Wander. Did not miss much, by the way. We Naomi just asked us to go with her to go pick up coasters, pretty much. Guess that makes her the exact opposite of me. Just as we're about to get on the train, she stabs me with a sharp glare. And then she leans in and whispers, "Look over there." Oh, this is familiar. She motions towards someone in the distance with enough subtlety to prevent bringing us any undue attention. That silver person seems suspicious. Silver hair? Let's see. Oh, her! My shoulders stiffen the moment I spot her. Her train hasn't arrived yet, so... Deja vu! Except, you know, Naomi hasn't tripped this time. Maybe we should fix that. Glad she stabbed you with a glare. Thought that sentence was going to get Toki Doki there. Naomi didn't actually love us. She just wanted to kill us. She was the secret 13th contestant. Could you imagine? Oh, that would be insane. Mokas up. What's up? Naomi, you head back first. Just a moment. Judging by your reaction, I assume that's another participant. I do recall you mentioning there being 2 children. Yeah, that's cursed, Fade. It would match us getting stabbed by her. So really, is it that cursed? After Doki Doki, I don't trust these games. True, honestly. Oh, crap. You know, I do need to check that other game. I wonder if that's on sale. What was it? Like Her Love Story or something? Oh, it's not on sale. I hope it goes on sale for the Steam summer sale. The Her, Me, and You something. Numerals 4 and 10 to be precise. Sonia's been eliminated, which leaves only numeral 4. I happen to have her cause of death card, but other than that, I don't know a single thing about her. I chalk up her appearance here as a coincidence, but that'd probably be a mistake. Not only have Sonia and Alan turned up in Shinjuku, but now she has too. There's gotta be a reason. I think it's Alan, not Alan, now that I think about it. Huh. The foggy spots in my mind, memories regarding my cause of death and what Parka explained at our initial meeting, are likely linked to the same reason. I shouldn't waste my time trying to figure that out right now, though. Are you listening? Sorry, got lost in thought. How do you know her anyway? I'm not sure why, but he seems familiar for some reason. Plus, I had a rough image of what he'd look like based off your description. Wait, her? Isn't that a boy? You think? Looks awfully feminine to me. Haven't we had this conversation before? Deja vu? Either way, their gender isn't the point here. They haven't noticed us yet, so we should tail them now, while we have that advantage. Naomi, We dropped you. We dropped you, girl. You're not part of we anymore. You are fired. You are promoted to customer. Capital D colon. You remember this happening? She got beaten up by Alan. So we kicked her out so she stops getting beaten up. The tone of her voice matches the serious expression on her face. The more information you can get your hands on, the bet. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't butt in like this anymore. Don't worry about it, I was just thinking the same thing, to be honest. I asked that you head home first because I was gonna do it on my own. Sorry for being unclear. Her gaze falls to the floor. After a moment of consideration, she nods. I'm well aware of the dangers involved, so I'll do as I'm told, but remember that I'm always willing to help. If you manage to snap a picture of them, I can use that to do my own research from home. Just hearing that is a relief. Just hearing that is relief enough. Thanks. Be careful, okay? I respond with a firm nod before we part ways. I trust Naomi, like, no, not at all. She's gonna betray us. She is the evil of this game. Not Alan, who threatens babies. Multiple babies. But her. Naomi. Sorry, Naomi. I apologized to her under my breath after we split up. For what? She just gives me sus vibes, like she's gonna try to murder me in my sleep, or stab me with things that aren't her glare, you know? Also, you agreed with this, so you also agreed with this hypothesis last time. Mayu! Welcome in! Real quick, by the way. Hold on. Yandere, best girl. She's not even Yandere. She exists. Please check out Mayu if you haven't already. They're super close to 1,000 followers. They do a lot of ASMR content. And yes, go give them a follow, please. How you doing? I can't get over how I dropped in and was told, dang, your schedule isn't broken. It just doesn't exist. Your sleep schedule. It was so good. I was laughing so much. Oh no. Chilling in this game looks interesting. Yes, it's like I guess it's like, I don't know. It's a contest, but pretty much every character in here has died, and they pretty much just come in. They pretty much were brought back to life and are allowed to exist normally for the moment but they pretty much have to go through these games where they have to find other contestants' name, cause of death, and regrets. And then if they can call out all three of those to the contestant will be eliminated. And the last one standing will get to keep living, and the others will be returned to their original state. Degen is the nicest word to describe your sleep schedule. Ain't no way. No! Oh no. I mean, it's not wrong though, but oh no. How is the origami? So nothing concrete. Yeah, but there's no proof. She's just a little guy. I don't know. She seems evil, you know? Can't compare them to the baby threatener. Okay, listen, we're not talking about the baby threatener, okay? We're talking about the girl who seems very much like she's gonna murder us at some point, or be the secret final boss, you know? Listen, Luffy, I'm just saying you were on the same page last time, and now you're not. What happened? But yes, welcome in, Mayu. Hope you're doing well. Next, I pick up the pace to keep the girl in sight. Yeah, but you said she was worse than him, which I don't agree. I never said that. Wait, did I say that? You know what? If I did say that, I'ma stick with it. She is. She could be, you know? What if she is? What if she made a partnership with Alan? Without our knowledge. After 30 minutes of tailing her, we finally reached what seemed to be her destination. But yes, hope you're doing well, and yes, glad you're chilling. I swear, if this turns out true, I'm gonna take the bus! I hope it's true. It's actually possible since they met in the hospital. Yeah. Since they met in the hospital, and she was like the only one with any true injuries. Everyone else you seem to have just knocked out happily. But she's the only one who like got knocked out and glasses broken, which seems a little extra if you know. And she was there first. Just take the stabby. Wait, I don't want to take the stabby. I don't want to take the stabby. We gotta prevent her from stabby. Upon leaving Shinjuku Station, she takes a Chuo line all the way to a residential district. Judging by her familiarity with the area, she must live around here. She certainly doesn't look Japanese, but there aren't any hotels around here. That means she probably isn't here on holiday with her family on Lake Sonia. That leaves only one alternative. It's hardly surprising though, lots of foreigners live in this area. Okay, here we go. She stops in front of and then makes her way into one of the houses. Seems like a pretty old place, older than the houses around it anyway. Another thing that makes it stick out is how run down it is. A decent earthquake could probably shake it down with ease. I'm hardly a pro when it comes to tailing people, but I think it's safe to say that I wasn't noticed. There's no need for me to escalate things yet, so I check out the nameplate at the entrance after making sure she's gone inside. It's a bit faded, but not enough to make it illegible. Ushizuka. Safe to say that's the surname of this house owners. That's the surname of the house owners. Does the same apply to her, though? My instinct says no. In fact, it's entirely possible that she's squatting at an empty home for some temporary lodging. Ducking behind the wall of the house next door, I tried to eavesdrop on any conversations going on. Luckily for me, I'm able to hear something. Nothing specific, but the walls are thin enough to leak out the voices from inside. Sounds like there are at least 2 people inside. One is likely the girl, but the other sounds like an old man. I'd guess that the latter owns this place, which means the girl is probably staying with his permission. The voices from inside! You're sick. You need help. I wonder, does my card book work with conversations involving someone who isn't a participant? Considering I was able to hold a conversation with that one tourist before I even knew anything about Divine Selection, it's probably safe to assume it does. I should head back. It's my best option for now, especially when I can't make out exactly what they're saying. Just as I'm about to walk away, a passerby starts talking to me. She's in her early 40s and is carrying a bag from the supermarket. I assume she was out buying things for dinner. Oh, are you an acquaintance? Oh, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Ushizuka? No, not quite. I'm taken aback at first, but she might know something about the girl if she lives in the area. When did that foreign child start living here? Oh, I see that's caught your attention as well. Her face twists into a sly grin in addition to her response. Ain't no way we're gonna be gossiping with the people next door. I know her type. That's the exact same expression made by the kids at school when they gossip about others. Okay. No one's certain why, but at some point he just cut off ties with the outside world. He rarely leaves the house, so for a time, rumors kept spreading about how he'd starve himself to death, but then we'd notice him lurking around and carried on with our lives. Doesn't help that cases of old folks dying all alone are on the rise too. But anyway, people first noticed that girl around a month or so back. Rumor has it that there are some dubious circumstances between them. In fact, some say that he used to frequent certain illicit establishments, and that his child— oh, goodness me, I shouldn't be telling a young lady such things. That's funny. The look on her face practically screams that she wants to keep going. So no one knows who she really is? That's right, all sorts of bad rumors surrounding that man, including his nefarious deeds abroad, so no one wants to get involved. Of course, nobody wants to risk earning his wrath by reporting him to the police either. I've even heard rumors about how the girl has some sort of illness, which is even more reason for folks to keep their noses clean. You're probably best off not getting involved either. Thank you for your concern. Just listening to her gab on and on has me pissed off. I won't judge anyone for hazarding a guess about something, but using it as an excuse to spread unsavory rumors about him feels wrong. Plenty of older people live by themselves, so why would they make comments at his expense about it? Having given her my thanks, I used it as an excuse of my own to cut the conversation off there. My hunch seems to have been on the mark at least. I might be able to find something out about that girl if I talk to him. I should head home for now, though. I still got the store to attend to. Okay. Munch munch. I make sure to message Naomi on the train home. I assume she's worried about me, all things considered. No point giving an in-depth report, so I just text a quick summary. It doesn't take long for her to reply, telling me to get in touch if I need her help. She said something similar when we split up too. Oh, this is Naomi. Something's definitely suspicious about the situation between those two. I'm curious about her thoughts on the matter, but that would just invite the same gossip as the lady. I need to handle this on my own. It's down to me to gather as much info as I can. Instead, I simply reply with an "it's all good," to which she responds with an emoji. I need to handle this on my own. It's down to me to gather as much info as I can. I prep to open the store as soon as I get back. A few people swing by, but no one stays for long because it's a weeknight. Once 9 p.m. rolls around, I close up shop. Miaru stops by around then, just like she said she would. Hey there. Hey, yourself. Let me grab you some coffee. Thanks. Should you really be giving out freebies, though? I nod and follow up by telling her that we might be here for a while. After making enough for both of us, I move to our usual table. Is it safe to assume that you're looking to confirm certain things with me? Yeah. She wastes no time in getting to the meat of things. She takes a sip of her coffee before going on. As delicious as ever. Thanks, but let's not get off topic. That night when I caught you and Sonia discussing something, it was about my cause of death card, wasn't it? Yep. I bet you hadn't anticipated her being in possession of one of your cards. She didn't keep it a secret with any bad intentions, though. Apparently, she just didn't want you to suspect her even more. I can't blame her, considering how I acted when we first met. Anyone in your position would have done the same. That's why I made it a point to confirm with her whether or not she had any of our cards. As it turned out, she had your name card. Right. She mentioned that she regretted her choice, that it would have been better to have thrown her fear of not being trusted away and told us the whole truth. That sounds just like her. No argument there. It's almost upsetting just how innocent that girl was. Memories of us sitting together at this very table come flooding back. It was like we were nothing more than 3 friends hanging out. You know, that numeral 11 is looking to eliminate as many people as she possibly can, so I wanted to make sure she couldn't get her hands on my card. More importantly, though, the prospect of her snatching up your card terrified me. And that's why you opted to eliminate Sonia instead. I hesitate to press the issue further. Mainly because it involves questioning how she can be so calm and collected in the face of all this. It's entirely possible that I'll hear something I don't want to if I ask. I want to know! Ask! And yet, I end up asking her anyway. Let's go! You see? It's all part of the plan. She might not want to know, but you know what? She's gonna ask out of curiosity anyways. How can you stay so calm after her elimination? Did it mean nothing to you? Are you cringing? I want to know. You want to know. We all want to know. What's up? We need to know. It just matters, you know? Haha. We gotta trust our teammate. I mean, not really a teammate, but sort of a teammate, you know? Is there any need to waste my time feeling upset? I can't bring myself to snap anything back to her. Oh? That's the exact response I was afraid to hear. Miaru looks sus? Ah? I trust Miaru, because she's stated multiple times she's willing to die for us. And she also loves us, in a romantic sense. She definitely feels like the type to turn yandere the moment we turn her down, though. So, you know, I don't entirely trust her there. At least she gives me that vibe. Oop. Never trust the boob and innocent looking girl. Hold on. Wait, why? I trust them with my life. Hold on. I mean... I don't know if she looks innocent. She gives me the Ojo-sama vibe, normally. But I guess she also hasn't said a lot about her family situation. We just kind of chalk up her family situation as family situation and not anything else. We don't specifically know why. Well, wait. No. Don't stare. What's wrong? Explain. I don't understand. What's wrong with trusting big boob and innocent looking girl? It's not like I don't understand her point. I know that there's no point in being upset. You honestly have no issues taking that stance? I don't. My course was set the moment I learned that you're a participant. My life exists solely for yours now. I wish you'd stop saying that. I've heard it more than I ever wanted. I can't help but be blunt. While I expected such a reply, it's not what I wanted to hear. I don't have it in me to say anything more, though. Intense music. It's barely been a day since it happened, so I can understand why you're distraught. In fact, your ability to worry like this is one of your stronger points. The tone of her voice doesn't falter. We should probably wrap up for the night, although, would you mind if I stayed a bit longer? I haven't gone to finish my coffee yet. You know, honestly, I'm Team Miha. For no reasons at all. My only response is a quick nod. Just as she said, I'm still distraught over what happened. What's worse, I seem to get more aggravated at night. I end up waiting for Miaru to finish her coffee. I can't bring myself to look her in the eye during that time, not even once. Well then, I should be going now. Mind waiting for a minute? I stop her just as she gets ready to walk out. There's still one important question left for me to ask. Your previous surname was Hebinato, right? I know there've been issues at home and stuff, but I was always curious why I didn't have your name card, and then it triggered with Hebinata Miaru rather than Mishima Miaru, so... I'm Mishima Miaru on my family's register, just so you know. Yeah, so it creates a whole lot of doubt for me when it comes to the criteria for creating new cards. Yes, and those doubts aren't unfounded. Our lovely little goddess seems to have skimped on her examination related to the process. You could call it a loophole of sorts? Isn't her name her strongest attribute then? If it's a loophole, but we just expose it to everyone. Kinda sus. Little. I managed to catch the brief glimpse of sadness in her expression, but it is kinda unsus that she's telling us all this information. She could have kept it to herself. There's no doubt that she's not very comfortable discussing this topic, and yet she's doing her best to act unfazed for my sake. I make no effort to stop her, though. She knows that I've noticed, which is why she's bothering to explain it in the first place. First things first, I need to apologize for not telling you the truth. Her expression grows more pained as she says that. Ooh, music? I like this one. I feel kinda bad about it, so I can only imagine how she feels. The only way I can explain it is by divulging even more about myself. I said that my surname became Mishima after my parents got divorced, but, well, that's not quite right. You know full well that my mother isn't the greatest person in the world. In fact, let me make it clear that I loathe her. She has talked to me about her mom before, albeit briefly. About her habit of wasting money and her failure to do any chores, for instance. That's why Miru has several part-time jobs and has to deal with the household chores as well. Unlike most students at Amica, she's far from financially sound. The only reason she can attend is due to her scholarship. If I had things my way, I'd take my father's surname, but alas, I'm stuck with this one. I sense that there's a lot more to this than what she's telling me. It's likely that everything she's suffered through links back to whatever that could be. You'd think that the rules pertaining to our individual cards would be grounded with logic, but that isn't the case. In fact, they seem to rely far more on one's personal perception. You can't make blind guesses when it comes to someone's cause of death and regret cards. Knowledge of the events surrounding them is a requirement. Each participant's perception of those events takes priority. In other words, there's no universal criteria in place for participants when it comes to creating new cards. That's Miru's point. In my case, I've yet to accept that my name is really Mishima Miyaru. That's why your name card is Hebinada Miyaru instead. Considering our cards are linked to the dream world, a deep part of the psyche, I really must be against taking on the Mishima name. Then it might be a lot more logical than you think. Think about it, no one's born with a name. It's on someone else to give them one. The names aren't set in stone either. If it weren't for Keiko, I probably would have agreed with Miru. But now, this is how I truly feel. Surnames change all the time due to marriage. Not only that, but you can even get it changed legally if so inclined. It's not always cut and dry like that, sure, but names are still something that reflect a person's individuality over all else. I certainly hadn't thought of it that way. Perhaps my concern about my name was obstructing my outlook on the bigger picture. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Still, I feel like my doubts have been cleared up. Sorry for the confusion. Nah, don't worry about it. We've all got our baggage. You'll always be the same Miyaru to me, regardless of what happens. She giggles with a smile in response to my proclamation. And it's not a forced smile either. It is sincere, one of relief. She's not that sus. I think she's a fine, upstanding lady, actually. Well, slightly off topic, I was worried that you would start to avoid me after what I said in the Court of Fate. Cringe? I mean, do you think there was anything sus in her story there? Really? I knew exactly what you were doing. Assuming things went as planned, then some sort of other participants may be giddy over how we got into a big fight. Leave! Just look at her face now. She's just happy. She's just so relieved that we believed in her, you know? She looks fine, you know? Ha 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 ha. I have nothing more to say to you at the moment. The other participants must have figured out our friendship because of how we'd been talking to each other since the first election. SMH? Hold up. What's wrong with her face? It just looks like a normal face. It just looks like a normal face. What's wrong with her face? In fact, Sonia assumed that we were friends from the start, too. That timing couldn't have been more perfect. Indeed, regardless, I really should be on my way. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. She smiles and makes an ever so elegant exit from the store. Funny, I made coffee thinking we'd be talking for a while, but the real conversation only began after we'd finished drinking it. I take a moment and stare at Miyaru's empty cup before getting back to my usual routine. Listen, I'm just saying, Miyaru seems to be the GOAT at the moment. She protects, she defends, she takes care of us. You know? Already morning. I slept so soundly last night that I didn't even dream. Dreams. Hard to believe such a concept has taken on a whole new meaning for me. The gaslight? Hold on. No, she would never gaslight me. Look, she's protecting us. She's taking care of us. She would die for us. There's no gaslighting in there. Haha. Ha 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 ha. There's no there's no gaslighting at all, right? Ha 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 ha. Now me nurges for us. And then we fired her, so she no longer does that for us, you know? Hopium? No, 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 it's not hopium, you know. But they are the only two girls. Wait. 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 Only two girls in one sense in terms of the debate or in terms of the contest, because the contest has 8 more participants left, and there's a couple of girls still in there. In terms of our friend group, our whole friend group in this case is just all girls. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. The contest has 8 more participants and well, 7 more participants not including us, but 8 including us. And there's a couple other girls in there. Otherwise, our friend group of 4 is all girls cuz our character goes to an all-girl school. Hard to believe such a concept has taken on a whole new meaning for me. I'd never considered the possibility of a whole other world existing within our dreams, not to mention a goddess like Parka coming along and connecting me with others through said world. I mean, who could imagine meeting complete strangers within your dream? It'd be a romanticized situation if this were a shoujo manga, I'm sure. I cast my mind back to the other participants' appearances. That's when I remember something crucial. One's an old man! Naomi's message from yesterday springs to mind. She said there's definitely something suspicious about that girl and where she's staying. It's not just any old man either, he's Japanese. That man is numeral 5. I might be onto something. Actually, I should have caught on right away. There's still plenty of time before I need to be at school. I want to try something. My decision made. I make my way to the old man's house. Oh, dang. Oh, welcome back, Eggy. I wonder if I refresh my chat if it'll show up now. Try doing it again. The booty police! So good. No! I guess it'll happen next stream, people said. It's so good though. Fortunately, I make it all the way without getting lost. Lofi was cooking when he made that. It's a pretty tricky route after all, but jotting down the address yesterday turned out to be worth it. Insane, actually. But I probably would have been fine without it, considering I've somehow managed to memorize the route. This is it. I make sure to keep some distance away to avoid looking suspicious. It may be early in the morning, but people are still passing through. Once the area empties out, I check inside his mailbox. I feel pretty bad about doing this, but it's necessary. There are a slew of letters in here, definitely more than a day's worth. Most of them are from debt collectors. Not just from one collection agency either, there are multiple different senders. I ignore all that, grab a random letter, and remove it from the box. I want to see to whom it's addressed, of course. Ushizuka Shigetsugu. That has to be the name of the old man living here. Just to be sure, I check a few other letters as well. They all cite the same name. All that's left is to get a glimpse of his face. I consider waiting for him to leave the house, but I need to remain mindful of the time. As important as it is, I still have school. Helps that I'm probably safest there too. Just as I decide to stick around for as long as I can, I notice 2 figures in the distance. Getting kidnapped by my mom. I'll see you in like 2 hours. Oh, have fun being kidnapped, Lofi. 2 figures that I recognize even. One male, the other female. Both are foreigners and tall. Odette and Frederico! It's them. There's still plenty of distance between us, so I can't make out their faces. Not that I need to. I can tell it's them based on their silhouettes. Not only are they participants, but they're also the most dangerous duo by far. Numerals 3 and 11. Federico Carminati and his partner. I instinctively duck for cover. They have to be targeting the girl. Either that, or they're looking into the relationship between her and the old man, just as I am. Assuming he turns out to be a participant, it's likely they've tracked him down to here. Numeral 11 is carrying a notepad. I assume she's gotten a hold of his address somehow. In that case, they must be coming for him instead of the girl. After all, she wouldn't be listed as living here. Just as I'm deciding whether to stick around or head to school, the front door gets propped ajar. Noticing this, the duo duck into a nearby alley. From what I can tell, numeral 11's the one who prompts them to do so. That surprises me. She seems like the kind of person to leap in when the opportunity presents itself, so I don't expect her to tread carefully. Both the girl and the old man are likely aware of the situation they've put themselves in, so it's only natural for them to scout out their surroundings before they leave the house. Deciding that the coast is clear, the door swings open. Light pours out of my bag all of a sudden. The moment that old man steps out of the house, in fact, that's when I become certain that he's Ushizuka Shigetsugu. His appearance matches what I saw in the dream world, a tenacious-looking old man. I got the impression that he was a shut-in of sorts, but his current attire of a sweater and loose pants says the opposite. Numeral 11 and Federico remain hidden for some reason. Regardless, I've confirmed that Ushizuka is a bona fide participant. It's safe to say that I'm putting myself in danger if I stay any longer. As such, I slink back to the station, taking care not to bump into any of the others. Okay. Back to school. Or a perspective switch. Looks like we were right on the money. I whispered to Odette when the old-timer leaves his house. Shush, you dumbass. Odette is back! Odette is back! Woohoo! Woohoo! She may have whispered, but also slams her foot down on mine. Gotta admit, she's uncharacteristically cautious at times like this. You'd think someone massive like her would charge right in, but nope. She even keeps us at a fair distance from the house to ensure we aren't seen. Granted, putting this much distance between us means she gets that her massive body don't lend itself to stealth. Enough about her, let me recall how we ended up here in the first place. Me and Odette had a talk about who to target after the third election, where that crazy thin Japanese lady got eliminated. Odette's intuition played a big part in us targeting Ro, so we still hadn't made use of the cards we were dealt at the beginning. Knowing there'd be a name or two among those initial cards, we decided to go after whoever was in my set. Normally I'd be against showing off my cards, but Odette told me which card she'd taken from Ro immediately afterwards, so... Well, not like she chose to do that without planning to get something in return. Turns out, I had that Russian kid's name card, Sophia something something. That kid had been through some rough stuff, but it ain't any of my concern. We took her parents hostage and Odette got her to spill her life story. Dang, she's been through a lot of rough things. But I don't care, and I didn't ask, so we kidnapped her and her parents. Thing is, she implied that she had one of Odette's cards. Not only that, but Odette decided to give her some time to screw around. Time to let her get over her regret, really. Can't say why she did it, but there ain't no point in trying to get into that woman's head. I wouldn't have been able to learn much about Sophia with just her name, so I decided not to complain. Had things gone according to plan, Odette would have eliminated Sophia, but that Miaru broad one-upped her. Make no mistake, Odette ain't the type to let something like that slow her down. We're the same in that regard. Plenty of things went awry for me back in Italy, but I never took issue with that. In fact, those situations are when people expose their worst side, you know? Worst side. You gotta make the most of that. Just like I said in the Court of Fate, 2 of the 3 cards dealt to me at the beginning belong to participants that have already been eliminated. Next up is numeral 5, Ushizuka Shigetsugu. Odette had his name card, so we used it to dig up dirt on him, and here we are. Hey, Space Cadet. Get together, we're heading back. The hell? You saying we can't jump the old geezer now and make him squeal? That, or we could break into his house while he's gone. You sure enough oxygen is reaching that brain of yours up in space? Ain't no one's crazy enough to do that at this time of day, not unless you want to be caught and report to the police. Don't forget that this is a residential district. We can't go wild like with Sophia and Ro. We gotta come back early in the morning or late at night. Only got yourself to blame for that. She smashes her foot down on mine again. Guess she isn't too pleased about the implication that she's the only one that stands out. We didn't get any worthwhile info, did we? So you think, but it's easy to take a stab at how he died now that we've seen his house. Mommy? Mother? How's that rundown shack gonna Oh, now I see where you're going. Huh, you're on point for once. Keep going. Tuh. Figured she'd spill the beans if I acted like I caught on, but I didn't go quite as planned. Now I know not to even bother pretending. She smacks my shoulder before she continues. This is a lonely old man we're talking about, in a country that's become known for cases of the elderly being discovered dead in their homes, no less. Knowing how insular Japan and its people can be, that's probably why it happens so often. Hell, apparently they even have specialists to deal with the dead and rotten bodies too. Anyway, just remember that woman told you. Just remember what that woman told you. That's as big of a hint as you can get. That fatty did enjoy running her mouth. Who? I think back to what she told me. Seems like there were rumors of him kicking the bucket since he rarely left the house. Starvation, huh? You think that's it? Insular as Japan may be, it's a developed country. Wouldn't he have gotten retirement or unemployment benefits or something? Under normal circumstances, maybe. The woman did mention that he had a bad back, right? Yeah, that's right, she did. Don't know why she remembers more of this stuff than me when I was the one who talked to the woman. Don't underestimate lower back pain. A shipmate of mine suffered from it once, and they couldn't bring themselves to move it even an inch. So let's assume the old geezer got hit by it out of nowhere, while ignoring the fact that it wouldn't be sudden if he'd been suffering from it before, but he don't got no one to call for help. Everyone's used to him staying inside, so they wouldn't bat an eyelid. Not like he's getting direct care from the government, just disability benefits, so no one there is gonna come back to check on him. All it takes is a week without food or 3 days without water for someone to croak, trust me. What up, King? I can tell she's serious by the tone of her voice. Knowing what she's been involved in, I wouldn't be surprised if her crew had come close to starvation at some point. That, or she'd seen it happen to one of her shipmates before. So basically, he starved to death after suffering from some crazy back pain, and all because no one was there to help him. It's possible, but would it really happen that quick? Whoa! I've been summoned by Mommy. True. Same, honestly. A familiar light emanates from my book. The sign that a new card has been made. The same thing happens for Odette too. When she notices, she can't help but grin. It's honestly sickening just how good she is at this. Even so, he seemed well enough when he left just now. Same for the Russian kid. Guess that any participants with obvious symptoms are cured of them during divine selection. You're probably on the right track. Chances are everyone's physical condition gets reverted to a time when they were healthy. She nods in reaffirmation after repeating what I said. I half expected her to say she doesn't care, so it takes me by surprise. Her expression reverts to its usual state, and then she turns around. Alright, we got enough info for today, let's head back. We head back the way we came, making sure not to be spotted by Ushizuka. Back to Rinka? Whose perspective is this? Allah, no! I don't want his perspective! Get me out! So, this is the perspective of the guy who, threatens babies in nurseries. And I guess we're just him now. I don't want to be him. Please let me out. Please take me to a different character. Oh man. Unbeknownst to Rinka, Alan had been tailing her for the past few days. It brings him to the residential district where Ushizuka Shigetsugu, whose name he has yet to learn, lives. What's more, he has learned the whereabouts of both her school and Lion House. Seeing that she's making her way to school after obtaining the elderly man's name card, he chooses to stop tailing her for the time being. Dude. Dude. Why has he been tailing us? Why does he know? Send help. Why? Actually, why? Someone send help. I don't get me away from this man. Dude has a whole notebook ready to go for where we are right now. Oh no. Well, you know what they say. It is what it is. Alon, please. Please leave us alone. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready to deal with you yet. Seeing that she's making her way to school after obtaining the elderly man's name card, he chooses to stop tailing her for the time being. He closes his eyes and recalls her figure. Alon, please. Rinka. Yes, that's the voice I gave him. Oh no, that is the voice I gave him, huh? Whew. Eliminating her would prove to be a simple task. Oh, no, this is still from a third view? I don't know why this view is just not his own and instead someone else's, but I guess it's someone else's view. Eliminating her would prove to be a simple task were he to actively focus on it. However, a number of reasons prevent him from doing so. The first is her relationship to numeral 2, Miaru. She may have gone to lengths to make it seem like they had a falling out, but Alon witnessed them being friendly at Lion House. It confirmed to him that they are still cooperating. Oh, he saw that? One cannot target Shishima Rinka without first dealing with Heavy Nada Miaru. Alon has no idea which card she was dealt at the beginning either, which is the main reason for his hesitation in getting involved with her. Her actions during the previous election show that she cannot be underestimated. She may have eliminated a girl far younger than herself, but she went head-to-head with numeral 11 to obtain election rights. The biggest reason of all, however, is that Alan has found himself under suspicion from Japan's police. Yeah, it's bound to happen eventually with how many children and infants he's threatened. I'm sure it would have happened at some point, you know? I like how stalking teenage girl is not the worst thing Alon has done. Thanks! It's not! I don't know how he wasn't under scrutiny from the police earlier. His recklessness while obtaining Kamebuchi Keiko's information has landed him in a tight spot. He had made sure to scout out the positions of each camera in the hospital and cut off those he couldn't avoid, but something unexpected happened. He somehow ended up on the list of suspects responsible for the attack on the hospital. Under normal circumstances, he would use illegal means to ensure that he would not be arrested, but his current situation does not allow for that, especially because he holds far less influence in Japan than back in India, where his company is based. He may have some leeway, but now is not the time to flex those muscles. Valid as those reasons are, I'm just gonna stick with Alon. Alon is simply using them as a means to distract himself from the reality of the matter. There's a far simpler reason behind his choice not to pursue Rinka, one that he had noticed earlier. The look in her eyes, it reminded him of himself. Not only does she lack his amassed fortune, but she is also nowhere near as physically imposing, and yet somehow her eyes burned with a determination matching his own. More importantly, Alan has the chance to learn the old man's name, the same way that Rinka did, but he opts not to. To be more accurate, he can't. This is thanks to his spotting a particular duo, keeping their eye on the old man's house. Numerals 3 and 11. Alan arrived after Rinka's departure, so they likely had no idea she was also there. Numeral 11's in possession of numeral 5's name card, if I recall. That was more than enough reason to understand why she was here. With sufficient connection to one's disposal, learning where someone lives based on their name alone is a simple feat. Is it? Is it really? Is it really that simple to just learn where someone lives by their name? Or is it just because he's like a big stalker? Like a huge stalker. Like a ginormous stalker at this point, you know? I think it's more the latter. And he's just weird. But that's just what I think, personally. Cringe. In no way. What surprises Alon is the fact that someone like her would cooperate with numeral 3. The sheer stupidity he displayed in the Court of Fate had Alon convinced that he could be left for later, but that was no longer the case if he's with numeral 11. It may not seem like it, but Alon has respect for those who have eliminated other participants. Only two people have earned this respect thus far. One is Miaru, and the other is numeral 11. Alon can also tell that the latter is no ordinary person. One glance was all he needed to understand her background and the deeds in which she had been involved. Based on what he's seen, she seems to have the upper hand with numeral 3. He must be her foot soldier or of sorts. Regardless, I know now what I must do. I know now what must be done. Grabs nearest infant. His target switched from the old man to those two. Keeping an eye on them will likely lead to him getting his hands on numeral 5's information without much effort. Not only that, but discovering where they're based now while unaware of his plans will give him the advantage going down the line. That may be enough to make up for the disadvantage his celebrity status gives him. He begins to tail the two, taking extra care not to be noticed. Oh, okay, I guess. No more stalking teenage girls! Whose perspective are we going to? Oh, okay, so his. Soon after, Alon returns to the residential district. His attempts to tail them has since ended as well as he hoped. Not from being noticed, though. Alon trusts himself not to slip up when it comes to that. However, those two must have unconsciously taken a path to shake any potential pursuers. It eventually led to him losing sight of them. My priority should lie with numeral 11, he mutters to himself so as not to stand out. He then makes his way back to his own base of operations. The time has come for him to finally take action. Okay. Okay. I guess. What is... I don't want to follow this man anymore. Can I follow a different character, please? Can we go back to Rinka? Rinka's story was fun. Not just threatening anymore. True, actually. The time has come for him. The time has come for him to finally take action. Is he gonna break in? Is it time to break in? Is that what we're doing now? Oh, okay, I guess we're done with him. I guess he's no more now. I guess we'll follow someone else. Okay, I guess. Sure. You know what? I don't want to follow him anymore anyways. I want to follow someone else. This is perfect. We're finally going back to Rinka. I don't know what he's gonna do, and I hope it does not involve Rinka. I hope it's the old man instead. After a long day, I finally have some time to relax in my room. Nothing noteworthy has happened beyond this morning's events. Although I guess the fact that my class has finally gotten around to prepping for the culture festival counts as noteworthy. Sounds like they've moved forward with the fortune teller idea. The one in charge will essentially prepare a bunch of fortune-telling methods and use them on whoever stops by. They've gone with this plan because the one in charge wants to test out these so-called methods. Fortune-telling, reading one's fate. Funny how they've ended up with that after the things I've experienced. At least I'm not involved in the plans or being asked for my opinion. They're just gonna ask me and Miaru to help the day of. Mao, on the other hand, seems fascinated by the whole thing. She'll be helping to prep it as well as work longer than We will during the festival. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess if she's happy, right? Who are we to question her happiness, you know? All I gotta do... Wait, this is Mouse voice. All I gotta do is act serious and mutter some cryptic stuff. That stuff's right up my alley. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I guess if she just wants to mutter some cryptic stuff, I guess this is so her, huh? Just what you'd expect to hear from her. I wonder if they'll manage to finish everything on time since the culture festival is in 2 weeks. I bet we're the only class this far behind schedule. Phew. I already feel exhausted and it's barely 10 p.m. Well, it makes sense considering I left the house so early this morning. Ushizuka Shigetsugu. I repeat the elderly man's name in my head to make sure I don't forget it. Now I have to find out his cause of death and regret, but I'm not quite sure how to go about that. I'm still curious about that girl staying with him too. While I do have her cause of death card, all I know is that a fire is involved, nothing else. That's probably the biggest issue with the cards dealt to us at the beginning. First things first, I gotta plan what to do moving forward. As if things weren't difficult enough, I've got Frederico and numeral 11 to worry about as well. Things may have gone well enough yesterday and today, but that doesn't mean I'm a pro when it comes to tailing people and such. It's entirely possible that I'll mess up at some point and get myself stuck in a tight spot. Regardless, I can't sit back and let those two get the upper hand. One option is to throw caution to the wind and approach Ushizuka directly, but that's too risky. Numeral 11 would likely end up adding me to her list of targets alongside him and the girl if I did that. I try searching Ushizuka Shigetsugu on the internet, but I don't get any relevant results. Getting info on him without putting myself out there seems tricky. I can't waltz over to City Hall and ask for his name register when I'm completely unrelated to him either. That's why I'm going to approach things from a different angle. I do have an advantage over that duo. A majority of the participants, myself included, are from Japan, plus most are located near Shinjuku, an area rich with schoolgirls just like me. It keeps me from standing out in most situations, which is advantageous. The only issue is that the sole approach I can think of involves questioning the locals near his residence. Actually, that might not be too bad of an idea. I did shuffle over there pretty early in the morning, so there weren't many people around. It's probably why those two showed up when they did, too. They aimed for a time when few people would be around. But as for me, I don't need to worry about standing out. It's hardly normal to ask questions about some random old man, but hey, I'll still seem less suspicious than either of those two doing the same. If I really need to, I can even pretend to be the granddaughter of an ex-wife or something. I just need to act like Naomi did at the hospital where Keiko was. I'll try going in the evening. Everyone's running around shopping around then. Not only does it give me more people to question, but I can also blend into the crowds if need be. With that sorted, I should sleep as much as possible, so I'll be ready to take action. Doesn't her hair color make it kind of hard to not stand out, at least? That's what you started saying it. That's what she started with at the start of the game. Just as I'm about to turn off the lights, I hear a distinct meow coming from down by my feet. It's nothing other than Lathe, our friendly little freeloading cat. Oh, what is it, Lathe? I always make sure to feed it and have water out, so I doubt it's hungry. It doesn't respond to my question. Of course, it'd be pretty freaky if it did. Sorry, but I'm gonna go to sleep. I want to give it some attention, but I'm too tired tonight. Ain't no way Lade's about to be warning us about the dangers of Elan showing up to our home. There's no way, right? There's no way. There's no way that's gonna happen. Like, absolutely no way. I flick the light off and clamber into bed. Lathe follows suit, which is rare. It prefers to sleep atop the covers, not under them. This little rascal has the habit of using my stomach as its pillow, too. I stroke its head for a moment before shutting my eyes and focusing on sleep. It's amazing how warm something with such a tiny body can be. But then... Oh, okay, we're here. There's a term for when one realizes they're dreaming. lucid dreaming. Ever since divine selection began, I've been experiencing it at least once per week. Granted, I'm not quite sure that you can call what goes on in the Court of Fate a dream. Whatever, I found myself once again in a strange place despite knowing for a fact that I went to sleep not long ago. Oh, it's you again. Hey there. I'd like to say it's been a while, but I'm sure if it actually has been or not. I'm not sure if it actually has been or not. Don't comprehend you humans' perception of time too well. Is he the cat? Is he our cat? Is he Lathe? I've seen this man once before. It's only now that I remember having met him in my dreams before, though. I take it you remember me. Oh. Or remembered me just now. Like how you've lost some of your precious memories, it's a foregone conclusion that you'll forget everything that occurs in the dream. I want to say something, but I found myself unable to speak. He dominates the conversation. It may be a bit rude to say this when you run a coffee shop, but I'm actually a lot more interested in tea. In fact, I've been aching for some good afternoon tea for a while. Alas, not only do I have no one to talk to here, there aren't any tea sets to use either. Such a shame. The man knows who I am. I'm not sure how important that realization is when I am likely to forget everything he says, though. Well, enough pleasantries for now. There's no time to waste on those when one of your lost memories has made its way back to you. It's precisely for that reason that I made the effort to bring you here and offer my congratulations. Which memory, you ask? It seems I appeared before you actually recovered the memory by mistake. Understanding your concept of time is truly a difficult task. Its flow may be linear, but the rate at which it moves always throws me off. Anyway, do take this opportunity to recall some prior events before morning comes. Why did he show up? Like, actually, why? Ain't no way it's just for congratulations. I'm standing alone in the Court of Fate. I'm on the same platform as usual, but for some reason, none of the other participants are here. Parka? Bro, it's 1 second per second. Peru! Why can't you understand? Good evening, you poor lost lamb. I'm afraid to inform you that you have become a slave to fate. A girl dressed in all white addresses me. It's Parka. She stands in front of me despite the fact that there's no solid surface beneath her feet. I watch from a distance as both of us face one another. I conclude that this is one of my memories, since I'm able to watch myself as though I'm a third party. Your spirit has found itself roaming the corridors of fate after your passing. Fear not, fate has changed its course, and thus you will become a participant in divine selection. She begins to tell me about divine selection. She explains all the rules. I watch myself try to get a word in every now and then, but she ignores each attempt. Everything she's explaining here is the exact same as what she told us during the first selection. Memories of an explanation I had heard before. This must have taken place right after I died then. Considering the in-depth explanation she's giving, it's no wonder she was unimpressed with me when I asked her about it again. Well, remembering this explanation of the rules I already know is more pointless than one would expect to. However, do keep in mind one thing. Fate initially foretold that all 12 participants would gather in the same place at the same time 12 weeks from now. It is a place that bears significance to all involved, even if the future has now been lost. It is what will be referred to as the final destination for your individual fates. Should you find yourself as the last remaining participant, please make your way to this place. Reaching the final destination will serve as proof that you are alive and will thus overwrite your death for good. As for what will happen if you fail to reach it, well, I would hate to spoil the surprise should that come to pass. She didn't mention a specific time or place. Instead, she placed her finger on my brow and closed her eyes, and then her finger began to glow. She didn't need words for this part. With that touch, Parka etched the final destination into our minds. Where? The train? The bench? Your mom's house? They won't tell us! My eyes jolt open after a night of sleep. I remember exactly what I saw in my dream. Immediately after my death, I was taken to the Court of Fate and met with Parka. She explained all the rules that I had heard during the first selection. No wonder she was so unimpressed when I asked again. I'm fairly sure she told me my cause of death and regret as well, but I can't remember any of that. I remember something far more important, though. The final destination of our individual fates. That was the first time I've heard of it. Becoming the final participant alone isn't enough. I need to get to this place afterwards. Should have written it down. Well, the thing is, the first time she was told, she forgot. It happens. You forget things. So silly, though, of her to just forget. So silly. So silly of her. Haha. But this time, she'll definitely not forget, right? Because it was etched into her brain. How do you forget things if they're etched into your brain, right? They're there forever. For life. Forever. And ever. And ever. And ever. And ever. But yeah, she'll never forget now. Becoming the final participant alone isn't good enough. I will need to get to this place afterwards. Oh, I hit the mic. Oops. That wasn't too loud. What's up? Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. It's a place I know quite well. It's the same park. It is the park! Okay, cool. It's the same park where I talked things out with Naomi. It's a huge park located in Shinjuku. Ain't no way to overwrite your death. You have to pay to enter. This system's pay to win. A plaza from which you can see a clock tower-esque building in the distance. Is there... In the distance is there. It's one of my favorite spots. Big buddy. That's where all 12 of us are meant to gather. The final destination of our individual fates. I can't believe it. It's hard not to be surprised. That park is pretty close to my home. 12 weeks after Divine Selection begins, or 7 weeks from now, the weather will likely be nice, so I can't say that I wouldn't have gone for a walk there. Besides, it's also a popular tourist spot. Sonia mentioned that she had planned on coming to Japan with her family in the first place. It wouldn't be surprising if she would have gone there with them. As for the others, I'm not sure why they'd go there, but the fact remains that it's a popular spot. There are plenty of reasons to check it out. It also explains the deja vu I felt when talking to Naomi. You ever get that feeling of deja vu? Parka had shown me that scenery once before. I'm not sure how to describe the sensation I experienced when she did so. I guess it'd be similar to the feeling you get when you're dreaming. Now it all makes sense. I can finally answer a number of questions that I've been asking myself. It all explains why participants are Japanese, as well as why It explains why most participants are Japanese, as well as why those who aren't have gathered in Japan. Parka never did explain why that place in our... Parka never did explain why that place in our final destination is our final destination. Much like how she never discussed how or why divine selection exists. She probably deemed it to be unnecessary information. Thank you for the water. Thank you. Yes, I trip over a lot of words sometimes when reading. I notice when I do certain voices, I trip over words more often than when I just do normal. I know. I guess it's just the whole doing voices. I go to bed now. Good night, Fade and everyone. Oh, all good. Have a great night. Sleep well, sleep well. No lack of sleep schedule. You're doing great. Thank you. Yes, sleep well, sleep well. Take care. Thank you for dropping in, Mayu. And yes, rest well. Have a great sleep. Either way, I've managed to regain an important memory regarding the whole process. By the time I finished processing this revelation, I noticed that a certain feline isn't beside me anymore. Guess it slinked off at some point while I was asleep. That cat sure knows how to pull off a disappearance act. Oh no. I let slip an awful cat pun without even thinking about it. That cat sure knows how to pull Paul. I don't remember what she said, and I don't have history in this game, so I can't go back either. Feels bad, man. At least there's no one at the door. I might have gone ahead and elected myself for elimination if someone caught me saying that. Disappearance. How do we kill off Rinka? I think actually I think Alon was doing great actually. I think we can kill off Rinka. You know what? Actually, I think I'm Team Alon. I think that says beans. Welcome in, Broke. Just as I start to get ready for school, I check the time and my heart nearly jumps out of my throat. I must have been in a pretty deep sleep. I woke up half an hour later than usual. Music? Please bring the music back. It feels weird without music. Oh, alright, we're back to them. Wednesday. Here we go again. Loitering around Ishizuka Shiketsugu's house. Seems like the kind of guy who enjoys his morning walks. He might be happy that he doesn't need to worry about his back pain, but come on, how does anyone enjoy walking the same path over and over again? Whatever, the only thing we care about is that there's no one home this time of day. We're trying to think up a way to sneak in while he's out, and while I asked Odette what we do inside, she gave me a quick answer. Look for keepsakes or mementos. Not only that, not that any more needs to be said. It's pretty obvious what we'll do. The only piece of info we're missing is his regret. Chances are he's been living here forever based on the crappy conditions of his house. That means he'll have stuff that's been sitting around for ages. That kind of stuff that'll point us towards the regret, most likely. Respectfully, Mommy. True! Odette is perfect. So basically, we gotta find keepsakes or mementos that link to the life he's been led. Alright, so how are we getting in? Smashing a window in would do the trick. Jester to make it even more obvious that she's about to commit a crime. Jeez, ain't no way we can get away with doing that in a place like this. It's not the middle of the night either. It's still way too early in the morning. We at least avoided the morning rush, but that doesn't mean the streets are empty. I let out an exasperated sigh, loud enough for Odette to hear before offering my own suggestion. Let me handle this one. Thanks to my time in the Mafia, I know how to pick a lock or two. Guess you've got some use after all. I know about modern locks, but I should be able to bust this basic one open in about 3 minutes. Keep an eye out for me, though. Maybe no one cares about him, but I think everyone would report a fella like me trying to pick the lock on someone's door. Fine, go ahead and enjoy your moment. Just as she shoots a smirk at me, someone makes their way out of the house. Bingo! He's off for another morning walk. After making sure he's far enough away, we slip over to the door. Let's do this. Keep an eye on the street for me. Alright, before you start though, you were paying attention to what he did when he left, right? Yeah. So, did he lock the door? Oh. I get what she's talking about. He never did turn around to lock the door after leaving. When I think about it, he didn't lock it yesterday either. I guess that's why Odette never mentioned anything about the lock in the first place. I bit my tongue to stop myself from cursing at her before twisting the doorknob. He doesn't lock his door. Oh. So much for getting my time to shine. I open the door, remove my shoes, and carry them in one hand as I make my way in. The interior looks the way I expected. Dilapidated wooden furniture, newspaper and magazines littered all over, etc. But holy hell, it is small. Holy hell, is it small. I don't know if it's normal for Japanese houses or not, but you can barely fit anything in here. In fact, me and Odette can't stand shoulder to shoulder without getting pressed against the walls. Great. Great. Time for some old-fashioned rummaging. Her expression is glowing as she opens and closes her hand in a grabbing motion. We probably don't need to worry about being loud while he's out, but I'm not too comfortable with Odette speaking at her typical volume. Oh, the child's here. I says, baby, what the? Who's there? That little question takes us by complete surprise. It's a kid's voice. What the hell? I don't recognize the voice either. That geezer is supposed to be living by himself, so there shouldn't be anyone else here. I know I didn't imagine it, though. Someone definitely called out to us. What a pain. Huh? There are two of you, I take it. This is kind of a bop. The voice is more clear this time, but I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. Definitely a kid, though. I recognize those voices from somewhere. Oh yeah, in the dream world. Well, that helps to explain things. Ain't no doubt about it. Now, the runt's a participant. Jam, actually. Based on the voice, it's gotta be numeral 4. Didn't think I'd run into the blank kid here. Numerals 3 and 11? I never expected you two would be working together. Have a good luck, Brooke. And I never expected that old geezer to team up with numeral 4. They express our mutual disbelief simultaneously. With that out of the way, the kid approaches us. Looks to be just over 5 feet tall. Ain't Japanese based on the facial features, that's for sure. Looks real young though. I guess they're in the middle of puberty, so 13 or 14. Their voice hasn't broken either, which makes it easy to discern gender. Based on their overall figure though, I guess female. Mind explaining why'd you call them the blank kid? Their name? If so, how'd you learn it? Oh, I never told you. This kid's name card was part of my initial batch. But, for whatever reason, the card's blank. I figured it'd appear once I met them in person, but that hasn't really been the case. The kid's expression shifts upon hearing Odete's claim. Their guard has gone up. So if it is blank, does it mean the kid don't got no name? Who knows? Care to find out? Do you really think I tell you? Heh. The kid tries to provoke Odete with a glare, so she scoffs back. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. I don't know my own name. Oh? I realize that I'm a participant in Divine Selection, but I don't remember a single thing from before that. How I died, what my life was like, not even my own name. Amnesia or something. Sheesh, that little goddess sure doesn't understand a thing about fairness. You can't just scrape someone up after dying and throw them back into the world without any memories. Wow, you can actually sympathize with someone? It ain't sympathy, dumbass, it's pity. With that, she moves her sights back onto the kid. Are you working with the old crone, then? Working? No, we don't plan on getting involved, so we're just living out our normal lives. Want to run that by me again? So you're fine with getting killed off? Of course not. But if we let you people eliminate each other, then we'll eventually be the only two left. I don't think that's how that works. At all. What'll you do then? What'll you do then? She's so hot. I know. Save some for the rest of... I want to let him live. He helped me when I was lost and took me into his home, even though I'm a participant. I don't have any memories, so I don't even know what my regret is. My life is fun with him, though. That's what I want. That's why I want it to last as long as possible. Both of us are staring at the kid, but they don't flinch in the slightest. Normally I'd call bullcrap on a story like that, but this kid's different. Their expression makes it clear they ain't lying. Well, you probably guessed that we're here to find anything that'll point us towards the geezer's regret. His regret, not his cause of death. Too bad, kid. That one's already in the bag. That one's in the bag already. I'll have to make sure you leave empty-handed then. I'm sorry, but you can't step foot inside this house. The lower tone of their voice making their threat obvious to us both. This sudden shift takes me by surprise, but I mean we're dealing with a kid. In other words, there's something here that'll give us a clue. Either that, or you already know it yourself. Huh? How did you... Got yourself to blame for that one, kid. Should've kept your mouth shut. Alright, this is the first time I've met any participants other than Shigetsugu. You two must be desperate. That's why you're reading into everything I say. Screw this. We've come this far, so let's just force our way in. I glance over to Odette to get her agreement. She smiles and nods in response. Ain't every day we agree on something. Let's shut this kid up and find what we're looking for before that old bag of bones gets back. Wouldn't be hard to shut him up when he gets back too, but we've still got a few days before the election. Last thing we need is for them to call the police. I'm thinking the same thing. Things would get real annoying real fast if someone were to cause a ruckus here. Our passports and stuff might be good fakes, but it'd be tricky to sneak around with the police on our asses. Well, we ain't the most decent people in the world either. They'll find plenty to hold us on if they're given a reason to check our histories. I don't see any cameras, so all we gotta do is make sure you won't spill the beans. Don't get any funny ideas, kid. We'll let you go if you beat it now. Damn, you sure know how to act all tough against people weaker than you. Shut up. Both of us move toward the kid, but they still won't budge. Hell, they provoke us even. I'm going to protect Shigetsugu from now. Huh, this brat's got guts. You handle things here. I'll keep an eye out at the entrance. Got it. The quickest way to shut someone up is to crush their throat. It won't kill them, but it'll keep them from singing for a few solid days. I step forward toward the narrow hallway, my hands aimed at the kid's throat. They managed to move quickly enough to dodge under me. Speedy little brat. It's pretty common for smaller targets, but in the end, a kid's just a kid. I got the longer reach, not to mention the physical advantage. Tuh. They turn their back to me and make their way further into the house. Gonna run after all that talk, huh? All they've done is move into another room. Noise travel's pretty easy in the cramped house like this. So as long as it ain't one of them ninja houses, it shouldn't be hard to find them. I'm not running. They pop back out of the room they ran into. I kick at them with my left leg. It creates enough distance so that they won't be able to reach me. That won't work. They dodge under me again, but it's no big deal. As I bring my leg back down, I smack the kid with the back of my heel. Wait, this is just Home Alone. Home Alone, less traps, and the kid is much worse. Ugh. It connects with their shoulder, causing them to falter for a moment. I was aiming for their head, but they ducked out of the way in time. With my foot planted back on the ground, I move in for the kill. The hell are you doing? Move. Huh? Before I can react, the kid slid right beneath me. They used the impact from my heel hitting them to close the gap between us. Don't tell me the brat actually let themselves take the hit. It's too late for me to do anything, though. I have no idea if I managed to let out a scream or not. I tried to block it, but there was no way. The kid clenched their fist and let loose with a flying uppercut straight into my crotch. Before the pain kicks in, I lose all feeling in my body for just a moment. And then the sharpest of pains rushes through me, just like the organs above my groin are being strangled. My hands cover my crotch on reflex as I crumple to my knees. Ooh. They don't stop there, though. The pain starts to rush through my shoulder next. This isn't the pain from a blunt strike, though. It's from a sharp object. Tuh, I missed. They're holding a knife in their right hand, which they used to stab my shoulder. Dang, what the heck? This kid's crazy. Holy crap, that hurt! Fortunately, it hit the seam of my jacket, so I got away with a minor cut. I must have run into the room to go grab a knife, so I assume it was the kitchen. That's odd. I'm sure I was on target for the carotid. Yeah. I do my best to collect myself, but the pain from my crotch isn't making it easy to move. They retract the knife and take aim for a second stab. Somehow I managed to throw myself out of the way just in the nick of time. Although doing so leads me to face planting into the floor. I turn my face to them, and I see no hesitation on their face whatsoever. At least the pain's starting to fade away. I raise my knees in order to kick myself back onto my feet and dodge the knife. Turns out that isn't their plan of attack. Instead, I can tell another shot at my crotch is coming. Yikes! Not wanting to experience that again, my body unconsciously ducks in order to dodge it. I won't miss this time. The moment The next moment, a mammoth's shadow passes over top of me. Here's the CG! She got the CG back! Let's go! Odette launched her massive leg right into the kid. They block with both arms crossed in front of their face, but the impact still sends them flying across the hall. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. You lost to a little kid. I didn't lose. Nobody in the world would believe that. If I'm being honest, I'm terrified by how focused they were on decimating my loins. Whoa. The kid flings the knife across the hall toward us. Odette dodges it with ease, which leads it to clattering harmlessly on the floor. But the knife wasn't twirling around or anything in midair. It flew straight as an arrow. Who the hell are you, kid? I'm not sure. I just know I can do this kind of stuff. Your body remembers what your brain doesn't, I'd say. Odette plucks the knife from the floor and chucks it back at the kid with even greater speed and precision. They knock it aside with a frying pan they grabbed from nearby before scuttling it off into a room across from where they got the knife. It was a tiny window of opportunity, but they took full advantage of it. Off to get another weapon, huh? Hey, get your ass off the floor. I jump to my feet the millisecond she shouts at me. Tuh. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? What are they gonna bring out next? I made the mistake of trying to kill you when participants can only die via elimination. They reappear, muttering something at us. But how will you handle this? They brandish something in both their hands, which they heave toward us. I guess I'm their target again. Ain't gonna hit me like that again. Looks like they decided to chuck screwdrivers this time. 4 of them, each around 4 inches long, are heading my way. Not like they'll hurt unless they catch you right in the eye or mouth. Not great weapons unlike the knife. All 4 scatter across the floor as I dodge with a backstep. Odette charges in as soon as I backstep, trying to evade the flying tools. He ain't the only one you gotta deal with, kid. He prepares to use a spin kick. Huh? The kid must have seen it coming, though. They grab Odette's leg with their left hand and propel them upward in what looks like a handstand. The ceiling is low down enough that their feet reach it after that maneuver. Following that, they utilize the ceiling to propel themselves toward me yet again, with an even bigger knife in hand, mind you. Why's the kid gunning for me? I ain't dumb enough to let someone leap straight into me. Their skill might have taken me by surprise, but I can dodge this no problem. I slide my right foot back to do so. Christ, how can you be this stupid? Her insult isn't directed toward the kid, but to me. My foot doesn't slide across the floor when I pull it back. Instead, I trip over something. What the? It's not like I tripped over the thin air either. It's the knife. It's the knife she threw first. My foot has been caught on something hard. The screwdrivers? It's one of the screwdrivers the kid had thrown at me a moment ago. Now you're mine. The kid uses the opening to thrust the knife into my side. The writers really don't like Frederico. No, they don't. I guess we don't either, though, huh? Does anyone like Frederico? Gah! This time it digs deep into me. They retract the knife immediately and put some distance between us, their eyes watching Odette all the while. Blood starts gushing out of me, dousing my jacket. Fortunately, my ribs took the brunt of the blow, so my insides aren't damaged. I probably have a few cracked ribs, though. That probably would have killed me had the kid been a bit stronger. Useless son of a... Let's jet. I'm already starting to lose consciousness when she says that. From what I managed to hear, the kid has no intention of chasing us down. Wow. He's the weak link. He's the weak link of the team. And then I dream. A dream so foreign in reality that I think it's almost another world entirely. I dream a dream about the one thing I never truly cared about the regrets that only I could know about. There's an even more simple reason behind how I can tell it's just a dream, because there's no hope of me ever achieving it. This is a reality that will never come to fruition, a desire that I've convinced myself to give up on. The fact that I'm dreaming of it now proves that I've still got regrets about it, though. Frederico, right? Just as I start to wonder why my ass hurts, I notice I'm sitting by a road. Odette is standing beside me, a plastic bag in hand. I assume she dragged me all the way from the house. She must have stopped by a convenience store on the way to buy provisions, too. My side is still killing me, but it's all bandaged up and treated. Did you... First aid is a key skill on the sea. Can't let a wound like that fester, otherwise you'd be a goner. Sorry. You're a damn weakling, you know that? I can't find any words to rebuke her. I just click my tongue and shake my head. I looked down on the kid because of their age, but it wasn't just that. They completely outplayed me. That aside, chances are the kid went through the same kind of training that they forgot about thanks to their amnesia. That's why... Hey, what's wrong? Wouldn't you have been better off just leaving me behind? Gross, I'm gonna puke if you keep talking like that. Besides, I told you we'd work together and you've still got some value. I ain't the type to break a promise usually. Quick save. Usually, huh? That doesn't inspire much confidence. Shut up and have a drink. She hands me a miniature bottle of wine. Normally folks wouldn't give an injured person alcohol, but hey, she's anything but normal. As further proof, she's already downing a drink herself. Chilean wine, huh? Oh well, I'd be pissed if they sold the good Italian stuff in some crappy store around here. You'll be fine if you've got enough energy to run your mouth. Even so, you probably should take it easy for the next week or so. Huh, just me, huh? No point in arguing with her when I know she won't listen. I can't believe Sony paid millions for top-tier voice actors for chat to meme every cutscene, but shuts up when Fade reads. I am a top-tier voice actor! The toppest of tiers! Instead, I pour the wine down my throat like it's water. It ain't top shelf stuff, but Chili's wine is pretty decent for the price. Let Fade read true. The taste of red wine helps me settle down. Yeah. You won't find many people out on the street drinking wine straight from the bottle back in Italy, but I gotta admit, I ain't against it. After enjoying our wine and a sandwich, we trudged back to our hotel. That kid's gonna be real fun to deal with. I'll make sure to crush him next time. I can tell she isn't gonna go out looking for revenge on my part. That'd be pretty unnerving by itself, but I know her, and she's doing it for her own sake. It's been over a month since Divine Selection started, so I managed to pick up enough clues to figure out what she's thinking every now and then. Pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous, just looking forward to pummeling that kid. Are we done with the duo? Back to Rika? Oh, Oh, Rika, okay. Oh, we're finally going back! This chapter has focused on swapping between the two way more. which is interesting. After school, I make my way to where Shigetsugu lives. I know the way by heart at this point. I've gotten somewhat familiar with the area after all. I should be able to escape into a busier area if I somehow bump into that duo. Okay, let's do this. I give myself a little pep talk out loud. Today's main goal is to ask around and find out anything I can about the relationship between Shigetsugu and that girl. Things go south almost immediately, though. You wouldn't happen to be a participant, would you? Someone approaches me from behind. Huh? The very person I was about to gather info on meets my gaze when I spin around. He may be short, but he looks as tenacious up close as he did from afar in the dream world. He stares at me with a stone-cold poker face, a plastic bag in hand. I freeze at the moment our eyes meet. I recognize that face. Not many high schoolers look as threatening as you do. You're... Now, allow me to hazard a guess. You've come in search of information pertaining to me, yes? His posture makes him look exhausted. He is completely unfazed despite having run into another participant. Now that I think about it, he didn't react in the slightest when numeral 11 got her hands on his name card. He may sound somewhat surprised, but at the same time he seems a bit apathetic. Please, there's no need to be so tense. I have no intention to oppose any of you. My battlefield lays elsewhere, and today I make my return after a great triumph. Your battlefield? Indeed, I have my own battle to fight. With another participant? Heavens no. I have my battles by the station. I'm completely baffled by a statement. I guess it means he successfully reeled me in, though I start to panic with that thought in mind. The battle begins by lining up early in the morning to secure a good spot, but the true war begins after that. Few things are exciting as the fanfare you receive when hitting the jackpot. Gambling? No way he's talking about gambling right now, right? Jackpot, fanfare, good spot. Not to mention this all takes place by the station. The station isn't huge, but it has all your typical storefronts around it. Coffee shops, diners, the shopping district, and... Are you talking about pachinko? That is correct. His laugh is hearty and sincere. The scowl on his face remains, though. It leads me to believe that he is the kind of person whose facial expressions don't quite match up with how they actually feel. Here, for your correct guess, you win this chocolate. He produces a bar of chocolate from his bag and hands it to me. I stare at it for a few seconds before turning him down. It's a sincere way of making me lower my guard. Ah, children these days aren't quite satisfied with chocolate. I see. A shame, especially when I know one whose eyes light up whenever I give them some. You must be talking about the girl staying with you. I don't recall any girls staying with me. Shut up the act already. I try to sound as threatening as I can muster. Letting him lead the conversation any longer is too risky, especially when I can't gauge his intentions. My, aren't you a scary one? I stare him down as he tries to tease me. It's possible that he's trying to rope me in and extract useful information out of me, so I try my best to say as little as possible. As I said before, I have zero intention of taking part in all of this. I'm happy enough as it is to have been granted some extra time before passing away. I've even been able to return to the pachinko parlor thanks to it. You'll never believe how much my income has increased ever since Divine Selection began. I refuse to say anything in response to his random conversation. That being said, could I ask you to leave? He finally confronts me, possibly after realizing that I will stay quiet if he doesn't. I'm fine with whatever fate befalls me, but there's a certain someone whose survival I want to ensure. It has to be that girl. I already know for sure that they're living together, which means he's feigning ignorance. I want us to lead a normal life until that someone finds the will to fight for their own sake. Would it be too much to ask that you hear out what this old retired man has to say? You want this person to win, don't you? If so, then yes, it would be too much. Oh, that's hardly surprising. How does this sound then? His tone becomes grave and his expression somehow gets even more tenacious as he speaks. If you agree to leave now, I won't make any mention of having met you. That means they won't target you. I get that you're older than me, but you may want to appreciate the fact that you're in no position to look down on me, Ushizuka Shigetsugu. Getting haughty just because you know my name, are you? He doesn't falter when confronted with my threat. He opts to provoke me instead. I'm kidding. As I said twice now, I have no intention to oppose any of you. His tone returns to normal, although his expression remains unchanged. We've made absolutely no progress. I guess his age and experience means it won't be easy to reel him in. From what I can gather, you're quite like the other participants. You're nothing more than a young girl. It pains me to know that you died so young, but your best bet is to avoid the other participants if you want to make the most of what little time you've been granted. The hell up. Beg your pardon. I'm not sure how, but I managed to stop myself from screaming in his face. I've just about had it with him talking to me like I'm some dumb kid. I'm not doing this for my survival. I'm here for answers. I can't afford to just sit idly by and let this all pass. Is my life worth casting aside the lives of others for? What is my regret? What awaits myself and Miyaru when all is said and done? Is fate really something we can hope to go against? I can't let myself die until I find the answers to all of these questions. I have no intention of living a quiet life if I'm unable to do so. You keep reading King, I'll ban the haters? Thank you, Eggy. Thank you, Eggy. Wine. Answers, huh? I'm not sure what questions you have, but finding your answers won't be a simple task. And don't act like you know me. Quite the nostalgic statement there. I used to hear it from my family quite often before they all left me. That lady from the other day mentioned that he's been living alone ever since his family abandoned him. Based on his attitude, I'm hardly surprised someone said that to him before. He's one of those condescending types who likes to act as though they know every little thing about you. I'll leave for today, but it doesn't mean I'll stop looking into you. Don't think I'm the only one doing this either. Everyone's far more desperate to Everyone's far more desperate. Everyone's far more desperate to cling to life than you seem to think. The tenacity of yours is truly admirable. Certainly not what I'd expect from a child. That attitude is what's pissing me off. Just as I'm about to leave, I hear a set of footprints just stop in front of me. I turn my eyes towards the person to whom they belong. Who is this? Don't tell me it's another participant. No, of course it is. What is it about today? The voice belongs to the girl I tailed back to Shigetsugu's house the other day. She's probably returning from a shopping trip based on the plastic bag she's holding in one hand. Her eyes are big and round and her silver hair is somewhat disheveled. She seems like your average innocent kid. Not an instant after I think that, she gives me an icy cold stare. Is she targeting you as well? Right then I feel something sharp stab into my brain. The sudden pain is so bad that my hands clasp onto my head on instinct. I've never experienced a headache this painful before. Ah! This isn't good. I'm not sure about the cause, but the last thing I need in this situation is to leave myself invulnerable. Just as I think that... Ah! My head. What's going on? I'm not the only one experiencing this pain, it seems. Memory? Oh, we're back to Frederico. I just sigh as I take in the unfamiliar room. Mainly because I know the situation I'm in all too well. Wait. Never mind. Rest assured, I've put nothing dubious in your tea. Thanks, but no thanks. Trust me, had I wanted to examine your ID and such, I would have done so already. This is my attempt at being hospitable. Made by the music, actually? This music only plays when Frederico or Odette is involved, not normally when this is happening. While taken aback, I accept the cup and have a sip. There's not much taste to it. Well, it's to be expected when the drink is more yellow than green. As for why I'm in Shigetsugu's house, he brought me inside after that headache knocked me for a loop. Both myself and the girl were told to rest up until the pain subsided, but she hasn't woken up yet. I notice her fidgeting in her sleep, which leads to my involuntary gulping down the tea. Oh, rather impressive. Thank you for helping me, but I've stayed long enough already. Sure, just remember that my stance on the matter won't change. Yeah, I won't. He may not see me as his enemy, but there's no denying that he will ultimately have to compete with one another. Not to mention that the girl had no effort to hide her hostility toward me. Sure, I'm curious about the sudden headache that hit us when we met, but it's too dangerous to stay here. I want to be gone before she wakes up. These walls are thin enough that people outside would hear me if I screamed, but there's no guarantee they'd actually try to help. Oh, thank you for the water. Thank you. Oop, and stretch. Yep. Thank you for the water and stretch. Shigetsugu? Are you feeling better? Yeah, sorry for making you worry. There's no reason to apologize. Have some tea. Thanks. I hadn't intended on staring, but I couldn't take my eyes off them. It is a quick exchange, but the two of them really seem like an average grandfather and granddaughter. The warmth in his expression reminds me of how my own grandmother looks at me. I plan to leave as quick as possible, but after witnessing that scene, my feet feel stuck to the floor. Which gives the girl an opportunity to turn her attention toward me. You. I keep my mouth shut. There's no reason to respond. I'm better off going straight home. Oh, you're still here? That girl may be a participant, but that's no excuse to glare at her the way you did. She isn't our enemy after all. Make sure to apologize for your behavior before she leaves. Right. I was on edge because 2 others came here this afternoon to scrounge up information on you, Shikatsugu. When I saw you two talking, I thought she might be in cahoots with them. In any case, I do apologize. This isn't half-hearted. She's even bowing her head. You see scenarios like this often. The granddaughter does something and then apologizes when her grandfather tells her to. I would honestly believe that these 2 are family had I not known they're participants, even though they look so different. They're not just playing the parts. Everything about their interaction feels authentic. That just makes things harder for me. Oh, I'm not particularly upset about it, don't worry. Oh,
What?
Destra! How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my channel name is Fadelessword. Most people use Fade or Fadeless. I stream variety games. Like, we've played through Hello Charlotte, Elden Ring, the Nier series, currently playing through Fatal 12 and Tales of Arise, and also do art on stream sometimes. Welcome in everyone from the raid. If you haven't already, it won't work. Wait, what will work? Why can't I add people? And thank you for the raid as well, Ready. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll do the introduction again. Hi, my channel name is Fadelessword. Most people use Fade or Fadeless. I stream variety games. Feel free to use either one of those names, by the way. I stream games such as currently Fatal 12 and Tales of Arise, but have recently finished up Hello Charlotte, Hollow Knights, the Nier series, and more. And also do art on stream. And that's pretty much it. Let me give... Oh, thank you, Eggy. I was about to do that. Team Fortress 2? Ooh, hope Team Fortress was fun. I can't at anyone in my chat. Why is it being so weird? Got a dip, but I hope you have a good stream. All good, have a good dip. A good dip. Have a good one. It's not shouting people out Wait, why did it shout me out? Wait, why is everything so broken? I'm so confused. Hold up, I got this. Oh, because he put the colon there. I see. My at wasn't working. Yeah, my at wasn't working either. Please check out Ready if you haven't already as well. Please check out Ready and Destra. They were both playing Team Fortress 2. They tend to do some co-work streams doing art and stuff as well. And they also stream on their own here and there with different games as well. Destra playing more on the side of Plastic Ducks, art commissions, and other games as well. And Ready also does a lot of artwork on stream, animation, and also plays other variety games such as, TF2. That is a shortened version of a game name I have not used in a while. And Monster Hunter and other games as well. Please go check both of them out if you have not already, and I will start doing the / shoutout commands because they have a cooldown and they kind of suck having a cooldown. But yes, welcome in everyone from the raid. Hope you're all doing well. And yes, it's all good. If you do need to take a break, rest up, get some food, get some water, it's all good. We're just big chilling and reading here in a game called Fatal 12. But if you haven't already, please go give Destra a follow. You can follow them by pressing the follow button right at the top of chat. And please also go check out Ready. I wish Twitch let me do / shoutouts way faster, but they don't, and I am so sad that they don't. 10 out of 10 delivery. Thank you. How was stream? How was Team Fortress 2? Do you also have to dip, Ready? Do you have to get the dinner? I think it's late for you guys, right? So dinner or sleep, I think? Stream was good. Hey, good to hear. Get any dubs? I haven't played TF2 in so long. I feel like I don't remember how the game works, but it's just, it's like 5v5, right? 5v5 and you pick classes and then you go through a map. Is it just team deathmatch? Or is it also like no, you're capturing stuff, right? We were doing MVM. Man versus man? We did, in fact, not lose to AI. Hey, let's go! Wait, what's MVM? I have not played TF2 in so long. And don't have to dip for a while, so I'll stick around for a bit. All good. Sounds good. Co-op mode where you fight waves of robots. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, I remember now. Okay. I think I remember that game mode now. Okay, yes. It's pretty much like zombies, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like zombies pretty much, where you're just kind of holding down an area. I guess you're protecting more of an area though. But got you. Hope that was fun. How far did you end up getting? But yes, sounds fun. But yeah, we're just reading. We're reading Fatal 12. Which we still haven't reached a trial. This chapter feels long. I feel like I'm not dilly-dallying on this chapter, but this chapter feels long. I'm surprised I haven't reached a trial yet. But yes, if you don't know what Fatal 12 is, pretty much Fatal 12 is 12 contestants died previously, but then were brought back to life and have to compete against each other, trying to find each other's name, cause of death, and last regret, or deepest regrets. And then using those 3 pieces of information, you can eliminate the other participants from playing, and by eliminating them, you'll pretty much be sending them back to their deaths. And the last one standing is allowed to stay alive. Is allowed pretty much a second chance at life. Also, let me welcome in everyone from the raids. Welcome in Ninja, welcome in Destra, welcome in Blue Sniper, welcome in Reddy. Okay, I think I got everyone. Alright, there we go. Ooh, yeah. Cool concept. Pretty slow though, I'd say. That's mostly pretty chill. We do swap perspectives from time to time though, so that's cool. Alright. We're currently in an old man's house, which is one of the participants. And actually everyone in the scene is a participant, actually. The left character is who we control most of the time, the middle man is someone new, and the right person is someone new as well. Welcome in. Yes, welcome in. Alright. I can't blame her though, considering my attitude toward him. Of course, it's not like I decided to let my guard down around them now. My standing by the front door to ensure that my escape route serves as proof. However, something she said piqued my interest. I have to confirm with her before leaving. 2 others came here earlier. You said they... 2 others came here... Yeah, 2 others came here earlier, you said. They wouldn't happen to have been a tall man and a woman, would they? Been lurking upstream well. Yep, was lurking too. I think we went live around the same time, so... I noticed it and just popped open a tab. But yes, glad stream was good. How did you know? I've been keeping an eye out for them as well. Her eyes widen. Shigetsugu, on the other hand, listens without reacting. I take it you know who I'm referring to. They came by earlier, so yes. Beg your pardon. Oh, I haven't gone to tell you yet. They're the reason why this house is a mess. I did notice some disorganization, but I assumed that's just how they lived. I don't mean there's trash lying around, but there's a number of newspaper magazines and articles of clothing dotting the floor. You know numerals 3 and 11, don't you? I remember what they look like, sure. Mind explaining what happened? We'll be lurking. All good, ready? Have a good lurk, and thank you again for the raid. Take care. I got you, King. Thank you for the redeem, King. But yes, have a good lurk ready. Take care. Froglick, yes. For V2, there now exists more femfade arts than fade arts. Hog. Honestly, I think that was the same for V1 now that I think about it, huh? Lol, yeah. Actually, when I think about it, I think that was the same for V1 too, huh? I remember what they look like, sure. Mind explaining what happened? I completely lost my chance to leave now. I'm fade too powerful. True! Too powerful. But you know what? No nerfing. You should listen to this as well. But in return, would you like some information? We would like some information. He motions for me to sit closer, probably because he knows I've lost my chance to go. Facts, let her be OP? True. Let her stay OP. Sorry, just jiggling. Anyways. Those 2 made their way into the house looking for you. It wasn't long after you'd left, actually. What's up? I was aware that they'd been scouting out the house from when I last came here. They probably have been for several days. No need to apologize. Alright, got you, King. Wine, wine. I got you, king. Knowing Shigetsugu leaves in the morning, they figured he'd stick to the routine today as well. I made sure to chase them off, though. The woman was tough, but the man was no threat. What? You chased those two off? She was about my height, but she's definitely way younger and extremely slender. Judging from how she said numeral 11 was tough, I doubt she gave them a simple verbal threat. These are the same two who took Sonia's parents hostage as if they'd listened to a kid's threat. They got away, but I did manage to severely wound numeral 3. We should be safe for a few days thanks to that. So you resorted to violence again. I had no choice. It was the only way to keep them out. Besides, they attacked first. Wait a minute, you fought them? Like, how? I'm not sure. I just know how to fight for some reason. Is that even possible? And now I'm suspicious of them again. It's not impossible for her to make this up in an attempt to reel information out of me. This one suffers from amnesia, you see. Should you be telling her that? Hardly an issue. There's little for you to lose by telling her. I'm fine with it, but whatever. It should be okay. This child had nowhere to go when divine selection began. We started living together not long after our first encounter. I don't remember a single thing about what happened before divine selection. My name, my destination, or even why I became a participant. She killed us, by the way. They're not being really clear about the gender, but they killed us. We'll go with they, yeah. They killed us on a train with an explosive bomb in their backpack. Maybe? No way, right? There's no way Naomi put the bomb in her backpack and she just wasn't aware, right? I don't even know the contents of my own personal cards, so there's no point in trying to uncover my cause of death and regret. Not only did I forget why I'm in Japan, but I don't even know that I wasn't born here until I met Shigetsugu. Amnesia. Something we have in common. The only difference is that she lost all of her memories. Bet you think Naomi also gave Alon the idea of threatening babies. Maybe she did. Honestly, Naomi probably told him about where the nursery was and probably told Alon, hey, if you go threaten her baby, but not just her baby, if you go threaten 2 more babies, she'll give you the info. Just what you wanted, right? I bet that, you know what, you're on to something, Wander. Naomi probably did that. I've forgotten bits and pieces prior to and after divine selection began, but not enough to affect my life. Kick the baby! Ain't no way we're kicking the baby. Good morning, Estelle. How you doing? Despair! How you doing, Estelle? Good morning. We're just here jiggling and jiggling. I mean, reading. We're just here reading. Not the other thing. Not jiggling. Anyways, welcome in, Estelle. Good morning. She, meanwhile, doesn't even know where she is. I can't even begin to imagine. I met Shigetsugu pretty quick, though, so it's not as bad as you may think. She follows up with a pleasant smile. Luffy once said, kick the kid. Let me send you something, King. Hold up. Let him cook, let me cook. Ahem. I find it hard to believe that someone with a smile like that could fend those two off. I've heard about how one retains their personal habits and still. Bleh. I've learned about. Anyways, I see you, king. I got you, king. Egg dealer. I heard about how one retains their personal habits and skills when suffering from amnesia. The loss of personal memory doesn't influence muscle memory or something. But that means she has the ability to go toe-to-toe with those two even before amnesia. Right, I'm sure there's more you want to hear, but I do believe it's your turn now. He turns his attention to me after cutting the conversation short. I guess he did mention some sort of reciprocity of information before. I decide to tell him what I know about those two. I fully expected participants to resort to extreme measures, but those two truly raised the bar. I tell them about what they did to Sonia and her parents. Holding a child's parents hostage in order to make them reveal their information. Sheer brute force. However, I make sure not to mention that I have Frederico's name card. They never mention what cards they have, so fair's fair. I guess you have little choice but to retaliate then. See? I knew what I was doing. Yes, here, I'll pat your head as a reward. Do keep in mind you are putting yourself at risk, though. Be more careful next time. Okay, you don't need to worry, though. I won't lose to anyone. Her attitude turns out to be far more childlike than her appearance. From my perspective, she's like a kid who gets carried away after being given a little praise. Still, what she said holds weight. If she really was able to fight those two off. Her unpredictability is definitely a concern. Sonia, at least, accepted the fact that she was a participant. Those two, on the other hand, care only about living out their lives like normal people. You should understand now that we truly have no intention of taking part in all this. Please don't get involved with us anymore. His choice of words makes me think he somehow read my mind. I'm not sure if that's intentional, but I am stunned either way. Then I realize it. They're not normal at all. Even real families would struggle to act as legit as these two do. Plus, they're both participants. This is insane. Those two won't give up, though. They'll be back as soon as Numeral 3 is recovered, or maybe even earlier. Eliminating us is the only way they can survive, so they have to return. Are you perhaps worried about us? You came here for our information, correct? Why would you bother to worry about us? I don't know, I just do, I guess. That's right. I'm far from normal myself. That's not quite the response I expected after your talk about finding answers. You really are annoying, aren't you? Not that he's wrong. That's why he's been so calm the entire time. He's never seen me as a threat. Are you making fun of him? No, not quite. Oh, no need to worry about that. I see you went shopping earlier. What did you buy? Oh, the washer thing got broken thanks to those two, so I went out to get something for it. I'm not really sure what it is. The clerk recommended it. I assure you, I assume you mean the washing machine. What's with the hose? They said you'd know what to do with it. Next to her is a washing machine hose. I recognize the logo on the bag. She must have bought it at one of the nearby supermarkets. I'm not one to fidget with machines, unfortunately. What were you gonna do if the washer broke then? Fortunately, there's a coin-op laundry close by. Oh yeah. Can we hear their voices? Oh, you're right! I guess we heard her voice. Their voice a while back, but not the guy's. Hold up. I got you. Sound. Voices. Thank you for reminding me. Coin-op laundry.
コインランドリー？
お金を払って洗濯機を使える場所じゃよ。
You go there to pay to use their laundry machines.
もうおじいちゃんたらパチンコをやるために節約するって言ってたでしょ。
You said you'd cut down on the expenses for the sake of pachinko. We can't do that. I really want to say something, but I don't. She might actually believe what he says about it being a battlefield. Shigetsugu, meanwhile, takes the hose before returning his gaze towards me.
No. お主ならできるじゃろ。
You know how to fix this, don't you?
まあ、そうなるよね。
That figures. Her buttons look like they're ready to go super slow. What does that mean? Welcome in, Hitsura, how you do? I know you're up airing that. Welcome in, Hitsura, how you doing? How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. In the back of my mind, I knew I would end up being asked based on their exchange.
わかりました。
I'll replace the
コー
host.
スを取り替えるくらいなら私でもできます。ただ、それだけやったら帰りますからね。
I'll replace the hose, but I'm going home after that.
ありがとう、お姉ちゃん。
Thank you very much. Ain't no way, we just ended up being the repairman.
この洗濯機、全然掃除してない。もう。ちょっとビニール手袋取ってきて。
Thank you for the follow, Lapland Arknights. Welcome in, welcome in. Guess you like, assuming you enjoy Arknights. How you doing, how you doing? How did you find me, if you don't mind me asking? But yes, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing, how you doing? Lapland is waifu. Yes, if I remember right, I remember Lapland being a waifu for sure. Those buttons look like they're gonna fly. Would it be so wrong if they fly? Is it so wrong to dream of flying? What I mean is you're about to be the first button on... They're about to be the first button on Venus. Is it so wrong to want space exploration? Texas told me. Texas? If I remember right, Texas is an Arknights character, right? But yes, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Texas is another character. Yes, I do remember right. Okay, cool. Yes, okay. Wasn't 100% sure, but okay, was. Okay. I played Arknights for a bit. I don't remember why I stopped. I think I picked up Epic 7. That's why I stopped. Texas X Lapland, Shippers Rise, ayo. You know what, I'm gonna have to Google some reference material. Okay, her. Okay, definitely know her. Oh, and definitely know her too. Oh, cool. I think these were characters I saw when I played the game. Let's go. But yes, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Ah, gross. How long has it been since this thing has been cleaned? Someone get me a pair of plastic gloves. Man, so much for going straight home. Even their drain's a mess. Phew. Mind helping me rinse this? Oh, okay. No, not like that. Get the water from the bathroom. Wow. And thus I faced my fate of getting a torrent of washing machine water to the face. Not only do I get drenched, but the water inside the machine is absolutely filthy. I wish I could exchange this memory for the one I'm missing. At least I changed into my school jersey beforehand. My uniform is safe, but I can't say that's enough to make up for the experience. It would be for a good cause. Dang, Estelle. This is what you do waking up in the morning? You're down bad this early in the morning? I see. Honestly, this is probably the worst thing I've gone through since Divine Selection started. But honestly, same! I've only got myself to blame, though. It never would have happened if I wasn't such a pushover. Hey! Naturally, I'm not too keen on using the bathroom. Naturally, I'm not too keen on using the bath at Shigetsugu's place, so I head to a nearby public bathhouse. Match! Yay, this place is huge. I can't believe Naomi was right. Nothing. This whole time she was actually a he. This whole time she was actually a he. I should have known based on his stride and his outfit, but his outward appearance really and truly made him look like a girl. I guess I've gotten Miharu to blame for warping my perspective. She carries herself more like a boy, so part of me sees it as normal, despite understanding that she's a rare exception to the norm. I can only sigh at my own silliness. Youngsters like you shouldn't be sighing their lives away. You're to blame for it. Oh, how frightening. They both tagged along with me to the bathhouse. I guess I should be thankful that he's a boy now that we won't end up alone in here. Making conversation with him would be a challenge by itself, but I can't hide my fear. Plus, something's odd about how we both suddenly got headaches when we came face to face. It has to be related to our memories somehow. Come along. Okay. He scurries along behind Shigetsugu. Now that I think about it, Shigetsugu hasn't referred to him by name. Maybe to ensure that I don't get my hands on his name card, but it's possible he simply doesn't know it. I'm not quite sure how I reached that conclusion, but it might explain why I find the relationship so abnormal. Treating someone as family despite not even knowing their name. Yep, I'll get some weird looks if I mutter stuff like that to myself here. Less thinking, more washing. I didn't think we'd get this! Phew! A sigh pours out of me as I soak in the warm water. This time, it's a relaxed one, though. I usually just shower at home, so it's been a while since I've gotten to enjoy a bath like this. It's been even longer since I was last at a bathhouse. I was still in elementary school, so I came here with my gran. I whisper quietly so that the sound of the faucet will drown it out. I still message and talk to her over the phone, but I haven't seen her at all since March. She is my one and only family. I can't blame her since she has other relatives, but it's hard not to feel lonely sometimes. Then again, I should be thankful that she's away right now. Otherwise, she'd run the risk of being taken hostage by people like numeral 11. Don't need to worry about Lathe being targeted, at least. Not like I can talk. The next time I'll be able to see her is over summer vacation. I'll be sure to pay her a visit. Summer vacation. Assuming I don't get eliminated, Divine Selection is scheduled to end around then. So I won't ever be able to see her again if I'm eliminated. However, being the sole survivor means I won't be able to see Miyaru ever again. Sonya's words come to mind. It's possible to alter fate, so it lets us both make it through all together. There are still too many unknowns within Divine Selection, but I feel like I know which answer I should be pursuing. Thinking about Sonya causes my eyes to tear up, but I suck it up and keep them from falling. I need to focus on what I can do right now. Things didn't go quite as expected, but I can still make the most of the situation. That's the conclusion I've come to. My initial plan was to get my hands on Shigetsugu and that boy's information, but I can leave that alone for now. I'm pretty sure they don't think poorly of me. In that case, it's possible for me to form an alliance with them. Doing so would put me on level ground with the likes of Alan and numeral 11. However, I'm not convinced that I have it in me to eliminate those two when the time comes. I feel like I'd struggle with it even now. I lack Miyaru's determination. Even if Sonya had asked me to eliminate her, I highly doubt that I would have been able to. Night broke. Oh. No, my boob. Well, it's been 20 minutes. Feel strong, man. Night broke. Sleep well, sleep well. Let's think about something more pleasant. Like the fireworks display we all promised to go see, for example, which happens to take place after Divine Selection ends. It's impossible to influence my thoughts away from Divine Selection, so I resort to counting the droplets of water as they fall from my hair. Is there a reason you waited for me? Both Shigetsugu and the boy are perched on a sofa by the entrance. The boy had fallen asleep with his back against it, though. This one was rather adamant, you see. Fell asleep before you finished, though. Hardly surprising with that frame. Must be exhausted after fighting two large foreigners. You could have just left with him. Come now, he was giddy about being able to speak with someone around his age. We can only assume he has no friends. He had no friends before, and now he's being avoided by those in our neighborhood. And he and I really that close in age? He's not much smaller than me, but his attitude and facial expressions make him seem years younger. I give the boy another look up and down. Honestly, I find it hard to believe someone like him could make those two retreat. Which is understandable, but something similar happened before. I wait for him to follow up, but he offers a smile instead. I did like to go on, but boy am I thirsty. Could you get me some coffee milk? I'd hate to wake him up by moving. Sure. I return after grabbing something from the booth, something for the both of us. Oops, I only brought enough to pay for the bath. Mind if I pay you back later? What is it with everyone in this game taking money from us in every regard possible? They take our free drinks from our cafe. They take our money when they need. They have us pay for them. Why? Why can't they just have their own? What even is coffee milk? It's milk with coffee. Welcome in, Swift. Long time. How you doing? Boy, am I thirsty. Stay thirsty. Sounds like a typical family. They aren't even family. They're just strangers. This is intentional, isn't it? Oh, not at all. Unimpressed as I am over an old man mooching off someone my age, I'm better off forcing him to keep talking. Huh? Stranger danger? Actually, strangers. Rinka's a living, walking wallet. Why? Why is she that? Why is she not her own person sometimes? Why can she not just exist, you know? Why does she have to be the wallet that walks, instead of just the human that exists? You know? Know what I'm saying? We should eliminate this old man. Permanently. She's a pushover, she is. It's so sad. My MC's a pushover. I want to be a walking wallet, but put a lock and passcode just for me. What the? No. You either stay open or no wallet. It wasn't too long after I'd met him. He had woken up in the middle of the night, so I took him for a walk. I had to use the restroom while we were out, and fortunately, a nearby park had one. After taking care of business, I returned to find him gone. His curiosity had gotten the better of him, leading him to chase a small animal. As I wandered around looking for him, 3 young men approached. Not friendly youngsters either. They were the type to prey on an old man. Also, hope you're doing well, Swift. Welcome in. Even if I'm aware that I don't look well off, but I doubt they cared. They were satisfied with any target weaker than them. One punched me before demanding I give them my money. Another stood by, bat in hand. That's awful. However, he came back during that. After processing the situation, he asked me a simple question. He asked, "Are these people trying to hurt you?" Part of me regrets saying yes. As soon as I did, he wasted no time in hospitalizing all 3. I am mesmerized as he described the event in detail. He dodged a bat swing and ripped it from the assailant's hand in one motion, following up with a solid blow to the face. Also, Swift, I'm not sure if you saw, but this model also has FemFade. Anyways. So, he just hospitalized 3 people. That's pretty cool. Pretty sick, actually. Keep it up! Let's go, Fadeless. What the? Toxic. Also, don't up arrow that, Estelle. What the? Toxic. Also toxic. Miss this. What the? There's also Baldy. Get help. Seek help, Estelle. You need help, Estelle. This was a 5-seater hyper. What the? Then he struck the legs of the second one with the bat. With said bat before smashing them into the face. Well, before smashing them in the face as well. The one who punched Shigetsugu tried to run, but the boy spun around to build momentum before flinging the bat straight at his head. I do smoge. Well, you should seek it. He finished by knocking the final attacker off his feet, jumping on top of him and strangling him into unconsciousness. I didn't even have the chance to make him stop. There's no doubt Shigetsugu would have experienced far worse had the boy not shown up. They would have beaten him regardless of whether or not he gave them money. He approached me after and casually suggested we go home. I was gobsmacked, to say the least. But I wasn't afraid. If anything, I was relieved. If I knew I could rely on him not to buckle under the threat of violence. New model, great new model. Happy for you, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Do you think his body is programmed to fight like that? Most likely. He has to be aware of his own size and frailty. I can only imagine what fearsome things lay dormant in his memories. There is simply no way a child could fight like that without proper combat training and experience. Child soldiers in countries rife with combat come to mind. I'm only aware of what I've seen in the news, but there've been plenty of pictures featuring kids holding weapons and engaging in warfare. Assuming Shigetsugu is right, then he might be from such a place. It would explain his cause of death too. Being exposed to fire seems like it'd be common. I truly think that this child is kind-hearted by nature, though he fights not for himself, but for my sake. Is that your way of differentiating him from numerals 3 and 11? This is no comparison, especially not against people I don't know. I'm simply saying what I believe. I can't say I know much about him, and yet for some reason I can see where Shigetsugu is coming from. Well, we should probably mosey along. Would you be so kind as to carry him back for me? I'd hate to wake him up now. He's doing this on purpose, I know he is. Alright, rise and shine, time to get up. Oop, it's wakey wakey time, Estelle. Wakey wakey, beans on toasty. And just like that, I end up carrying the boy home. We're both a similar size, so I need to stop and catch my breath now and again. One thing I've noticed is that he's more built than you'd expect. Beans! In a way. Apologies for making you do this, but my poor back just won't allow it. Seek help, Fade, how dare you! What do you mean, Estelle? Don't you love beans on toast? I personally have never tried beans on toast, but I just figured you love beans on toast so much. Like, I just think you love beans on toast so much, Estelle. Seek help, who likes beans? Hey, I never said anything about liking beans. But Estelle here loves beans on toast. Mopu, can you ban No. Mopu would never. King would never. Sorry, Estelle. The only one getting banned is you. With your beans on toast. Apologies for making you do this, but my poor back just won't allow it. Can you just be quiet, please? Oh ho, how intimidating. Shigetsugu isn't the most pleasant person to deal with, I've gathered. That aside, this kid must be as young as I think, based on how deeply asleep he is. Match. You really are enjoying that trigger close-up. I am. Still, beans on toast? Beans on toast is actually a pretty normal thing on, for British people, right? It's like a pretty common food choice, right? Yeah, Faye, can you be quiet, please? No. No, absolutely not, Estelle. We need to discuss about your love for beans on toast. It's a British thing. On Western, yeah, it's a British thing. Mom, why did you have to die? British people aren't real. Facts! I hear him mumbling in his sleep. His speech differs a fair bit from how he speaks with Shigetsugu, too. I stopped dead in my tracks. This might be what I've been looking for. Something the matter. I had to take a break. I moved his attention away from me with that answer. My uncle's Brit, and oh boy, do I hate that beans on toast I was served for family breakfast. This dude! Sorry, Estelle, who are you this duding at? I can't hear you over your beans on toast. I've never tried it, I have no idea. But surely you can explain to us how much you love beans on toast, Estelle. It doesn't seem like he's noticed what just happened. I repeat the boy's words in my head as we're walking along. It has to be his regret. I'm going to assume that his amnesia doesn't restrict the contents of his dreams. In the same vein, it's no stretch to say that he lost his mother at a young age due to where he was raised, which means his regret shouldn't be too hard to guess. I do my best not to think about it any further, though. I'd best save it for when I get home. Shigetsugu might realize that I've obtained the Emerald Forest regret card if my book starts to glow here. Ideally, I want to avoid making them wary of me. I can feel the sweat running down my brow. Not from my nerves, it's because I'm exerting myself right after a hot bath. I'll have to take a shower once I'm home and done with this. Still Wednesday. The bedroom's on the second floor. Could you take him up there while I put on some tea? Jeez, fine. I sigh again from being forced to carry a boy upstairs despite carrying him the whole way home. Today's been nothing but sighs. Here it is. The bedroom door is half open already, so it's easy to find my destination. I approach the futon and lean down to let him off. He grabs onto my arm. Ah! Mom. Mom? He must be confusing me with the mom appearing in his dream. His tiredness gets the best of him, though, and he lets his arm go right after. The strength of his grip was shocking. I guess he is a boy after all. Even though he still looks like a girl to me. Honestly, I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking it. Just look at that face. On the flip side, I'd probably be pretty nervous right now if he'd looked both his age and his gender. He must be around 2 or so years younger than me, so even if that were the case, I'd probably be fine. What's that? I notice a half-open drawer out of the corner of my eye. After I ensure that Shigetsugu isn't coming upstairs, I make my way over to it. Sure, it's a half-open drawer, but it's dark in here. I can't see inside, so I open it nice and slow. I was worried that the noise accompanying it would wake the boy up, but it didn't. I can still barely see inside even after opening it up, so I light it up with my phone. Photos? The shelf is full of old photos, easily over 100. Upon closer inspection, some are relatively new. The contents are mostly the same family pictures. Featured in them are an old couple, their grandson and his parents. The grandfather has to be Shigetsugu. Not one to miss details, are you? My shoulders stiffen in response to the quiet voice from behind me. You sure we're taking your time, so I came up to call you down for tea. Come. All I can do is nod without turning around. Much like this afternoon, he's made tea for me, but unlike then, I take my time drinking it. Too bad that doesn't help make it taste better. I'm sorry for looking at those photos without permission. I'm the one who left it open, so there's no need to apologize. I might as well say that you're free to eliminate me too while I'm at it. What? There's certainly nothing wrong with an old man like myself getting a few more years out of his life, but truth be told, I'm not too concerned about it. With just that, I understand the meaning behind those photos. That's your regret, isn't it? The family that he had held so dear. There were a few pictures of them abroad as well. He's living alone now, but it's likely that the rest of his family stayed here at some point. An old man like me has no reason to have hope for the future. That's why I catch myself wishing to go back to those days. Regret rooted neither in the present nor the future, but the past. Parka said that one's regret represents the future, but that's not always the case. Hey, endless text! It is endless, Kong. The text just keeps going. How you doing, Kong? How is the LAX airport? Oh, I need to stretch my back. How's the airport? Whew. Yep, an old man like you. What the? Parka said that one's regrets represent the future, but that's not always the case. LAX sucks. It looks super crowded. I think when I was in Vegas, it looked a bit more crowded, and that just annoyed me too. But LAX looks super crowded. I'm in Sydney now. Ayo, nice. How's your internet? Ain't no way. Or Canada back. Back from Valo. Oop, welcome back from Valo, Eggy. But yeah. It looked nice visually from when I just saw you walking around, but I guess being there is actually pain. Internet, not like this, oof. But hope you're doing well. Hope your flight wasn't too bad. I believe the flight's pretty long. But yes, hope your flight wasn't too bad and hope you're resting well. My Airbnb Wi-Fi is pain. Oof. Oof. Feels bad. 6 megabytes up, 4 Wait, 6 megabytes down, 4 up. Ooh! That's actually doo-doo. Oh no. Pain. Synchro did say Australia got doo-doo Wi-Fi, yeah. Ooh. Is it enough to manage with? Regret is born from something you can't bring yourself to give up on. In that sense, it's logical that wanting to go back to better times can become one's regret. You can't go back to the past, though. Oh, I'm aware. Being with him has helped me to overcome my loneliness, though. It brings back good memories. Can you still say that, knowing it won't last? I believe we see things different. Such a reality doesn't scare me in the slightest. His tone makes it clear he has no ulterior motive. I can watch one Twitch stream at 720p. Oh. One is better than none, right? I don't even think I can remember 6 megabytes down. The earliest I can remember is like 30 megabytes down. And that's the earliest I can remember of checking internet speeds and crying at speed, but even then it's not 6. I think my data is faster. In fact, we can check. Hold on. Goodbye tracking. How do I run a speed test? I got you, Kung. I am so sorry, Kung. Oh, that's pain. Oh no. Oh, big yikes. Oh, that's a big yikes. So, 266 down. And, 14 up. On data, oh. Did you get a plan for your phone to have data, by the way? And just, like, being able to make calls and stuff? 10, actually, oh no. Do you get a basic plan for your phone that lets you at least make calls, or do you just also have data? I did. Phone plan is reasonable speed. Got you. Yeah, I think always important whenever you travel to have data and being able to make calls, because, oh boy, getting lost, easy peasy. 50 up and down. Dang, that's good. Nice. His tone makes it clear he has no ulterior motive. My sole concern is whether or not he should be able to live a happy life, should he survive divine selection. Honestly, Kong, you're a travel pro. I don't even know why I'm giving you tips. You're a travel expert. I hope you're not expecting an answer from me. You must have an idea regarding his regret, yes? Gotta go, just came by to say hi. All good, Kong. Have a good trip and have fun in Sydney. Good luck. Take care. Stay safe. Yes, stay safe. Enjoy all the talks. Will do. Stay safe, Kong. This question takes me by surprise. Oh, wait, wrong voice. This question takes me by surprise. I've heard him mumble in his sleep a number of times as well. Those must be the memories that hide deep within his psyche. I noticed your surprise over something as we were walking back. I figured he hadn't noticed at the time, but he simply chose to keep quiet. This old man really is a mystery. Both of our regrets are similar. Both are rooted in the past, never to come to fruition. That's why you're worried about whether or not he can find happiness after this is all over. Don't tell me that's really why you wanted me to carry him. Heavens no. Even I wouldn't do something that cruel. It was pure coincidence. He laughs it off, but that doesn't quell my suspicion. What exactly is your goal here? Nothing's going to come from letting him control the conversation. Not sure if he's doing it on purpose or if that's just the kind of person he is, but I'm over it. Could I ask you to make me some Could I ask you to make him some dinner? Stop. Let me go home. You want to repeat that? How about this? If you do me this favor just once, I'll tell you my cause of death. You're missing the point here. All I want to do is help him overcome his regret, even if it's just a little. He pauses briefly before explaining. Cooking isn't my forte, to say the least. I've only been able to provide him with ready-made meals from convenience stores and supermarkets. Can't you just try and cook him something then? Ho, my daughter-in-law once said the same thing. So you did live together at some point then? Only for a few years after my son's marriage. My wife passed away some time before then, so both of them came to live with me. They left not long before my grandchild was born, though I haven't seen much of them since. There is a tinge of sadness in his voice as he recalls the past. His regret may come about during the time when they were living here. The garbage bags go on the outside, old man! Listen, at this rate, he might have us take the garbage bags out for him. I've never seen him look so emotional. That's all I need to confirm that his regret is rooted in those days. Goodness, we certainly got off topic. Take him out! I don't want to do more work for the old man. We carried his current child that he's fostering at the moment. We fixed his washing machine. We're gonna make him dinner. For free! We bought him drinks too! For free! For free! Can't be going to work, in a way. What I'm trying to say is that there's no point in it being my cooking. But wait a minute. I finally catch on to why he's so particular about this. His regret wouldn't happen to be about his mother's cooking, would it? Take him out! Take him out for life! Oh, I'm gonna take this man out! I'm about to know all of his info! Light spills forth from my bag the moment I ask. It has to be in response to my having figured out Numeral 4's regret. A regret he'll never be able to fulfill. Shigetsugu casts his eyes over to my bag for a moment, likely having understood what just happened before continuing. I'm not sure whether he had the opportunity to taste his own mother's cooking or not. But something unexpected happened one day while we were dining out. He was watching the TV there, where one of those everyday shows was airing. One of the characters was the mother of a child around his age. There was a scene involving them both, where the child looked elated while eating his mother's cooking. Quite your run-of-the-mill scene for such shows. Did Estelle see? No. Wait, let me try refreshing. Maybe it'll fix now. It's been so long, right? It has to fix now, right? Totally. Wait, I didn't see. What is that? Oh, my chat's just broken. Hold on, let me pull up a new pull-out chat. Pop-out chat. Your mom chat. These nuts chat. Chat. Pop-out chat. Show chat. It works. Let's go! It's been fixed! Solved! Let's go, baby! This is what I'm talking about! It's so good. The butt pic, I know, the butt pic in addition is just, it's too good, man. It's too good, man. It was a missing! Wait, do I go to the wrong scene? Hold up. Am I on the wrong scene? I'm on art. What's just chatting? No, what's desktop? It's the same. It's the same. It's literally, it's the same. We're the same. Oh well, it doesn't matter. We're the same, you and I. Yes, the emote works. Whoever made it, good job, Lofi made it. But he started to cry as we watched it. He wasn't even sure why, so it must have subconsciously stirred up his forgotten memories. He'd watched TV plenty before that, but this is the first time he'd ever had such a reaction. In a way, he's doing art while playing a game. I'm multitasking. Having realized what's going on, my book began to glow, and thus I obtained his card. So what? I'm supposed to be a surrogate for his mother? Don't you realize how unreasonable that is? Of course I do. That's why I offered up my cause of death in exchange. His tone is far more coercive, likely in an attempt to pressure me into agreeing. The sudden change is surprising, but I hold my ground and stare him down. Noi, welcome in! You look really cool, thank you! Yes, yes, debuted, I think 2 to 3 weeks ago? I think 3 weeks now. But yes, yes, thank you, Noi. I also have, this toggle as well. But yes, welcome in, how you doing, Noi? Hope you're doing well. Cute, thank you, thank you. In an attempt to hide my surprise or fear, I am just really angry with him. Absolutely love it, thank you! Glad you like it, glad you like it. You only have yourself to blame for your regret. I'm aware of that too. This painful acknowledgement is followed by him lowering his head. He lowers it so far that his head almost touches the floor. I've realized that treating this like a deal won't work. But please hear me out. It may simply be an attempt to satisfy my own ego. But glad you like it. Hope you're doing well, Noi. Even so, I'd like you to make something for him. I need time to think. What's the correct way to respond to this? It's entirely possible that numeral 4 won't be able to fulfill his regret even if he lives through this. Not to mention that there's no way my cooking will help him do so. What happens after I do all this? Assuming I get Shigetsugu's cause of death and use it to eliminate him, what would happen after that? Is he even thinking that far ahead? I want to do anything I can for him. The statement alone tells me that he isn't. At the same time, it tells me just how much he cares. It's the same mindset I had towards Sonia after all. School is killing me, but I'll get through it. Ooh, good luck with school. Good luck, good luck. Hope you're doing good as well. Yeah, I'm doing good. I've been working on some other stuff, and yeah, we're just playing through Fatal 12 now. It's the same mindset I had towards Sonia after all. I'll do it. Really? On one condition. It's already late, so I'll make dinner for him tomorrow, but after that I'm cutting all ties with you both. So don't hold it against me if I eliminate either of you down the line. Make sure to tell him that as well. Understood. As I've said, I have no intention of going after others participants in the first place. I also have deadlines for any arts. Oh, ooh, good luck, good luck. Good luck with the arts. Good luck, and good luck with the schoolwork. Yes. Deadlines where everything just converges onto one day ends up being so much pain. Well, yes, good luck, good luck. I believe in you. Right, read that. But keep in mind that I won't be able to stop him should he decide to eliminate others. Thank you, no worries, no worries. Good luck, good luck. A brief tense silence follows his claim. Hope you enjoy your stream. Yes, yes. Will do, will do. Good luck with the work. He isn't bluffing, I can tell. That much I can tell. Gotta go now. Yep, yep, all good, all good. Good luck with the work, and good luck with the art. Take care, and thank you for dropping in, Noi. That's fine. That's fine. It pretty much describes the situation as it stands. I answer without much hesitation. My best option is to lower the chance that I become their target. Granted, I've already settled on agreeing to his proposition before taking that into consideration. His desire hits too close to home for me to refuse. Perhaps life would have been different had I been able to handle things like this in the past. He mutters under his breath. He likely intended for me not to hear him. I'm going home, for real this time. I'll be back around 6 p.m. tomorrow. Don't worry about the shopping, I'll handle it. Very well. It's about time I wake him up too. I watch as he pulls himself onto his feet. Is something the matter? You still owe me for the coffee milk. While we're at it, I want money for tomorrow's shopping too. You'll get your change back when I arrive. Stingy youngsters. It's common courtesy. I agreed to cook for him, but I certainly won't be preparing a 5-star meal. I'm sure that Shigetsugu will wriggle out of paying me back unless I demand it right now, so there you have it. He eventually gives in and hands me 3 1,000 yen notes. After that, I can finally leave. Finally, we got paid! For all our hard work! I crash down onto my bed as soon as I arrive. Ah, jeez. Been a while since I last screamed into my pillow. Miharu would be like, "Are you an idiot?" if she were here. Without thinking, I talked to myself out loud. Not only did I succeed in gathering info about Shigetsugu, but I also met the boy staying with him, and I somehow agreed to cook that boy dinner. I didn't let myself be influenced this time, though I agreed to do it for my own volition. Dangerous as it may be to be involved with other participants, there's something far more important to figure out. Do I have what it takes to eliminate them after getting this attached? I need to find my answer to that before I obtain all their cards. Time for a shower. Lucky for me, I've already gotten used to putting off the questions I can't answer. Dude, this chapter is long. We're only on Thursday. I go to bed each night confident that I will wake up the next day. It's the one constant in my life, even with the advent of divine selection, well on days where an election isn't being held anyway. I drag myself out from bed and get ready for school like always. My plans for the evening are set, so I won't be opening the store today. I've kept it closed so often lately that I'm starting to run out of excuses for my gran. Granted, she's never too persistent about me opening it up, because we either make hardly anything out of it, or we actually lose money. That plus she seems to realize that I'm all caught up in something else at the moment. Not to imply that she knows about divine selection, of course. She most likely thinks I'm busy with exams or personal issues. My grades are hardly stellar, so it's not surprising that she's concerned. I notice Naomi as I walk through the gate. She's with a friend too. Leave her be! I don't care about Naomi, she's cringe. I'm best off leaving her be. If she's got people to spend time with other than me, it's for her the better. The last thing I want is for her to get caught up in divine selection because of her involvement with me. Ah! Meanwhile, Naomi trips over nothing as usual. Her friend catches her, fortunately, and laughs it off. Naomi hasn't noticed me, so they make their way into the building together. I decide to slow my pace to ensure that I don't bump into her at the entrance. Wow, Naomi sounds like Lofi. Cringe! Chiroo! I have determined that Naomi is the true evil of this game. By no evidence, mind you, but I am going with she is the true evil. Once I get back home, I have a look at what seasonings I should take with me when I go to cook dinner. I doubt I'll be able to find everything I need with the money Shigetsugu's given me, and buying new stuff would be a waste because I'm only going there once. I guess curry works. Pretty sure I've got Gran's recipe lying around somewhere too. Curry used to be a Linehouse staple before I took over. I've helped to make it a number of times, but I've never made it from scratch. It should be fine so long as I follow the recipe, though. Curry is pretty timeless too, so let's go with that. I pack some seasonings, spices, a pot, and spare containers before making my way to Shigetsugu's house. Okay. Beef, potatoes, onions, carrots, apples, and yogurt are the main ingredients I need. I head to his house after getting them. While I'm on my way, I make sure to keep an eye out for Frederico numeral 11. I don't notice anyone suspicious, but I think that's due to it being so busy at this time of night. I'm somewhat worried about more odd rumors spreading, considering the neighbors' attitude towards this place, but I should be fine if it's just this once. Oh ho, I'm pleased to see you actually turned up. Hey, it's the nice lady I heard you're gonna make us dinner. Let me help, I want to try cooking too. The nice lady, huh? That's one way to shatter the illusion of me being his mother. I carry the bags into the kitchen and then hand Shigetsugu the receipt and his change. Let's leave peeling the potatoes and carrots to you then. Okay. Make sure to wash your hands first. I put my apron on before washing my own hands. He follows suit, so I hand the potatoes and carrots over to him. Meanwhile, Shigetsugu watches TV in the living room. First up, the beef preparation. I dice the meat into cubes and sprinkle those with salt and pepper. Beef can be a bit chewy, so I cut some extra slits into them to help with that. After that, I grate an apple into a bag alongside yogurt, honey, and the spice mixture from my Gran's recipe before combining everything. He looks at me with a puzzled expression, potato in hand. What do I do with this? That's an onion. He's holding an onion, not a potato. What do I do with this? Alright, I guess you need me to teach you from scratch. I don't see any peelers, so I take the potato and show him how to peel it using a knife. Wow. It's nothing impressive. It's nothing impressive. Here, give it a shot. Just be careful. I don't need you cutting yourself. The knife was surprisingly sharp. Not sure if that goes to show how little I cook or not. It's hard to believe I'm cooking with a knife that I've sharpened myself. I don't have it in me to ask why he needs to sharpen a knife like that for anything other than cooking. Either way, he's able to peel the potato far better than me. Same with the carrots. I decide to leave all the vegetables to him. My eyes sting. Haha, yeah, that'll happen when you cut onions. Just don't rub your eyes, so I'll make it worse. Hey, you finally smiled. Huh? You were making a scary face before, but right now, you look like you're having fun. I'm glad you're not our enemy. I suppose I did loosen up the moment I started cooking. I mean, I've been checking every now and then to make sure Shigetsugu isn't rummaging through my stuff, but it's true that I haven't been as on edge as I should be. I've always wanted to know how to make I always wanted to know how curry is made, so I've been looking forward to this. All I did was peel and cut vegetables, so now I'm even more curious about the rest. Guess we'll have to make it extra good then. I let another smile slip. I can't help it. Seeing his eyes sparkle with curiosity is too precious. Another part of me wishes that we'd met under different circumstances. You did. He killed you. Pretty pog. Yay, it's done. 2 hours later, it's finally ready. The smell wafting out of the pot reminds me exactly of the curry my gran would cook. I tasted it to make sure it turned out fine, but I'm still nervous because other people are going to eat it too. My, this looks fantastic. Sorry for the wait, I take it this will do? He's over the moon. So, it's more than enough. Will you be staying to eat with us? Obviously, I wouldn't come all this way to cook and then leave. Come on. Oops, sorry about that. Let's see how it tastes. I get started on mine after they dig in. It's not quite on my gran's level, but it's plenty delicious. It hasn't been too long since the last time I had an experience like this. Miaru, Sonia, and I eat together often before Sonia was eliminated. Funny how divine selection of all things is what blessed me with these experiences. Nothing makes a meal better than 15 garbage bags in the living room. I know, right? When I'm just eating food, consuming like... And I just look over and I see garbage, and more garbage around, I start to think, maybe Alon is right. Blessed, huh? Yeah, tell that man he's sick. He is sick. That's why we're gonna eliminate him permanently. Blessed, huh? I guess I need to accept that I've been enjoying myself. The sauce is rather strong, wouldn't you say? I refuse to field any complaints. This is so good, your cooking's great. Aw, geez, what a good kid. Ew. Ew to what, specifically? The garbage? Hey, did you know I cut these myself? Carrots and potatoes? Well, you did a fantastic job with them. Yay. Are you more of a doting father or a doting grandfather? The garbage smell adds flavor to it. Yeah, it adds flavor. Something like that. Whatever, I'm glad he likes it at least. I try not to insert myself into the conversation too much, opting to eat in silence instead. This certainly brings back memories. Ah, yes, my favorite podcast. Garbage flavor. That's good. That's a good one. Most of the taste comes from the smell. Oh yeah, like 70% of taste is smell, right? Curry was the first meal my son ever helped cook. If I recall, he was so happy as he peeled and cut the vegetables. Why is this coming back to me now, of all times? His eyes fixate on the curry as he recalls days long past. Small droplets of water catch on his eyelashes as they form. I'm not sure how or when it happened, but the curry's become the go-to household meal in Japan. Just making it tonight has brought memories from time I spent with my gran. So it makes sense for him to be reminded of a similar time he spent with his own family. A clang resounds throughout the room while I'm caught up in those thoughts. I turn my attention to where it's come from. It's the boy who has just slapped a spoon down onto the plate. Is the past really that important? Neither of us answers question. His gaze is focused on Shigetsugu. While Shigetsugu was recalling his past, the boy must have understood that he has no place in those memories despite his fondness of him. Even worse, he has no memories of his own to recall in the first place. I've forgotten a lot of things about my past, but there's one thing I can say for sure. I've probably never had a single nice and happy experience like this before. Do you... All of a sudden he clutches his head and groans in pain. Are you alright? Just like the first time he came face to face outside the dream world. I was struck with a headache as well at the time, but now it's just him. Shigetsugu gets him to lay down, an expression of fear on his face. Are you okay? Calm yourself. I'm not sure if he heard Shigetsugu or not, but he does eventually close his eyes and pass out. I help take him back to his room. Once that's done, I finish my curry and wash the dishes. There's plenty left to spare, so I pack it into the spare containers I brought and put it in the fridge. All they need to do is heat it up in a pot. This isn't the first time that's happened. You mean the sudden headache? She was about to go sicko mode. True! He's like, you want me to do more for you? He nods silently before continuing. Mode! Why so serious? He suffers from headaches whenever something triggers his memories. I'm not quite sure if it's conscious or subconscious thing though. Nothing to worry about. He sleeps for a few hours afterwards and is perfectly fine once he wakes up. It's somewhat odd to be told not to worry about someone who's supposed to be your enemy, but even more odd is the fact that I really am worried. I should have anticipated this, but seeing him so happy made me forget all about it. Please accept my apologies. It's okay. He really did seem to enjoy the experience though. I'm aware. I can tell he cares a lot about you, too. I might have seen him more as a little brother if it weren't for divine selection. So you say, but if it weren't for that, we would have never met in the first place. Oh, regardless, allow me to thank you once again. Just seeing him beside himself like that made me happy as well. Sure. I can feel my eyes strain throughout this exchange. I really shouldn't be thanked by my supposed enemy. The reality of what's going on here is all too clear, though. Yet again, I'm struggling to come to terms with what I need to do in the face of the small happiness. In the face of the small happiness felt while spending time with them. This seems to be an ideal time to make good on our promise from yesterday. Yeah, it'd be for the best. I won't be involved with them anymore. That's the ideal outcome. Keep the container with the leftovers. I actually enjoyed this a bit more than I expected, so don't feel bad about dragging me into it. Oh, worry not. I never feel bad in the first place. Before you go, allow me to tell you my cause of death. He switches to a far more grim topic before he even bothers to sit down. I honestly wouldn't have cared if he'd forgotten about this part of our promise. I still don't know if I have it in me to elect him even after learning it. Chances are high that I won't be able to, since I've gotten this attached to them both. So I'd much rather not know at all than face the regret and self-loathing over knowing, yet being unable to elect them. But at the same time, I can't refuse to listen now that he's brought it up. You're aware of the cases where people are discovered dead in their homes, I assume. I've seen reports of it on the news now and again. I am one such case. Elderly people living on their own is already a problem in its own right. The risk of them passing away without anyone noticing gets higher if they have no relatives or friends in their neighborhood to check up on them. I expected this to be the case for him after hearing how rumors had spread about him having starved to death and whatnot. My lower back isn't in the peak condition, you see. I'm prone to the most sudden onsets of pain, sometimes to the point where I'm unable to move at all. That's why I've made it a point to buy as much canned food and ready-made meals as possible. The last thing I wanted was one of those episodes to happen while cooking, leading to a fire. That may have been just an excuse for me to be lazy, but let's set that aside for now. The worst episode ever struck me during a rainy day. It was so bad that I couldn't even crawl. The rest goes without saying, no one can survive without proper subsistence, so it was a matter of days before I starved to death. My memory is rather fuzzy after the first day, so I can't give you an accurate date as to when I died. Passing away all alone in your home is quite the pathetic way to go, isn't it? It may be fitting for me, though, after I caused my own family to abandon me. That's not true. No need for sympathy. I'm sure you realize how cynical I am by now. I do feel I've changed somewhat since meeting him. Perhaps it's more accurate to say I was able to go back to how I was during the days when I still got along with my family. It's somewhat hard to believe that there was a time we all got along like that. I wish I could have seen them at least once before I died. Oh, my apologies. Looks like I've become the stereotypical talkative old man. Trust me when I say that this all hasn't been an attempt to make it harder for you to eliminate me. He's spoken his regret loud and clear. He's old! He is old! Look at him! A regret so simple that anyone could understand it. If there's one thing I know for sure at this point, it's that I won't be able to elect him without hesitation. I'll be taking my leave now. It's gone rather late. Do take care. Thank you. I don't have much to say regarding his death. There's no doubt that my facial expression, as he told me, was enough to get across how I felt, though. As I approach the entrance, a knock echoes down the hall. Someone's at the door. Wait, people wouldn't normally come by at this hour. Hope it isn't a debt collector. He stumbles back and falls flat on his rear end after looking through the peephole. I'm not sure what he's seeing, but the knocking grows ever more fierce. He He hurries back to his feet and reaches for the door once he recalls he has no locks on it. He has no lock. He has no locks on it. I'm shocked his back hasn't given out, but it seems he's faring much better in that regard due to divine selection, much like how Sonia's illness had been subsided. Now it's obvious what's going on. It has to be those two. I try to get to the door, but Shigetsugu stops me. Not like it would matter either way, since the door has already opened. They probably noticed it was unlocked before Shigetsugu. How dare you barge in like this? Alon! No! Keep him out! Shut up! Turns out to be none other than numeral 12, Alon Scorpion. He grabs Shigetsugu by the collar before closing the door behind him. The babies! Hide them! Hide the kids! Wait, the kids upstairs! No! The sheer difference in height and build causes Shigetsugu to get lifted right into the air by his shirt. Part of me wishes numeral 4 was down here with us. There's no opportunity to call for him, though not to mention that it'd probably be for nothing if all that noise so far hadn't woken him up. Me hiding the babies in the clothing. You, why are you here? And where are the babies? I could ask you the same question. Well, no matter. He returns his attention to Shigetsugu. I will deal with you first. Ugh. Let him go. You can't just burst into someone's home and do this to them. I see you're meddling with others again. What do you care? I can't lie. Right now, I'm terrified. The babies! Ain't no way that's what he thinks of. Those frigid eyes alone are enough to instill fear in most people, but add in his build and lack of hesitation to use force like this. I can't run away though. I won't abandon Shigetsugu. If you ask me why, well, I'm not quite sure. Besides, there's not much you can do if I scream for help. Unless I stop you from doing so. Wait, listen to what I have to say. Keep your mouth shut until I give you permission to speak. And by speak, I mean speak of babies. I know your regrets. What? Hear me out. Although he's hesitant, he eventually releases Shigetsugu, and Shigetsugu lands on his backside again. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have hurt all that much. I got it. I fixed it, King. I refreshed and it's working. What the? You seem awfully desperate, don't you? Spare me the attitude. Tell me what you know, and where the babies are. You're aware that numeral 3 and 11 came here before, aren't you? What of it? Worry not, I happen to have quite the reliable bodyguard, so they were unable to learn my own regrets. All they have are my name and cause of death. That's what I need then. The only information I have on you is your name, so hurry up and tell me the other two. He takes a threatening step towards Shigetsugu. The height difference between them is staggering. How intimidating to have someone of his stature look down on you from so close. Hang on, you might want to reconsider since I've already gotten my hands on all of his information. I'm sure you don't need me to explain the risks involved in two people who look the same person. My name is no secret to you, though. The same likely goes for numeral 3 and 11. I see some streams got that super chat thing already. Partners have it. It's partners only. As much as I appreciate the value of one's name, I take no issue in exposing it for the sake of earning the right to elect him. Partners only? Yeah, it's partners only. I wish it wasn't. It seems like an okay feature. And then you realize you can tip people through Stream Elements, and Stream Elements doesn't take any amount of cut, as opposed to Twitch, which takes 5% fee and then 70-30 is it? But oh no. I mean, to be fair, just tip people. Yeah, actually, the best part about the hype chats or super chats or whatever is that they just display a message on the top of your screen. That's the best part about them. But other than that, yeah, just tip people. Yeah, well, yeah. Up arrow. That's funny. You happen to know my name as well. What makes you think I have an issue with exposing it in return? Those eyes, they stir feelings within me that I would rather forget. They remind me of the babies. Huh? I can't risk having to reveal 2 of my own cards, but having my regret exposed to you here would also put me in a difficult position. Perhaps brute force won't get me through this situation, like it did with the babies. Wowie! Twitch's doo-doo, yeah. I can hardly believe that I was able to talk him down. Maybe it's thanks to what he pulled at the hospital with Keiko. There's no way the police wouldn't have eyes on him after that. Twitch, don't ban me. Haha, that was a joke. Nah, I'm gonna say it. Twitch, fix things! Although you're doing better than certain other platforms, but still. You're doing... Actually, you know what? You don't... No, actually... Yeah. Is this your card? Sir, that's a discount card for buy one, get one Abyss sandwich. Who's the hot guy? The one who threatens babies. Religiously. Hey, don't you bring Facebook Gaming into this. Oh, I'm gonna bring Facebook Gaming into this. Who let him cook? Who thought using your real names in a chat was Pog? Who? It makes sense if he's trying to tread carefully. I'll cut to the chase. Numerals 3 and 11 are my main concerns, yet they've made no moves after yesterday morning. After yesterday morning, what happened? You're sick. Facebook Gaming. Let Juan Pablo comment on my stream? No. Damn, Alan. Again. Religiously threatens babies, by the way. I figured that's what you were after. As I said, I happen to have a skilled bodyguard. That only proves to hint that your own regret sleeps within this place. Welcome in, smallest tiny boy. Don't threaten babies, psycho. So for context, the man on the left, Alan, I don't actually know how to say it, but probably Alan, I'm not sure, maybe Alan, I don't know. We've been going with Alan. He, in order to get someone's information in this game, in order to eliminate them, he went to a nursery to threaten not only their baby, but 2 more babies. And that's what he is as a human being. And that's what I'm pointing out to the people simping for him. But welcome in, tiny boy. How are you doing? Do you have a preferential way to refer to you? Or do you prefer, like, tiny boy, smallest, small, tiny, boy? Why? Small, got you. I'll go with small, got you. But, pretty much... this whole game, you're trying to get people's info to eliminate them from the contest they're having in order to leave one standing so that they're allowed to keep living, because they technically, all the participants had died prior and were allowed to keep living, but they have to eliminate each other in order to be the last one standing so that they're allowed to keep living. And yeah, that's pretty much the concept of this game. But welcome in, hope you're doing good. Me on Facebook Gaming with huge chat. Likes the stream. Alon, bark. But he sure got hands. Look at them hands. He got claws. I can save the babies he strangles. Bark. No, you both need help. Both of you need help. That only proves to hint that your own regret sleeps within this place. I'm not sure how you managed to figure that out, based on what Shigetsugu said. Look at those hands, you need help, you're sick. Which means I need to really watch what I say from here on out. You got hands like salad fingers, true! Both of you need help. Yeah, Estelle and Swift, get help. Don't touch his rusty spoons. Ain't no way. I was convinced of her now, but there's no guarantee things will keep going smoothly. Care to tell me who the so-called bodyguard is? I can't help. I can't see it being the child you've taken in, to say the least. Please leave the children alone, Alon. Please leave the children alone, Alon. True, y'all need help. Me and Estelle doing well here for Alan. You're both sick. Eat dirt. I doubt you've the money to hire a professional either. Is numeral 11 complicit? He is the only one yet to show it. Wait. Is numeral 9 complicit? He's the only one yet to show himself. What do you mean, you eat dirt? No, eat dirt. Looks like bands are 100% off. Sheesh! 100% off? That's like free! The egg dealer's clutching! Who knows? Then again, you were unsure about who I was. That means you likely haven't encountered numeral 9. Just who in the world are you? That's irrelevant. I have to admit, I'm surprised that a little girl like her could fend those two off. I start to fret over just how much he can glean from the tiniest bit of information. Still, his statement proves that even he makes mistakes. Hearing him assume the wrong gender, just as I did, serves as a bit of relief. Oh, apparently numeral 3 got beat up good. So good that he won't be moving for some time. Numeral 11 seems to be in cahoots with him, so I doubt she'll go off on her own in the meantime. I'll give Alan all the information he needs. You're sick. Sorry, old man. I don't exactly like to be the predictable type. Huh? Odette? Mommy? Immediately after hearing that voice, I feel my body get sent flying toward the wall. Lucky for me, it is the wall where Shigetsugu's coats hang, so it cushions the impact for me. The culprit, numeral 11. She has made her way in and knocked me aside straight away. Woohoo! 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 Time to party! Were you here the whole time? Mommy? I just got here. Her sights are locked on Alan. Surely he holds the upper hand based on physical build alone. Doesn't stop her from kicking at him like a bucking bronco in the narrow hallway, though. Hello, man. 11. I should call for help. I should, but I can't bring myself to move. I'm not like Alan. The fear I have toward her in the dream world pales in comparison to how I feel now. This is someone who takes pleasure in harming others. It's entirely possible that she'll target me if I make even the slightest move or raise my voice. That terrifies me. I don't have it in me to try and negotiate with her. Huh. Guess those muscles ain't just for show. Alan is no slouch either. I'm not quite sure how to describe his fighting style. He keeps finding opportunities to strike back after dodging and parrying. I can tell how powerful each of her blows are based on the loud smacks heard when Alan blocks each one. Neither is able to score a direct hit on the other, and this long narrow hallway doesn't allow them to move sideways, so they pressure one another without moving from their initial positions. Alan, though, she can punch me whenever. Mommy can kick me to the wall anytime. You're both sick. I would never say such things. But also, Mommy, I'm here to get the scoop on that geezer's regret. As am I. Oh, then let's hug it out and work together. I refuse. Y'all are sick. True. Too bad. Too bad. You must have some real dirt on you then. Excuse me? Letting your guard down now, even for a split second, could prove fatal. Even I know that much. But Alan seems to have done just that. She wastes no opportunity in delivering a swift kick to his gut, causing him to back away. This might sound weird, but I'm rooting for him this time. I need him to win for my own sake. Woof woof. I would never be down bad for a lady in a video game. Right. He would never be down bad for a lady in a video game. No. Ow. Kick me too. You need help. You're sick. I need him to win for my own sake. Neither are my ally, but Alon was at least willing to talk. That makes him a safer bet than that woman. And as much as it pains me, I'm praying that numeral 4 will come down to save us. That's how powerless I am in this situation. Alon takes another step back to create more distance between them, which effectively corners him. You ain't the kind of guy to talk things out under normal circumstances. That's the impression I get anyway. From what I can tell, the chick over there probably has all of the info she needs to eliminate the geezer. Sound about right? So now you run the risk of eliminating him at the same time as her, even if you manage to get what you came for. I guess that you were in the process of figuring out how to deal with your little pickle. You seem like the type to reach a conclusion through situational evidence. This also tells me you haven't been able to gather any info since you and your partner were shooed away by that little girl. Perhaps I overestimated you. Alon takes this opportunity to deliver a counterattack. He lands a solid hook against her shoulder, which causes her to retreat back to her initial position. Man, you sure you don't want to buddy up with me? I don't put myself at risk of having to compete with you. I don't only put myself at risk of having to compete with you for the right to elect him, so no. As much as I dislike anyone thinking I'd go out of my way to help these people, having you retreat is my best option now. She grins from ear to ear, then I notice that Shigetsugu has managed to slink off during all this time. Just as I start to wonder where he snuck off to, footsteps from the stairway give me my answer. Don't go down there. You should hide. No way. I can't hide when you're in danger. The footsteps belong to numeral 4, who comes running down the stairs. He's likely just woken up, but he doesn't seem tired at all. I've returned? Oh, well, we're having a fight scene! Good old baby kicker has, has entered the house. This old man fighting? No. Alon's here, though. He's here for the kids. But then we talked him down for a little bit, because the old man has his regret. But then Odette walked in, and now Odette and Alon are fighting. And numeral 4 might also start fighting as well. I gifted a sub and went to the channel and it's people eating chicken feet. Hold up. But welcome back, Lofi. He's likely just woken up, but he doesn't seem tired at all. Different people than before. You know how to fight, yes? Assist me. So she's the baddie. And he's the buddy? Is that right? Shigetsugu reveals himself just long enough to nod in affirmation. 2 against 1 now, huh? Now we're 2 against 1, huh? Now we're talking. Why it have to be chicken? Numeral 11 shows no fear. Just as her words imply, the prospect of this fight has her thrilled. But just before they can start, the blaring of police sirens pierce the walls of the house. They're getting louder, closer. Tuh, guess I gotta bounce. Till next time then, Alon Scorpion, or Mr. CEO if you prefer. So, she was aware. Chicken feet ain't that bad, Eggy. Wait, pause. What up? Why be pausing? Oh, mommy, come back. Seek help. Canada vet. What up, Estelle? Estelle got some explaining to do? Estelle? Feet enjoyer? Is it? Egg dealer, leave. Let him cook. So, she was aware. She burst out of the house immediately after, uninterested in hearing any replies. I mean, no way. Oh, look at the time! Yeah, what's the time? Go on, what is the time, Estelle? The sirens continue for a while afterwards, so I assume she manages to get away. I'm relieved that one problem has solved itself, but I have to at least admire her ability to react and make snap judgments like she did. A neighbor must have called the police. No, that was me. I texted a friend to call them. Really? You can explain to them. I couldn't bring myself to speak up, let alone move. Numeral 11 was wary of me the entire time, but her line of sight was focused on Alon. It's leaving time. Ha ha ha. No, Estelle. You can't leave. Wait, guys, let Fade read before she gets mad at us for not letting Fade read this time. No way. It gives me enough of a window to message Miaru. I gave her this address and asked her to call the police. It was a gamble, not knowing if she'd actually check her phone, but the cards were in my favor this time. Why are the police here? Shigetsugu hasn't done anything wrong. Don't worry, sometimes they visit people even if they haven't been bad. We should hide so things don't get complicated. Agreed. We pile into Shigetsugu's room just as the police park in front of the house. Thursday. Still Thursday. The three of us sit in silence. There's something surreal about me, numeral 4, and Alan all hiding in a room together like this. The fact that Alan agreed to it proves that I am right. He's avoiding the police. I figured he was a monster before, but this fight with numeral 11 made it all the more clear his skills have nothing to do with him being a man or his massive build. I'm willing to bet that he could take on an armed officer and win, but even he doesn't want to turn the entire police force against him. What up, Jay? Phew. Phew. Things sorted themselves out somehow. Shigetsugu comes along to rescue us from the suffocating silence. I'll be taking my leave then. Oh, and here I was about to heat up some curry. Don't you want some? Yay, I've been hungry ever since I got up. Are you serious? Sure, he was a bit rough with me, but hey, he did help us out in the end. I'm sure you won't mind if he gets a taste of your curry. A bit rough? Never mind. Here, take this. He removes the leftovers from the fridge and pours it into the pot before Alon even gets the chance to answer. Cumin, cardamom, turmeric, not bad. I will accept, as long as you tell me where the babies are. What? He takes a seat at the table, as expressionless as ever. As much as I want to flee right now, I'm a bit too concerned now. Cumin, my favorite spice! Alright, I'm actually leaving for real now. I got a date with my girlies. Oh, have fun with the girlies, Estelle. Not that y'all could relate. Never mind, Estelle. Get out. Get out. Get out! Get out! I can relate, okay? I've had multiple women approach me. Okay. Have fun, Estelle. But also get out. I am the girlies. Get out. Exactly. Leave, girly. Keep coping. That's messed up. Okay, bye. Bye. So, numeral 11. So, numeral 12 isn't a baddie? Not for now. Really? But you're a participant too, aren't you? Indeed. So why do you protect Shigetsugu? I didn't. Our interests just happened to align. She's a baddie, alright. Interests? Indeed. I know what that means, but I don't care so long as you're not a baddie. What matters is that you're gonna love this curry. It's awesome. I see. Can you stop this child from speaking to me? I have the urge to kill it. Oh, and... I start to panic as I listen to the painful exchange. The lack of emotion on Alon's face makes it impossible to tell when he'll explode over numeral 4, acting overly friendly. No first? You're telling me he's not thinking that? What would possess the old man to take in such a runt? A runt? I am referring to you. He found me on the street and decided to take me in because I have amnesia or something. I see. Your body must remember how to carry itself if you were able to fend off numeral 3 in such a condition. I don't think you should have said that. I'm surprised by how readily he divulges such crucial information. Alon may not be his enemy for now, but that's no reason to go and tell him everything. Just use Aran. Aran? That's not the L at all! I wasn't sure how to address him, but he wasted no time in providing a fake name. He must be aware that I know his true name. I consider doing the same, but I leave it alone unless he asks. What are you planning to do next, Aran? I think we should leave that discussion for after we eat. Shigetsugu butts in, and he brings the curry over. He only carries 2 plates, since neither him nor me will be having any. Alon nods in response to that proposition. When I think about it, Alon's from India. Knowing that someone from the land of curry is about to eat my rendition of it makes me a touch nervous. It's so good. My gut sinks the moment he takes a bite into it. There's a huge contrast between the slow, disinterested way he eats in comparison to how numeral 4 wolfs it down. Oh, Alan Walker. What the? Welcome in, Carfaru. Wait, why am I nervous at all? I never expected the similarities to go this far. When I noticed he said something, my eyes meet his. My family once bought some curry rocks from Japan out of curiosity. Your family? Like your wife? He glares at me in response. Is this how you fish information for me? Is this how you fish for information? Maybe. I honestly didn't mean anything by it, though. I see. Well, it's public knowledge that I'm not married. When I say family, I refer to a relative. Thanks for the food. The tension is dispersed thanks to that outburst. I'm so glad he had no idea how to read the lines. I never expected Alan to talk about family, though. It's pretty normal for most people, but I somehow thought he was one of those rare sorts who had no attachment to them. That aside, I assume he didn't think the curry tasted bad since he didn't say anything about it. Is it odd for me to use a spoon? No, of course not. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Thinking about it, I guess I always do imagine people from India eating curry without utensils. Spoon! I'm so sorry, Luffy. He's having the same conversation you were, honestly. And it relates with spoons, huh? Looking edgy, Fade? Get help. Get out! Get out! Thinking about, okay. I guess they only do that when eating it with naan, but since he's eating Japanese curry, I don't think about it until he brings it up. That look on his face as he asks, though, it's so meek. I can't help bursting out in laughter. I see! Japan has a narrow-minded view of my home country. Naan so good? True. If you get a garlic naan, sheesh! That's not what I'm laughing at. Seems a little peeved, judging by the tone of his voice. My nerves, coupled with the fact that he always seems impossible to read, makes it all the harder to hold it back. Garlic, oof, don't even get me started, sheesh! Of grabbing things out of the boiled, spicy water of curry. Huh. He eventually brushes me off. He hands numeral 4 his plate and spoon to be taken to the sink. So good, actually. It's so good. Garlic naan? Bussin'. Plain's okay, but garlic's so good. Cheese? No, you're sick. Get help. He eventually brushes me off. He hands numeral 4 his plate and spoon to be taken to the sink. Okay. Never had cheese naan. That's because it's not real. He's sick. Not long after, Shigetsugu makes tea for all 4 of us. Oh! At least I'm not familiar with it. So you know what? I'm going with he's sick. Alan takes a whiff of the tea before switching his cup with Shigetsugu's before taking a sip. His face contorts immediately. I can't tell if it's an issue with Shigetsugu's so-called blend or Japanese tea in general, but he's more expressive than I expect. Meanwhile, numeral 4 is rolling his head around on the table out of boredom until Alan breaks the silence. Shigetsugu, I find your name somewhat difficult to pronounce, but regardless. It goes without saying what I'm here for, doesn't it? You have your eyes on our information, correct? Indeed. My intent is to eliminate all of you here, but I'm willing to settle for less at the moment. Well, color me surprised. Here I was expecting you to threaten us all into giving you what you wanted. The child mentioned having amnesia. Should that hold true, I see nothing coming from doing so. That applies to you too. I have no evidence, but my gut is telling me that you have no recollection of your own cards either. I'd only be putting myself at a disadvantage at being rash. Sorry, Aran. I too am having amnesia. Ha ha ha. So are the babies, actually. Can you leave them alone? English breakfast tea to Shigetsu. What? Amazing how he can say that after what he just pulled with Keiko. And he thinks numeral 4 is a girl. It proves that even he makes mistakes. Shigetsugu said that Alon's actions seem desperate. I feel like that applies even more with what he did to Keiko. The baby seeing amnesia of the video game. However, I'm surprised that not knowing the contents of my own card could work out for me like this. As for Alon's comment, numeral 4 is first to respond. Hang on a minute, that means you want to eliminate Shigetsugu? I won't let that happen. You're a baddie from here on. Calm down. Pray tell, what do you plan on doing should I refuse to cooperate? You likely know the answer. I have no intention of leaving empty-handed. I knew it. Let me at him. No, I don't want to see you two hurt one another. Besides, you would go after her first, wouldn't you, Aran? I don't doubt that. I'm ready to make my escape whenever necessary, but I doubt I could even reach the hall safely should Alan target me for real. I could negotiate with him thanks to the info I have on Shigetsugu, but right now I would much rather maintain the status quo. I'm fine revealing my information to you, but only on one condition. What would that be? I want you to serve as our bodyguard until elimination. Your job would be to keep this house safe, especially from numeral 11. In simpler terms, I ask you protect both myself and this child. Let's assume I agree to these terms. How do you plan on dealing with the other issue? He casts his gaze over to me. Fine, I'll refrain from electing him if you agree to go along with this. Why even bother? Shigetsugu doesn't need anyone but me to protect him. The kid's visibly frustrated, but it's Alan who opts to respond. Are you that delusional? What's that supposed to mean? Shigetsugu proposes this to avoid putting you in harm's way. It's for me? I'm not the only one who caught that, huh? You wouldn't happen to have family you're close to, would you? I will not qualify that with a response. Is he right, Shigetsugu? Of course he is. Strong as you may be, that doesn't make it any less distressing to see you get hurt. But if I beat him up, then don't overestimate yourself. You may be a child, but I would hold nothing back if I fought you. Rinka, you should already know I hold nothing back against children. The chances of something happening to you are too high. It's clear that Shigetsugu sees him a family. There's a direct parallel to what he's saying now and Keiko's actions when Alan took her son hostage. Alan's face is as expressionless as ever, so I can tell if he created this situation on purpose or if it's a mere coincidence. Shigetsugu. I'd figured you'd be happy if I took down all the baddies for you. If you really want to protect me, then why don't you take all their cards? For the same reason I don't want you fighting others. It's not as simple as you think. Save the argument for later. I'm willing to accept your first condition, but only if you provide a room for me to stay in. He clarifies his reasoning after seeing Shigetsugu's surprise. I haven't the luxury of doing as I please here, so being provided with somewhere to stay for a few days in exchange isn't a bad deal. Very well, of course. I'll need you to accept my second condition as well. I'm aware. Whatever. Numeral 4 stands up mid-conversation, almost in a deliberate attempt to interrupt them. I don't care anymore. Hey! He leaves the room immediately. Alan doesn't seem fazed, but the same can't be said about Shigetsugu. Pardon me, could you give us a moment? There's no reason to worry about his safety on the streets at night, but it's entirely possible he could start something with the police if they approach him. I don't want to be in a room alone with Alan. With Alan Scorpion? No, get me out of this room! Get me out! Leaving Alan here by himself is too risky, though. It's pretty scary to sit here all alone with him, but I stay behind regardless. Sorry, Fade. This is the canon of... No! Good grief. I have to admit, you struck me as a far less reasonable person. Looks like I might have misjudged you. I see. Perhaps buying time through conversation isn't the best idea, since I'm no good at it, and he makes it a point to say as little as possible. 10 minutes pass and not a single word is exchanged. Alon sits silent. The only action of note is when he blinks. I thought I'd be okay, but it's starting to get to me.
Rinka, I have a question for you.
Yes? He's so abrupt that I struggle not to jump out of my skin.
What exactly is your goal here? Your actions don't strike me as someone who wants to live through this ordeal.
I can't say he's not wrong. I can't say he's wrong. I never even stopped going to school after Divine Selection began. Not like he knows that. He's likely basing his claims off the way I've involved myself with other participants. In all honesty, I'm not sure how I ended up in this situation myself, but what I do know is that it's all been due to my own judgment. As often as I've questioned how much my life is worth, I've never once resigned to the idea that I'm fine with being eliminated. When I put all that together, it's easy to answer this question. I want to live. I want to make it through this. My actions may seem roundabout from your point of view, but this is just me staying true to who I am. I'm sure of it. These may be extraordinary circumstances, but I'm not built to adapt to them. Average is all I know. I'm easily influenced and prone to sticking my nose into what I shouldn't. That's me. That's what defines Shishimae Rinka.
I shouldn't have bothered to ask. The look in your eyes at the hospital told me all I needed.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I see him throw a faint smile as he says that. In that case, I look forward to seeing how far that mindset can take you. For now, there's little point in pressing you for information that you have no memory of. Who told you that?
It's logical to assume that you've forgotten the contents of your own cards along with the rules of Divine Selection. Perhaps not knowing your cause of death or regret makes it easier for you to act the way you do. The same goes for that child. Participants like that have little choice but to focus on eliminating others in order to learn about themselves.
Oh, it really was obvious that I'd forgotten everything about Divine Selection during my first visit to the Court of Fate. Especially after my discussion with Miyaru and needing Parka to explain things over to me from scratch. Had he taken the possibility that I had forgotten my own cards into consideration ever since? Did you agree to Shigetsugu's terms in hopes of finding out more about the kid?
I didn't, but now that you mention it, that does make for a decent plan. That one seems the type to reveal important information when one least expects it, perhaps while asleep. Considering the amnesia, trains could serve as a bridge to the memories buried deep within his psyche. That may be a little too convenient, but your point still stands.
Cutting the conversation off here seems wise. The last thing I want is for him to somehow extract information about Miyaru from me. She's set it up so everyone thinks we've had a falling out, but at this rate I might end up spilling the beans on that and more. Setting that aside, I'm surprised he agreed to Shigetsugu's terms so quick. Assuming that what he said is true, then it isn't because he sees value in doing so. There's more to it. He let his emotions take the wheel, from what I can tell. Not like I'll ever say that to his face.
They took their time getting back. Huh? Footsteps from the entrance. Feel free to check if you want. I have no intention of breaking my promise, so I'll remain here.
He's right. I hear noises coming from the entrance. I make my way over to welcome him back. 5 or so minutes after he began his search, Shigetsugu found the person he was looking for on his way back home.
So, this is where you went, you?
It's hard to run away when you don't have any memories of other places to go to. Use his name! We found it! We can take out the shot! We can eliminate him! Let's go! I mean, oh yeah, cool name. Capital D call. What's up? It's hard to run away when you don't have memories of other places to go. Shigetsugu referred to numeral 4 as you, but that wasn't his real name. It was a name Shigetsugu gave the boy upon his first encounter. Never mind. It's a fake name. Pack it up, people. No elimination yet. Do you hate me now? Of course not. Why are you okay with getting eliminated? You know you'll die, right? Leave with egg cringe. You know that I'll be all alone, right? Is it because we're not a real family? Even real families aren't guaranteed to stay together forever, I'm afraid. He cast a solemn gaze up to the night sky as he spoke. Having lost his wife far too soon, Shigetsugu spent his days battling loneliness. Meanwhile, his son got married soon after graduating college and getting hired into a financing company. Shigetsugu got along with his daughter-in-law at first, but things changed when she became pregnant. Maybe if you die, you'll be able to smell the fresh air in that house. True, the garbage. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Shigetsugu changed. Knowing a baby was on the way, both made the decision to move out. Shigetsugu's son was gradually moving up the corporate ladder, so it felt like the right time to go. And that was when Shigetsugu's battle with loneliness reached its zenith. The stress it caused him led to outbursts of violence. Oh. His attitude took a drastic turn, and he became stubborn over the most minor things. He would complain about his daughter-in-law's cooking for no reason. His actions eventually led to their hastened departure from Shigetsugu's home. The loneliness and self-hatred that followed changed him even more. They did get back in touch years later, but nothing ever came of it. Shigetsugu's issues eventually led him to gambling, which he used as a means to distract himself. This in turn led him to racking up more and more debt, to the point that it almost affected his son's family. It was then that they cut all ties with them together. Years later, he visited their home, only to find no one was living there. They had just up and vanished. Perhaps they thought the exact same about Shigetsugu, considering how little contact he made with the outside world. Oh right, you told me about what happened. That was all on me in the end, but you opted to stay with me, even after hearing my story. You may have had nowhere else to go, but it's clear you weren't hoping to use me for your own interests. Interests? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means, but sure. I'm staying with you because I like being with you. I like going to see the horses and boats and all that stuff too. But the biggest reason is that you gave me somewhere to belong. Just being here helps keep my mind off my own amnesia. Over a month has passed since Divine Selection began. Both Shigetsugu and you have spent the majority of time together. To others, the relationship may be fundamentally flawed. To Shigetsugu, however, the relationship was that of a true family. No matter what the others may think, you're a family to me. Same here. You're my one and only family. There was no preface to this statement. For you, the present took precedence over his lost memories. His words were proof of that. But that doesn't change the reality that I will die, though. You youngins may have had your lives cut short by one of fate's pranks, but that isn't true for me. If my back hadn't given out that day, I didn't have much time left. That's why the only thing I desired was to spend as much time with you as possible. It's a simple desire, but one that can't compare to that of the younger people giving it their all to survive. I know what you mean, Shigetsugu. That stuff is too complicated for me. What I'm saying is it's up to you to decide how you live your life from here on. It's up to me. Indeed. If you have even the slightest desire to live, then do everything you can to make it through Divine Selection. If you lack that desire, then I won't stop you. You can't make me choose like that. I'm afraid you have no choice. My elimination is a matter of days away. I don't wanna lose you. Yu was growing more upset as the conversation carried on. Shigetsugu, on the other hand, remained as calm as ever. Naming you Yu may have been a mistake when I think about it. I'm not sure if your amnesia had any effect on the outcome, but I never expected a card to form from my doing so. Not knowing the contents of your own card was your greatest asset, and yet my actions ruined it. No, they didn't. They made me happy. You gave me a name when I couldn't remember my own. Ho, I'm glad to hear it. In that case, I only have one wish for you. I won't tell you to press on and live if that's not what you want. However, I do want you to understand the joy of providing something for another. Much like how he had given his name. Not only a name, but a place to call home. I'll be able to pass something on that I received from you too. Have I given you something? I don't remember doing that. You have. I don't get it. I'm trying to understand, but I just can't. Work toward understanding it, then. Once you do, you'll be able to share in my joy. Shigetsugu rested a hand on Yu's head before patting it. His words and actions were cheerful despite the context of their conversation. Meanwhile, Yu was unable to find his answer. he had not accepted his reality, and the same thing, and at the same time, that state of mind made him all the more susceptible to what Shigetsugu had to say. So eventually he came to understand what was about to transpire. Ishizuka Shigetsugu was about to die, and there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. I happened to overhear the conversation. I don't intend to, but that's no excuse. I don't catch the entire thing, but one important detail doesn't slip by me, you. The moment Shigetsugu called numeral 4 that, my book began to glow. The resulting card contains nothing but those 2 letters. I'm glad Alan wasn't nearby when it happened. Things will only get more complicated if any of them learn that I now know his name. You. I repeat that name to myself. I figured that Shigetsugu had given him a name, but I never expected that name to be the one on his card. It's just like Miyaru. This would have been far more difficult to believe if I hadn't had this conversation with Miyaru about one's perception of one's name. Yep. What did Shigetsugu have in mind when giving him that name? Though surely there's some meaning behind it. Doesn't matter, I've somehow ended up with all 3 of Yu's cards. But I don't have it in me to elect either of them now. If Alan elects Shigetsugu, logic dictates that I elect Yu. I try my best to convince myself that's what I need to do, but it's not that easy. Are we gonna get a twofer? Are we gonna get both of them? We make our way back to the living room after I meet them at the entrance. Another conversation starts up once we've all gathered, but it dies off pretty fast. Bofa! We're gonna get Bofa!
Apologies for the wait. I've said my piece already, so it's fine. Give me a room and I'm satisfied.
Ain't no way this game doing a double kill. This chapter has been really long. Maybe they'll give us a double kill.
No need to worry, I'll do just that.
He still isn't too happy about the scenario, but regardless, the conversation is over. Knowing that, I decide to make my way back home, albeit far later than I planned.
Numeral 11 might have her eye on you as well.
Yeah.
Although she'll probably target me first, settling the score tends to take priority for people like her. I'm not the only participant here she'd want to do so with, so of course. But there's no need to be concerned. I plan on keeping my end of the bargain.
They giving Fate a craver and said go crazy. True! They want me to get all the kills. I'm so stunned by his apparent concern for me that I struggle to find a way to respond. What is it with this guy? First he threatens to kill a baby. Don't bring it up, please. First he threatens to kill a baby without hesitation, then he agrees to Shigetsugu's terms that don't entirely benefit him. To top it all off, now he's worrying about my safety? Goodbye, and thanks for dinner. I don't think I'll ever forget how delicious it was. Thanks, there's still some left, so go ahead and heat it up when you're hungry.
Allow me to see you off.
We then make our way out of the living room. You didn't need to leave the house with me, now I feel bad. Shigetsugu follows me outside, then seeing me off at the entrance. It's uncommon for us to be alone together, so I take this chance to clear my doubts. It's also your last meal! True! It is his last meal, huh? Evil Joel. It's uncommon for us to be alone together, so I take this chance to clear my doubts. Y'all are sick? No! We're playing the game as it's intended to be played. We're eliminating the people in our way. You would do it too, Lofi. Can I ask what the plans are for you if he gets eliminated? Ain't no way you just said his name!
That's quite the naughty habit you have there.
Sorry, I didn't do that on purpose. You gave him that name, didn't you?
I did. He may be a child, but he's also a courageous one. The pronunciation of you sounds both Japanese and foreign, doesn't it? I must admit that I never expected a card to result from it.
This is speculation on my part, but it seems like each participant's own personal perception holds a sizable influence over their cards.
I see. Allow me to answer your question, though.
I nod my head, urging him to continue.
I have around 1 million yen stowed away for him to use as he sees fit.
My first reaction is to look around after recovering from my own shock. I'm worried about any lurking burglars overhearing him, but I guess anyone sneaking into that house is in far more danger than those already inside.
That should be plenty to get him through the remaining 2 months of Divine Selection. It's not my place to dictate what he does afterwards, but if his memories return, then he should have enough to return home. Assuming he doesn't spend it all first, of course.
How did you make that much money?
There are plenty of ways to do so. I gathered up as much as I could find in the house and sold off anything of value for one. He mentioned before that his pension and benefits were his only sources of income right now. He talked about being in debt as well, so I could only assume he went through some shady dealings to gather up that amount. But what about the debt collectors? What about them? Knowing all he did for you's sake makes it hard to judge him for it, though. My money? Oh, you mean those garbage bags in the back? Oh no, they'll never expect the garbage bags. No one would ever want to go through the garbage. It's pretty difficult, I tell you. Especially when they froze my bank account and I'd already used up my savings. You saw how messy my house is, no? I turned the place upside down looking for things to sell, but I couldn't find it in me to clean it back up afterwards. That explains the... I slapped both my hands over my mouth the moment I realized what I'm about to say. It might be the truth, but it's still rude to say such a thing out loud. Oh, don't worry about it. Regardless, there's no need for you to be concerned about him. He lets out a heartfelt laugh. I can't find the humor in it though, so I just nod. Well then, I guess I'll see you in the dream world. Yeah, thanks for everything. Come now, I should be the one thanking you. He shovels back into his house. That's how it should be. Things are looking good for me right now. Even so, I make my way home with a knot in my heart. Family, huh? When I get back to my room, my mind drums up images of Shigetsugu and you. Shigetsugu talked about the joy of providing something to another. Was I able to do that for Keiko? Was I able to do that for Sonia even? Shigetsugu's elimination during the next election is all but guaranteed. Was I able to provide something for him, knowing that would happen? I heard him out and made dinner for you. There's no need to involve myself with any of the participants further than this, and yet I find myself worried about waking up on Monday plagued with regrets. Comfy, ayo. Ugh, screw this. I figure I'm best off acting instead of worrying, so I make my way to my computer. Thus, another day of school rolls by. I stayed up late last night doing research, so I'm still a bit tired. And once you know it, I check my calendar and it's June already. I'm already nostalgic about the time we spent to about the time we went to that amusement park. What the? Once my surprise fades, I get ready to head to school. Leave Mofu alone, Lofi. That's messed up. Once there, I found myself talking to the usual group. Morning. Morning. You decide on what you're gonna do for the culture festival yet? Well, I mean, they already settled on me helping out for like an hour on both Saturday and Sunday, right? I've been forced into it as well. Talking to these two really helps to hammer home that I'm back to my typical daily life. The culture festival is next week. My class has finally decided to go with the fortune teller booth's idea. I'm a bit worried about it since they've decided with hardly a month to spare, but it should be fine because there's nothing too difficult to prepare. None of us are playing a big part in it, but we do need to help out because it's a class effort. And said help comes in the form of 1-hour shifts on both Saturday and Sunday, it seems. Not what I mean. I mean, what are you gonna spend the rest of the time? I mean, how are you gonna spend the rest of the time? Oh, okay. I kinda wanted to check out the cafe that Naomi's class is running. Her class, huh? Not like you gonna tag along, you know? Wrong. Wherever Rinka goes, I follow. Spending time with Naomi should be fine so long as we're at school. She's been working hard for this, so I want to see how it turns out. You got any plans, Mao? Nope. Figures. I'm not interested in what others are doing, so I booked a morning shift. We're allowed to go home so long as we're at school when we need to be, so I may as well. I might do the same. Don't particularly care about anything else. Ah, you two suck. Ignoring Mao's attempts to tease us, we start to trudge over to the cafeteria. Okay, see ya! With that, Mao skips out of the classroom. Looks like she's heading home in a hurry today. I'm not sure why. She generally keeps that aspect of her life to herself. Still, she tends to be more busy than not. Not like she's in any clubs either. I can only assume she's got a part-time job or something. Miyaru is getting ready to head home herself. Offer to walk with her! Seems like she's working a shift today. Want to head back to the station together? Are you sure?
She starts to pack up even faster when she asks. Under her notebook is an unfamiliar book. Doesn't seem like one from the school library. No need to rush, though. I'd rather not have you leave me behind for being too slow. I can only smirk. Of course we'd walk with her. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thanks for yesterday, by the way. I didn't do much, though. I'm glad you brought it up. Mind if I ask what happened? Get ready for a long story, I guess. This isn't a topic I can avoid so long as we're together. I tell her about how I went to Shikatsugu's house and how numeral 11 forced her way in. She's wide-eyed at the start of the story, but by the end, all she does was sigh. Honestly, at this point, I'm just scared of what you'll try to pull next. Things worked out well enough, though. I managed to talk things out with numeral 12. What about it? You still have to eliminate him when all's said and done. I figure I'm being optimistic, but Miyaru makes sure to beat the reality back into me with her words. Lacking a proper retort, all I do is avoid eye contact. Well, I'm not going to nag you about how what you're doing is wrong. If anything goes south, you know I'm ready to protect you. More importantly, I'm happy that you're revealing this all to me in the first place. Why? Has anything happened on your end? Are you curious? She teases the question with a smile. You're not gonna tell me anything. That's my girl, you know me so well. We move to more standard topics following that as we make our way to the station. Then we exchange goodbyes and part ways. Saturday. Yesterday was a rare day I was able to open the store for once. Customers dwindled during holiday periods, but regulars still in the area tend to drop by. I'm glad most of them understand that my grand's away, so they make it a point to cheer me on rather than criticize my offerings. Yo, Rinny, wanna go somewhere the week after the culture festival? Mao comes over to chat as I'm getting ready to head home. Sure, got some place in mind? Not yet. Could always go see a movie or hit up karaoke. She grins as she notices my hesitation. Come on, don't deny me the pleasure of watching your sheepish singing, Rinny. I'd very much like to deny you that. We haven't been to karaoke with Naurin yet, have we? It'd be good timing, so let's do it. I bet that girl's got a killer voice. Don't know what she'd sing, but the quiet types are always surprisingly good at singing. The only curveball is Miyaru and her job. Whatever. Things will sort themselves out. She prattles on and on without giving me a chance to speak. I'm all too aware that this is her way of making sure I can't turn her down. I'm pretty curious about what Naomi would try to sing, so I end up agreeing. Yes! Make sure you keep the Saturday after next open, then. Sure. Saturday after next, that would be the 16th. 2 more elections stand between now and then. I should be fine for this week, but who knows about next week's. That's not the mindset I should have, though. My utmost priority is making sure I never get elected. Rinny? I apologize for getting lost in thought before we make our way to our class. Election. After spending some time in Shinjuku, I find myself waiting for the train. I realize it's been a while since the last time I went to the bookstore, so I decide to stop by before heading home. There are a fair number of shoujo manga on sale, so I find a couple to try. Oh, Rinka! No, it's the evil! As it happens, Naomi is already there and waiting for the same train, and she even has the same bag in hand as me, which means we were both at the same store. After discussing what we bought, Naomi's expression gets a bit more serious as she changes the topic. How did things with that child go, if I may ask? She must mean you. It's funny, thinking back to the first encounter, not only did I not know his name, I actually thought he was a girl. Ken the Vents! How should I tell Naomi, though? I can't give her all the details like I did with Miyaru. Miyaru's warning comes to mind as I mull it over. Let's just say things worked out. Okay. Sorry. The exchange is brief, but it no doubt leaves Naomi a tad vexed. If I'm not going to tell her everything, then I'm better off not saying anything at all. Her pained expression tells me exactly how the current situation makes her feel. Doing this to her hurts me enough already, but she must feel even worse on the receiving end. That's why I try my best to change the topic. Is something wrong? As soon as I do, I notice a familiar figure against the crowd. Not wanting Naomi to notice, I keep my gaze on her, only resorting to quick glances to make sure everything's right. Only to make sure I'm right. And I am. It's you. He's standing in the crowd as if waiting for someone. But I mean, there's a very limited pool of people he could be waiting for. He tries to seem nonchalant, but I notice him glancing over to me every now and then. Oh, sorry, I forgot to pick something up for the cafe. Go on without me. I don't mind joining you. Nah, it's fine. I'm sure you're tired from all the preparations for the culture festival, so I say go and get some rest. I don't mind coming along. No! 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 Do not! You are not coming along. I'm going alone. Don't capital D colon. You don't want her around either. She nods, although it's obvious that she has read between the lines. Following that, I wave goodbye as she gets on the train. Yu makes his way over after confirming that I'm alone. Rinka. You probably realized that I saw him. I need to ask a favor. He cuts right to the chase. I have to quietly hear him out. I want to help Shigetsugu see his family again, but I need you to help me figure out where they are. Shigetsugu said he'd already given up, but it's obvious that he wanted to see them again for a long time. I'm the only one who can convince him, but I can't bring myself to say anything. It just frustrates me so much. I've spent so much time up till now trying to figure out what I should do, trying to figure out the right answer. It was tough, but now I know. Things can't go on like this. We'll both regret it if they do. He lets his emotions run rampant despite being out in public. There's nothing I can do to stop him either. Once he finishes his spiel, he stares at me, worry all over his face. I can't blame him. Normally people wouldn't hear him out, but he's probably hoping for the slightest possibility that I will. I don't know where they are. Shigetsugu probably wouldn't tell me either. There's no way I could ask Iran, so you're the only one I can rely on. Please. He's probably expecting me to turn him down based on my silence. I don't seem to be in the right state of mind. His desperation to help Shigetsugu serves to warm my heart, as does knowing we both thought of the same thing. They moved away due to his son getting transferred to another branch of his company, so finding out which prefecture they were in was pretty easy. Calling them and pretending to be other departments worked out well. I've been brushing up on my acting skills ever since Divine Selection started, so I was able to nail down the city they were in. Huh? But the rest is up to you. Just ask around the neighborhood to find out which house is theirs. I can give you money for the Shinkansen and lodging for the night. I gotta keep it a secret from my gran, but it'll be fine as long as you pay me back. What's happening right now? If you're not taking Shigetsugu with you, then you'll have to convince his family to come see him instead. I won't help you out more than this, but I want you to trust yourself. I honestly don't get what's happening. Shigetsugu said that Yu is both brave and compassionate. I have to agree. I hand him an envelope. Inside is the information I've already dug up regarding Shigetsugu's family, as well as some money. Did you know I'd do this? It's only because I had the same idea across my mind. It's their story from here on out. I have no intention of seeing it through. Now that I've done this much for you, I should be able to avoid waking up with regret if Shigetsugu gets eliminated. I want to see him happy till the very end, so I'll do everything I can to make sure that happens. Thanks, Rinka. I promise I'll pay you back. After he says that, he remains still for a moment. Just as I mutter that I need to go, he stops me. His expression is deathly serious. There's one more favor. His face makes it clear that this one is serious. Even so, I don't expect what comes out of his mouth. Eliminate me next. I want you to eliminate me. I knew it! I'm so good at this! Huh? I kind of figured that you've already obtained all 3 of my cards. Cringe? I'm gonna eliminate you next, Slothby, if you keep that face on your face. Let's go, Eggy. I also figured... Canada, what the? Canada, man, let's go. I also figured that you wouldn't elect me. You're just too kind. But why? Because I want you to live. You're joking. Sorry, I shouldn't. You're joking! Sorry, I shouldn't shout at you. But I'm serious. If there's anyone I'm fine with being eliminated by, it's you. That's not all, though. I shouldn't be allowed to live in the first place. What? What makes you say that? My memories don't seem like they'll ever come back, but sometimes I'm scared of myself. Sometimes I get the feeling that the person I was before this is ready to do something terrible. I may become something else entirely if my memories return. Who knows what I'll do then. So please, kill me before that can happen. I can feel the pressure he's been bottling up inside from the tone of his voice. That unknown factor has probably been haunting him for a while now. I had no intention of electing him this week, just as he said. Mostly because I don't have it in me. Sorry, but I need some time to think. Why? You'll have to eliminate me sooner or later if you want to live, right? Right, but right now I'd rather leave that for when your memories return. For when we can both learn about the link we share. Are you sure your amnesia isn't just causing you to panic? And I might regret my actions by eliminating you before I learn something important. I'm gonna get rid of my blanket. I'm getting really hot. Goodbye, blanket. Woo. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, I am now cooler. From Dragon Ball. I might regret my actions by eliminating you before I learn something important. But you gotta! Need a streamer, guys! Get in! I need more voice actors! But you gotta. Never mind, he's back. No way. He refuses to give in. He knows what I'm like by now, and yet he presses on regardless. Please, you'll do this for me, won't you? I can't bring myself to answer. He refuses to stop staring at me, waiting for me to say yes. Sorry, deal was limited time only. Ain't no way, I said it before the deal ended! Ain't no way! He believes he might do something terrible, but I can't see that happening. Sure, his past requires him to know how to fight, but that doesn't feel relevant to his current fears. As a promise. He cuts the conversation off after a period of silence and takes his leave without another word. There's a reason I couldn't give him the response he wanted. Deep down, I knew I just can't do it yet. Come on, Rinka. Come on, get Bofa. 2-for-1 deal. Come on. Today turns out to be another rare day. I keep the cafe open all day long. Leaving it closed so often has taken its toll on me. My legs feel like rubber now that my shift's over. Either way, working up a sweat from hard work feels pretty good. And getting to see all the customers relaxed and content makes it all worth it. Right, time for a shower and bed. I don't need games with voice acting. This one has voice acting, it's just all in Japanese. So for opting to being able to read at a speed that isn't paid, I have turned off the voice acting. Otherwise I just wouldn't be able to read without getting cut off over and over by the characters being like, oh yeah, did you hear about the people who died last week? Also, please kill me. So yeah, you know how it is. This week's election awaits. It doesn't actually matter when I decide to go to sleep, but the more sleep I get, the better I should feel in the morning. I notice a sizable black object in my room as soon as I enter. Ah, it's Lathe, lording over my bed as usual. Oh, it's you. In all honesty, it's reassuring to know I'm not alone. Good evening, my lovely little slaves to fate. Parka's voice echoes throughout the court of fate. That's the prelude to this week's election. Oh, ho ho ho. It's nice that we arrive here like clockwork. I'm so old that I forget to set my DVR to record my TV shows. I would very much appreciate you not treating this as a televised entertainment. Has humanity's humble TV piqued even a lovely goddess's interest? I assure you, no ethereal being is as educated regarding the trends of all mortal coils as I. Existing out with the bonds of time can lead to extreme boredom, you see. She smiles as she responds to Shigetsugu. There's something inherently off about hearing a being like her, who feels right at home in a fantasy setting, talk about TVs. I wonder if she observes events in the real world from here as if watching us on TV. I see hints of exhaustion from all of you. We are nearly halfway through Divine Selection, so that's to be expected. We can just get on with it then?
Might as well hurry this up so we can get some solid shut-eye. Frederico speaks up in his typical tone of jest. From what I can tell, he doesn't have any serious injuries. You claim to have rendered him immobile, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Either that, or the dream world doesn't reflect our current state in the real world. Okay, gonna get ready for bed. Good luck, y'all. Up, sleep well, Eggy. Have a good sleep. Thank you for dropping in. And yes, sleep well, sleep well. I couldn't get the sneeze out. No! Sleep well, Eggy. Take care, take care. Either that or the dream world doesn't reflect your current state in the real world. Oof, I hate it. I hate it. My nose feels tickly. Wah! Meaning he's acting fine to cover up the fact that he's not been injured. Worst feeling? I know. I hate it when the sneeze doesn't come out. It's so doo-doo. Goodness gracious. Quite the impatient lot. Have you no sympathy for a goddess looking to stave off boredom? No matter, we have 8 elections left, including tonight's. I'm sure you will provide me with some entertainment during the span of that time. Allow me to begin tonight's election. Revolve, O Clock of Fate. Things proceed as usual after that. Each participant announces whether or not they want to elect someone as the clock hand makes its revolution. Naturally, I'm up first. I'm numeral 1. Really? Come on, we can elect, right? Maybe the boy will elect us, and then we have to counter-elect him. I announced my intent not to elect anyone tonight. In the end, Alan is the only one to announce an election. Oh, okay. I elect numeral 5. As expected, he goes straight for Shigetsugu. Shigetsugu seems satisfied with this outcome. I can only guess the meaning behind it, but I'd like to believe his story ends on a positive note. More importantly, you liar. A sense of guilt washes over me as I hear those words get muttered. 2 people face one another in the Court of Fate's upper stratum, Alan and Shigetsugu. For Alan, this is his 3rd time. Much like the previous 2, his expression remains stolid. Well, this is something else. This dream world offers surprise after surprise. Alan remains silent after Shigetsugu's remark. The only thing in his eyes is the reflection of an old man's decrepit smile. You've become quite the regular visitor here, haven't you? Alan gives no response to Parka, who appears out of nowhere either. Worry not, I'm aware that you are not one for words. Please select your 3 cards. Alan opens up his card book and produces the relevant cards. Once done, he reads them aloud. His name is Ushizuka Shigetsugu. He died of starvation. His regret is the family he once got along with. Oh ho, oh ho, ho ho. Fortunately, I have no more regrets. I'm not sure how he pulled it off. I'm not sure how he pulled off his trick, but he allowed me the chance to see my family one last time. Don't be foolish. That was no trick. It was a heartfelt gift from him, your family, to you. His efforts will be in vain if you refuse to accept that. Oh, don't worry, I'm aware. It's just this old man's way of hiding his embarrassment. I see. I would say I'm surprised at your outburst, but that's not true. While brief, our time together was enough to understand that no one holds their family as dear as you. I let this drag on longer than necessary. Hurry up with the proceedings. Oh, done chatting already? Before Alan can respond, a bright light floods from his cards. It envelops the area in an instant. Okay, we just won then. Sag? No double elim. A man haunted by loneliness. On the floor in his home. As starvation whittled him away, all he could do was reflect on his past. He wished to return to those happier times. It was an unrealizable dream, and yet it was one he could cling to as his life's light gradually extinguished. Expect no sympathy from me. Your dream did end up coming true. That's more than enough. Who are you talking to? He's dead. I admit it. I admit that it is quite rare for you to even...
I admit that it is quite rare for you to be even the slightest bit sentimental.
How many times must I tell you not to concern yourself with me? Do your job!
Dull to the core. No matter, you may reveal your interesting side to me sooner than you expect. Alan's platform begins to move as Shiketsugu's cards float in front of him. He must pick a card to keep before returning to the lower stratum. His expression remains emotionless as he chooses. Okay. Sometime after Alan descended by himself. Which card would you like to obtain?
I choose numeral 4's regret.
Something's wrong. Yu seems completely unfazed by Alan's selection. No, that's not quite right. His expression is alien compared to a few minutes ago. It sends a shiver down my spine. His gaze remains focused on me rather than Alan. That kid. I find it hard to believe that it's simply anger over me not electing him. This is something else, like I'm staring into an endless abyss of rage. Phase protection about to become right. Oh no, 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 no. Ouch. My head suddenly begins to pound, but not enough to make me collapse, so I do my best to power through it.
What in the world?
I notice Alan's bewilderment the moment he touches Yu's card. The card, which was glowing white, suddenly shatters. A fragment disperses throughout the area. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh me, oh my. My card book begins to glow as well. Parka speaks up as soon as I notice. Tonight's session resulted in one elimination. I bid you all farewell for now. Seeds of dissonance have already begun to sprout, but this is just the beginning. Oh? That's the 5th week. I wake up drenched in sweat. The gross and sticky kind, no less. Layth is nowhere to be seen, so I assume it was another midnight departure. Huh? What's up? I'm assuming his memories came back, meaning the current information on the cards is, gone! What in the world happened during that election? The moment Alan got his hands on that card, it shattered. It was Yu's regret card, too. I have the card as well, so I've got a bad feeling about this. I peek into my own book of cards, fearing the worst. No way. What's going on here? I'm sure the distress in my voice is apparent. Yu's regret card has vanished. This has never happened before. If the card disappears, does that mean his regret has disappeared? That can't be right. His regret was about his mother's cooking, so it wouldn't disappear because I made him one dinner. Oh no, 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 no. His regret's gonna be not killing Rinka or something. Even if it did, I would have lost the card sooner. Shigetsugu wouldn't have had it either, which means there's only one possibility. That's why I decide to go back to Shigetsugu's house after school, not saving the old man. Oh no. Oh no! I was fine with the old man dying though. School itself started to get busy thanks to the culture festival preparations. My class got started pretty late comparatively, so the people in charge were running around during lunch to get things set up. Much as I think they should have gotten it all sorted out earlier, I'm in no position to comment when I'm doing the bare minimum to help. I would be willing to help out if they asked, but they're making it pretty clear they want to handle things themselves. That's why... And I get why. It's nice when you and a group of friends pull stuff like this off together. Naomi's class is probably doing much better than ours in that regard. Well, let's grab some grub. Not a care in the world, huh? It's awkward to sit here right now, so let's make our way to the rooftop. Oh, hey, watch what you're saying. Why should I? They're the ones who turned down Mao's offer to help. Because of our being around her. No worries, makes my life easier for me. Something tells me that Miyaru is a bit annoyed. Most likely because it's easy to guess how they treated Mao when she offered help. Besides, they're the ones who sorted out our shifts for us. Might as well thank them, really. Well, so long as you're fine with it, let's get going. I nod and follow along behind them. Chow time. All three of us enjoy lunch on the rooftop as usual. Times like this are when I can relax the most. Just as I'm enjoying my tonkatsu sandwich, a familiar voice calls out as the rooftop door opens. Naomi? Sorry, is Rinka here? Naomi? Yo, Naorin. Feels like it's been ages since I last saw you. Oh, hi, Mao. Good day to you too, Miyaru. Miyaru makes eye contact with her but says nothing. Both Naomi and I understand why, so Naomi makes her business clear right away. I have some coffee coupons, so here you go. She hands 3 tickets over to us. The word coffee is printed in the middle in an oversized font. Beneath that, it says Amika Girl High School University High School Culture Festival. Our class caught the principal's eye, so now they'll be selling these tickets at the reception. I got some spare ones, so I wanted to give them to you. Nice. Guess they're going all out to attract as many people as they can. Plenty of classes barely put in efforts like ours. So all the work your class did could serve as a good PR for the school. That's a fair point. I'm really happy for you, honest. All that work paid off. We won't know until the culture festival starts. This is all thanks to you. I didn't expect to get so hooked once you started teaching me. So Naorin, you gonna do any cosplay? Mao poses a new question to cut off the current conversation. Naomi's face burns bright red in response. Cosplay? You mean like Miyaru does? I'll have you know that's just my official work uniform. So sorry. So someone did suggest that we do that, but I'm not sure it would suit me. Man, have you heard of tropes? Literary tropes? I guess. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing you on that day. Mao shoots a wry smile at Naomi. Alright, you free Saturday after the culture festival? We're planning to head out somewhere again, and figured you might want to join. I'm free, yes. Are you sure you want me to come along, though? I won't object, neither will Rinka. I assume. Yep, don't know what we're doing, but it'll be nice to get out again. What happened to my karaoke idea? I'll look forward to it, but promise me you'll come along during the culture festival? Naomi, no worries, we'll be there. Good luck with preparations. Thank you. I do my best to swallow the words I was about to say to her as she walks off. Miyaru fires a glance at me as I do. I can only imagine the feelings behind her current expression. You two should eat up before lunchtime is over. Divine selection is my thoughts more often than I'd like these days, but Mao's comment ejects it from my mind for a little bit. Another day spent eating lunch together with friends under blue sky, another day spent casually treading the line between the life I want and the reality I must face. When school is over, I catch up to Miyaru on her way home. What's wrong? It's unusual for you to approach me like this. Miyaru is already aware of the situation after her help in fending off numeral 11. I don't want to skimp on the details, so I make sure she gets the full story about Saturday night. It's about what happened to that card last night. Sorry, I have a shift schedule. As much as I'd like to discuss this over tea, I'm afraid I don't have the time. I know, so I'll be brief. You know the circumstances surrounding numeral 4, so I just want your take on the matter. You said you had his regret card, didn't you? The same that numeral 12 chose last night. I assume yours disappeared as well. I nod and then Miyaru continues. We both offer our thoughts on why and how the card could have disappeared like that. Both of us seem to have the same idea too. Miyaru tries to make her way to the station after that, but I stop her again. There's something that's been nagging me and that I need to talk to her about. That's not all though. Something's been on my mind ever since Shigetsugu. Ever since Shigetsugu, the one eliminated last night, divulged a certain story to me. And what sort of story was that? One about how different people can share a connection. It got me thinking about how despite all the people we met through our lives, we never have the right to force them into anything. This is about Naomi, I assume. What gave me away? This is what you're talking about. This is what we're talking about. You're not sure if you're practically forcing Naomi to distance herself from divine selection was the right choice, are you? Let me make this clear. My opinion on the matter won't change. Allowing her to involve herself puts her into treacherous territory. But at the same time, Rinka, you're correct. It's not my place to dictate what you two decide. Let's not forget that we're both acting on our own volition. I'm perfectly content offering my life to you, much like how you get involved with participants you hardly know. Yeah, you're right. It's so obvious now that she mentions it. Everyone's acting of their own accord. Miyaru chewed me out for it, but that never stopped me from getting involved with Keiko, Sonia, or Shigetsugu, and you. I stuck by my choices. That being said, Naomi's got her hands full with the culture festival. If you plan to discuss things with her, I suggest doing so afterwards. Yeah, I know, thanks. Looks like Miharu knew exactly why I tried to stop Naomi, just as I figured. I might be the type of person to act before I think, but this time around, I knew it'd be best to do the opposite. Why do we need to tell Naomi? Naomi's cringe. After parting ways with Miharu, I end up near Shigetsugu's house. I made sure to tell her I'd be doing so, to which she offered the warning, just be careful. Numeral 4's regret card is gone, that much is a fact. I wasn't sure if I had it in me to elect you, but that's irrelevant now that I don't have it. Now that I don't have all his cards. The time will come when I have to steel myself for the inevitable. I won't be able to keep myself safe, should you end up gathering all of my information either. That's why I made my way here, to confirm whether or not our guess was correct. It isn't long before the reality of the matter will overturn that logic, however. The house is gone! I stand in front of Shigetsugu's house, mouth agape. That might not be the right way to put it. Huh? I guess since his home was old and he's dead, they just tore it down? The house I've become so familiar with is no longer there, and its place is an empty lot. Slime!
What?
Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Good day, raid. Good day. Oh, thank you, King. I hate how my ats haven't been working as of late. Thank you for shouting out Slime. How was Halo? I couldn't at them. I couldn't either. It's something with Twitch. Save. Yeah, I don't get it. Twitch is being doo-doo. But yeah, thank you, King, for shouting out Slime. But yes, how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my channel name is Fadelessword. Most people use Fade or Fadeless. I stream variety games such as the Hollow Charlotte series, the Nier series, Elden Ring, Hollow Knight, and currently we've been going through Fatal 12 as well. I also have been playing other games like Tales of Arise, and we might actually start even more games because, oh man, there are sales. So that's cool. I also do art on stream, and yeah, that's pretty much me. Was molding at AI that couldn't stay behind and kept dying, failing the mission. No! We hate doo-doo AI. All the games. Yes, all the games. But if you haven't already, please go give Slime a follow. Slime is a psychic slime VTuber who does a lot of variety and cool content in terms of playing variety games with Halo, War Thunder, and more. Also the Metal Gear Solid collection. And other games as well, but also does a lot of cool programming with Unreal Engine 5 and Unity as well. Also made a lot of the redeems themselves. So if you haven't already, please go press that follow button right at the top of chat. It's very simple, easy, costs nothing at all, and you'll get notified exactly when they go live as well. Please go check them out. They do a lot of cool things, and it's really cool to see. Go give them a follow. But yes, we're just playing Fatal 12. We just finished one election, which took so long. Normally it doesn't take that long, but I guess since we got the info for 2 people, even though we didn't get rid of 2 people, it took that long. But dang, that was a long section. All the games, yes, yes. Well, yes, hope you, other than doo-doo AI, I hope your stream went well. Not a single trace remains of the place Shigetsugu spent his final days. A gust of wind blows through the lot as if to accentuate the emptiness I feel. At the same time, I notice a familiar figure. Why didn't you elect me? Oh, thank you for the hydrate, King. Music's turning up. It is numeral 4, you. Oh, no, 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 no. His appearance hasn't changed since we last spoke, but his voice sounds somewhat younger. I asked you to kill me. I begged you to. But why? But you didn't. Why? Somehow sounds even more serious than he did Saturday night. Will you kill me during the next election? I'm not sure. That's all I can muster. He cast his gaze to the ground before replying. I knew it. You won't elect me, even if I tell you my regret. His voice grows deeper than before. His eyes are as empty as they were in the Court of Fate. You still don't know what you should do. Don't worry, I'll make sure that you kill me. Your memories came back, didn't they? That's why your true regret replaced the one that we knew. Just what was locked away within your memories? Hell on earth. I'm not sure what he means, but it doesn't seem to matter to him. He turns his back to me before continuing. I hope you're prepared to face what happens next. Wait, there's still more. He ignores my plea. He killed us when he knew. You'll be the one to. I fail to catch his final words before he leaves, but the tone of his voice has changed yet again. It felt as though each and every word he said pierced me. Why are they mad at us? Because we didn't kill him. He's the only one. We're the only one he wants for. We are the only one he wants to murder him. As he fades into the sunset on the horizon, it reminds me of someone marching into a blazing hellfire. He's mad he didn't die. Despair. Jam it. Once home, all I can do is think about what you said. This is like reverse Yandere or something. True! Well, Yandere is more love-focused. This is more never me. I'll make sure you kill me. About how I don't have it in me to elect him. It's true that he asked me to do so, but I never even had the opportunity to apologize for denying him the request. I open up my card book once more. This is still here, at least. Yeah, but they only want us to kill him and no one else. Otherwise, just dox yourself to Alan. Oh yeah, I guess it is really reverse Yandere. He only wants us to kill him and no one else. Why does it have to be us to kill him? He feels nicer about us killing him than other people killing him. He wants us to do it because we have this relationship. And by relationship, I mean we cooked dinner for him once. As suspected, his memories have returned. His mother's cooking was a regret born from his amnesia. There's no doubt it was rooted deep in his psyche, but also inherently different from the regret he held before losing his memories. By that logic, it's odd that his name card didn't disappear along with his regret after getting his memories. That's it. That's all. But the name card is still here. If the cards are based on personal perception, then it makes sense. So two possibilities exist. The first is that he had no name before. The second is that he doesn't consider his previous name to be his real name. I'm leaning toward that idea. For example, he wants to distance himself from his previous self due to some bad experiences. Shigetsugu conjectured that his skill in combat came from being in an environment that demanded it. If that's the case, then he's likely been through all sorts of things that a normal person like me can't even imagine. Maybe I was too cruel. I can understand why he'd want to be eliminated to avoid remembering what all he'd gone through. He's likely struggling with his past right now. My own hesitation has caused him to suffer. It's something I should have realized with ease, yet I unconsciously avoided it. Eliminating another is the same as killing them. I was simply too scared to shoulder that sin. I wonder what Naomi would say if she heard all this. What would I have done if she were here? If she shouldered that sin with me? Things are different from before, though. I'm not sure how she'd react to me possibly eliminating someone. Didn't she help you learn how to eliminate someone, though? There's no point in thinking about this. No one can understand how I feel. Once again, I seal the cap on my emotions. I opt to run away, all the while overlooking the future in store for me. Bum, bum, bum. Friday. Oh, dang, Friday! In the end, I spend my days following that as normal. The only notable difference is everyone getting ready for the culture festival. I put a temporary hold on my efforts to gather information too, mainly because I was curious about what you said. I expect him to make some sort of move against me, so I've been half-heartedly watching out for that. I make sure to fill in Miharu too. Somewhat ironic how I chose not to form a pact with her, and yet we're practically working together. We haven't shared the details of one another's cards, but that's about it. Miharu seems to be at something of a loss regarding how to proceed herself. As for Alan and numeral 11, I haven't seen either of them since our last encounter. Alan did mention that he was trying to get his hands on information pertaining to the duo, so it's possible that both parties are scouting each other out right now. Things can't go on like this. I decide to go for a walk through the park to take my mind off things. The Culture Festival starts tomorrow and ends Sunday. I shouldn't have to worry about being elected this week, so long as I don't do the same to anyone else. I hope that things settle down a bit during the Culture Festival, since I've been hitting a wall so much recently. I need to get out my frustrations today in order to accomplish that, though. Sitting down on my favorite bench, I gaze at the building in the distance. A single crow flies past, which makes the clock tower that already stands out all the more captivating. I still find it hard to believe that this is the final destination Parko mentioned. To me, it's a place associated with memories of my childhood and my talk with Naomi a while back. I have to admit I'm surprised Miyaru didn't tear me a new one on Monday. Maybe something changed within her during Divine Selection. Actually, hang on. If anyone's changed, it's me. I'm able to talk things out with her now. The same might apply to her. I've noticed that we've been keeping fewer things from each other. People can't forcefully change one another, but the way we interact with others can change along the way with us. That said, Naomi has never changed her attitude toward me despite how I treated her. She did everything she could to maintain the status quo. I understand the weight behind her offer to share responsibility with me far more than I did back then. Naomi. My phone rings as if in response to my mumbling. I open up my text app only to learn that it's none other than Naomi. Holy! Thought that was my phone? I thought that was my phone too for a second. I thought that was mine too. The text reads, "What is it?" That's odd. It's like she heard what I just said, but that can't be. I didn't butt dial her or anything. Rinka! I've been stalking you for a while now. I hear a voice come from behind me. Part of me thinks I'm hearing things. Gah, Naomi. Sorry, I didn't intend to surprise you like that. Don't worry about it. Shouldn't you be preparing for tomorrow? We're mostly finished setting up, so we all decided to go home early today. Of course, we have to wake up extra early tomorrow to make up for it. Have you gone through not being able to sleep the night before a big excursion? Not really. How very like you. I was one of those kids myself. So, well, I was going through something similar today with the nerves and all, so I figured I might calm down if I came here, and I found you. I actually really like this place, so I've been coming every now and then, ever since you first brought me. She struggles to hide her shy expression, not to mention her flushed cheeks. I feel myself cracking a smile. You are the class leader, so I guess you've got stuff on your mind. Don't put me under more pressure than I already am, please. I hardly stand out, and this is the first time I've done something like this. It doesn't help that I've always been introverted. Haha, you'll be alright. I know I shouldn't laugh, but there's just something inherently adorable about her. Part of me is envious over her ability to worry so much over something like this. But that isn't the main reason I find myself smiling. I don't think I could ever imagine things turning out like this when we first met. Don't bring that up, please. I'll die of embarrassment. You know how you said he was going to make us elect him one way or another, and the whole cafe thing's coming up with the school festival? He's gonna kidnap Naomi and force us to elect him. Don't bring that up, please. I'll die of embarrassment. It was around the beginning of April, wasn't it? Feels like so long ago now. I don't want to see this flashback. Oh, no. I think I might be cooking. It was the Saturday after the first and second years had their entrance and opening ceremonies respectively. Class ended in the morning for us that day, but I was told to stay behind and finish all the homework I hadn't handed in. Not that it was my fault I hadn't done it. Gran was going to the countryside at the end of March, so I spent most of my time helping her with her luggage, making preparations for living on my own, not to mention the time spent learning the ropes so Linehouse could stay open. Those were all personal circumstances, though. Bringing them up with my teacher felt like I'd just be making excuses, so I refused. Thus, I ended up retreating into the library to get it all done. The place was empty because the new term had just begun, with the exception of one person. There we go. That person was Hitsuji Naomi, who just started her life at Amika. She must be a real bookworm to visit the library already. That was my first impression of her. I made my way over to an empty seat, piling up all the homework waiting to be done. Naomi sat not too far from me, reading through a big pile of books. Thinking back, she must be a speed reader, considering she planned to finish the whole lot. Does she enjoy reading books here? I couldn't help but ponder aloud. She could have made some coffee and gone cozy on her own bed to read if she just took them home. Granted, it wasn't my place to question her logic while I sat there to finish homework at the beginning of the new term. Not to mention, I'm not even sure how long we were in there for. All I remember was that it had grown pitch black outside. Just as I was about to leave to avoid being shouted at for staying past opening hours, I noticed Nami was still there. She wasn't reading, though. She looked like she was searching for something. She made her way through the bookshelves, checking the spines one by one. Oh no. I can't recall if those were exact words or not, but I did hear some sort of panicked noise. Her expression and attitude made it all the more apparent. Hey, something the matter? Oh, sorry. I was just about to leave. It's fine. I'm just a student. Did something happen? You seem troubled. Her reaction forced me to remember my bad reputation. Mao said that the rumors about me spread like wildfire, even over the most minor of things, so the first years may already be aware of me. Golden streaks in my hair, an intimidating expression, and petite. It hurts to admit, but most people would recognize someone with such specific traits. Judging by her demeanor, it's obvious that she's too scared to talk. Whatever, you're looking for something, right? Just tell me what it is, and I'll look around on my own. Huh? But... The music just reset. It won't be long until a teacher kicks us out, and if you don't want me to help, fine, but it seems important to you. I have fond memories of how funny her reaction to that was. Her eyes darted all over, and she struggled to find a reply. Eventually, she stared right at me before speaking up. I accidentally put my notebook on a shelf instead of a book. I was reading a book at the same time, so I didn't even notice when I did. I take it you're the clumsy type. Apparently she received the notebook from her mom as an enrollment gift. Losing it that fast might earn her a record or two. She'd probably get a prize in innovation for the way she did so, too. That said, I felt bad for her. It didn't seem likely that anyone would stumble across it, considering how many books the library had. Things would only get more difficult as days passed and people switched them in and out, too. That's why I decided to help her out. A teacher eventually did come along to chase us off. I stopped searching at that point, instead opting to buy Naomi some time. An hour or so later, she managed to find it. Okay. Cool. But thank you so much for your help. You even went and convinced the teacher for me. I'm not sure what I did counts as convincing, but hey, I'm glad you found it. Better make your way home now. Could we go to the station together? People are gonna start rumors about you if they catch you with me. Rumors? Why would they? You should know. Weren't you scared of me earlier? Scared? Oh no, not at all. I was just embarrassed over what I'd done. I may be the only person to lose something like that. That's probably true. I felt dumb for worrying about my reputation. She didn't know, and my appearance hadn't intimidated her. It wasn't all that special a moment when I think about it, but somehow I felt like it was. Shishimai Rinka, pleased to meet you. Hitsuji Naomi, pleased to meet you. I think it took less than a week for her to become more casual around me. Oh, it's worth noting that she tripped over herself on her way to the station. There was nothing special about how we met, yet it was a memorable occasion to me, regardless. Whew! Speed reading! Sort of. Kinda. Not really. Both of us laugh as we talk about the past. Why'd you have that notebook out of the library anyway? I make a point to note down the title of whatever I'm reading, whatever I've read, and my thoughts. You could say it's my diary of sorts. My thoughts on certain books change depending on when I read them, too. It's taken 2 months, but now my curiosity is sated. It makes sense considering how organized she is. Hey, about Monday. Can I ask you something? Can I ask you about... We both speak at the same time, interrupting one another. The embarrassment that follows leads to a brief silence. We do it a second time, but Naomi smiles. You go first. Thanks, I wanted to wait until after the Culture Festival, but this feels like a good time. I want to apologize for the way I treated you. Sorry for trying to wedge a wall between us. That was selfish of me. Not at all. I know you did it out of concern, so there's no need to apologize. Her eyes are darting all over again, but I make sure to keep my eyes on her. I need her to understand that she shouldn't hold back. Noticing that, she nods. Nothing's changed since then. I'm still as weak as ever, so if you're fine with it, then... Naomi cuts me off with a hug. She pulls me right in and squeezes hard enough that I feel each of her fingers caressing my back. You already know the answer to that question. Thanks, Naomi. Sorry for hugging you out of nowhere. She pushes herself away from me, leaving her hands out in front of her. I grab both with my right hand and then place my left on top. You should focus on tomorrow and Sunday for now, though. Right. We spend some time chatting away following that. Once the park is about to close, we leave. It really is strange. The time we spent together in the park was brief, but it made me feel far better than I had in a long time. Okay. Nothing bad could surely happen now that we're made friends with this person. Oh wow. Good morning. Morning. Miaru arrives at the school as I'm thinking back over the past week. We agreed to meet before moving on to help our class with stuff. Just waiting on Mao now, the 3 musketeers that will have gathered. You seem less concerned than earlier this week. Did something happen? No, I just went on a refreshing walk. I'll take your word for it. As much as I love your troubled expression, I'd much rather see you relaxed today, especially when the fruits of Naomi's labor are on display. Not every day that you concern yourself with her. You think? I'm more than willing to admit that she's been working hard for this. Yeah. There it is. That smile. I want to see it. I want to see. I'm glad that even I can make you wear it. Jeez. Jeez, you really know how to exaggerate. Morning, troops. Kinda overslept. Mao turns up 5 minutes late. Her face, not to mention the bags under her eyes, make it obvious that she's pretty worn out. Figured I'd be solid, but then I started to read some manga I had lying around. Man, I'm beat. Not like you're any different during the week. We did set the meeting time expecting this to happen though, so let's go. Rest in peace. Good job! I'm not sure my vocabulary can cover just how awful that was. They honestly thought making the room dark and putting a crystal ball in it would make it feel authentic. Not to mention how they literally just called it Fortune Teller. Jamin. Pretty chill song. I won't blame them for throwing on some black cloaks considering their budget, but there's something to be said about having us simply print out a customer's fortune and hand it to them. We're spending lots of venom today. Come on. I had some fun at least. Miaru wasn't wrong though, it was very meh to say the least. The fortune telling itself was done via PC program. Bought by one of the girls familiar with that sort of stuff, so that wasn't bad. You put your date of birth and some other info in, and then it spits out a result based around horoscopes. It was our job to print and hand out said results to anyone who wanted them. She probably didn't get permission from the creator to use it for this, so the idea was a bit of a gray area. Then again, charging 100 yen per go probably tipped the scales. More importantly, now we get to actually enjoy the culture festival. If by enjoy you mean spend time in the library till noon before going home, then yes. Well, once we're done with Naomi's class, I mean. Relax. I'm doing the same. Though, hey, might as well get a look at what's going on elsewhere before that. Naomi's class, huh? Give me my prediction. Hey, I'm beat. We actually ended up walking around the whole school. Mao doesn't have it in her to skip stuff she has no interest in if she sees that people put effort into it. Not sure if I should praise her for that or not. We're used to her dragging us around like this since last year, so neither me nor Miaru are bothered. Not that we'd admit it to her, of course. Well, we do skip out on the stuff going on at the auditorium and courtyard, so you could argue it is more of a case of self-gratification. There's still plenty to see and learn from going around and checking out different stuff at least. Speaking of, there's one major thing I noticed while we're doing so. There are plenty of people carrying cups around, aren't there? Indeed, they even had plastic lids on them. Looks like letting people take their cups around campus was the right idea. They must be pretty busy. Hopefully it's all going okay. Curious, are we? Guess it's time to begin our raid of our class then. We've passed by once already, so we know which way to go. The corridors have been gradually filling up with people as the day drags on. We make our way through the crowd with one destination in mind. Tell me the truth. Tell me I'm right. Oh, they've got it all nice and fancy looking. The first year classroom are up on the 3rd floor, with Naomi being at the end of the corridor. There seem to be a lot of customers too, possibly thanks to the tickets they're selling at the reception area. One door is being used as the entrance, with the other as the exit. A number of people are making their way out, plastic cups in hand. It feels familiar to what you see at big coffee shop chains. Granted, this is largely meant to be used as more of a rest area. You can see the dripping procedure as well, so I guess that's part of the experience. There's a nice fragrance making its way to the hallway. That's a good sign. It's probably one of the reasons why it's so busy. You normally don't get the chance to enjoy something like this at school. I split the tickets between the 3 of us before we make our way in. Huh? Where's Narine? She's missing! I don't see her anywhere. Let me go ask. She approaches one of the girls at the door to ask. Seems like this is where you pay if you don't have a ticket. 200 yen a cup makes sense when you take the budget into account. Looks like she went out with some friends to stock up since they're running low. She just left, so it'll take a while before she's back. Oh, never mind. I guess I'm wrong. Guess they got a lot more customers than expected. She must have this place under tight control. I'm impressed. Want to come back later? Nah. Might as well stick around now that we're here. We can always come back again. Sounds good. My feet have been begging for a seat anyway. Miru nods in agreement. We hand our tickets over and get some coffee. They're the same chairs we use for class, but they have a nice tablecloth and decoration set up on the desks. Makes it an ideal spot to sit down and escape all the activity outside. The coffee is nice and fragrant, so they've definitely worked hard on it. I can just imagine Naomi doing her best to teach everyone how to brew it. I hope to get the chance to taste her coffee when she gets back. Naomi's fondness of Limehouse is rather apparent. It is kind of similar now that you mention it. Feels like a spit-off. Makes sense, considering how often she came. I helped her pick out the coasters and things too. Y'all ever got field day in elementary school? Field day. Kinda? Like a day where kids just do whatever activities facilitated by teachers? Yeah, I think I did, actually. We just had this whole day where we could go around, get freezies, go have, like, there's some fun games people set up, some fun events as well, and we just got the whole day to do that. A whole room of, wait, all these balloons reminded me of that. A whole room of balloons on the wall, and we pop them for gotcha. Really? That sounds like a cool one. Yeah, but we had an event like that also. I think we had that almost every year for elementary school. Or at least, okay, I went to 2 elementary schools actually. My first one had it, but my second one was boring and didn't have it. Or actually, no, we had one year at least on the second school. We did have one time where they let us have like a snow day where they had a bunch of activities and events. But you had to go by group order, so you couldn't just do whatever you wanted. So you group by group go through each activity, and there was like 4 activities you could go through pretty much. I think I like the way my first elementary school set it up though, to be fair. Makes sense considering how often she came. I helped her pick out the coasters and things too. You truly are a big influence on her, aren't you? Mao asks for some milk and extra sugar. I take a peek into her cup to see the results. Her coffee is almost pure white. She takes a sip before changing the subject. Oh yeah, was there that new transfer student or something along the first years? I noticed someone I hadn't seen before. They're small and have white hair. Couldn't get a proper look, but I caught sight of them this morning. I'm not too familiar with the other years, so I couldn't tell you. Same, I'm surprised you noticed though. It's hard not to notice with a kid like that. They stand out as much as you, Rinny. Looked a bit young to be in high school, but their boyish appearance was kind of cute. No doubt they get tons of chocolate on Valentine's Day. It's him! Do they stand out that much? Oh, no. Yep, want me to ask when we get the opportunity? It's him! It's him! It can't be. All the dots connect as she describes this person to us. White hair, young looking, boyish. There's only one person I know who fits that description. I'm probably overthinking things. They had our school uniform on, right? Yep, that's why I figured they're first year. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, looks like they're back. A few girls make their way through the entrance holding large plastic cups. Naomi is nowhere to be seen, though. Mao heads to the back to ask again. Apparently, she's talking to someone she knows. And what do you know? It's the transfer student we were talking about. I wonder if something happened between them. No way. I shout my thoughts for all to hear. I'm not overthinking things. I can't figure out why, but I just know. Sorry, do me a favor and wait elsewhere. Rainy, what's up? I make eye contact with Miyaru. Looks like we're on the same page. I rush out of the classroom, leaving Miyaru to deal with Mao. He's here. Yu's come to my school. It's him. I make my way out to the hallway, which is as lively as ever. There's even more people than before, which leads to an even bigger line to get into the classroom. Where's Naomi? I don't see them anywhere. You should stand out regardless of how many people there are, so they must not be on this floor. Immediately after that, something I could never expect unfolds. A thunderous roar bursts down the hallway. The whole building shakes. It's a bit too short, too weak to be an earthquake, though. It's a bomb! No! Unrest starts to spread throughout the students and visitors, though none of them expected something like this to occur. Worry and confusion take hold. A sharp headache follows soon after. It's similar to the one I experienced when I first met you in person. Oh, what? Canada, oh no. Wait, that's right, our first meeting in Shigetsugu's house wasn't our first. My memory is still fuzzy, but my psyche is sending me warning signals. Either way, all I can do is head toward the source of the noise. I dash through the crowd who have already begun to settle down. It isn't until I am on my way to another floor that an evacuation order gets issued. Uh-oh. Ain't no way they went back to this music. Now he finds herself in pursuit of a young boy. She doesn't know his name, but that look in his eyes was familiar. While the class leader has to make sure everything runs smoothly, she decides to go with some friends to stock up to ensure they don't miss anything, as well as take charge in the off chance that what they need is sold out. As expected, they couldn't find the exact same things they needed, but was able to pick out suitable replacements. Fortunately, she expected that things might become hectic on their first day. She did everything she could to make sure things would go well, but it's rare for that to happen when doing such things for the first time. Curious about how things are going, they made their way back to the school. Everything is fine until Naomi notices a boy with white hair amongst the students, and he's wearing the Amika uniform. The most striking thing about him is that he would be easy to mistake for a regular student, thanks to his gender-neutral appearance. This is a girls' school. However, Naomi is aware of his true nature. He is a participant in divine selection. He could very well be Rinko's enemy. Oh boy. Canada bet. Oh no. Is it time to say goodbye to Naomi? He looks all around as he explores the school. Naomi can only surmise that he is searching for someone, most likely Rinka. At first, she considers getting in touch with Rinka, who's probably still at school, but her phone's battery is dead. Oh, Naomi. Out of all the things to forget, it had to be charging her phone. Naomi has already convinced herself to take charge of the situation. She makes up an excuse for her friends and then begins to tail him. Something's different. He resembles a predator searching for his prey. It's the same person she saw at the station the other day. Her guts is telling her that he's planning something here. Her heart is racing, every thump is palpable. Just then, a sharp headache overtakes her. Her mind flashes back to the dream she had of Rinka's death, dreams she had told Rinka about. Those were memories of an event that had been undone. There are still too many question marks surrounding it, though. A sharp headache? No way. Why it happened, how it happened, and the perpetrator behind it. Perpetrator? Her memories begin to catch up with her as she tells the boy. Why is there a sudden perpetrator involved? The answer is simple. She recognizes the look in that boy's eyes. This isn't just about Rinka anymore. I'm as involved with him as she is. More like... What the... The worse her headache gets, the more she comes to realize that her dreams are in fact reality. He makes his way to a less crowded area despite seeming to be in a search of someone. It makes tailing him more difficult, but Naomi refuses to back down. Eventually, he makes his way into a certain classroom. One not being used by any class for the culture festival. It's serving as a storage area for unused chairs and desks. Naomi is able to find an appropriate hiding spot thanks to that. However, her hopes of remaining hidden are quickly shattered. There's no need to keep hiding. What? She can't stifle her surprise at being called out, too. Her exclamation may be silly, but she is aware that this is no time to be embarrassed over such minor things. While she is unsure what to say, he opts to carry the conversation forward. I know your dear's number one. She died after protecting you from the blast from that train, after all. Those dreams are real then? A chill runs straight down her spine. Her every nerve fires signals of fear upon confirmation that her dreams are reality. I bear no ill will toward you, but regardless, I need you to become a sacrifice.
It is her! I knew it! I called it! Let's go! But also, oh no!
Canada bet, oh no. I need you to become a sacrifice. Sheesh! It's her duty alone to kill me. What in the world are you talking about? She spared my life before, as a result, awakened my true self. I only know one way to live, and that's why I need to be erased, no matter the cost. A light flashes through the room before Naomi can process what the boy means. A massive roar thunders alongside the light. Huh? I was so right, though. The windows of the classroom crack under the atmospheric pressure of the blast. I was so right, but oh no. And Naomi is blown away without even a moment to scream. Once again, she has come face to face with a bomb. It is in this moment that she remembers her fate is inherently connected with the others.
Oh, she's so dead!
It hurts. I knew you were trailing me all along, but it worked out in my favor. I planned on bringing you to this room in the first place. I planted a number of bombs at the desks here. All of this just to kill you. Why would you? Being in such close contact with the explosion has marred her entire body with third-degree burns and worse. She has gotten pierced by several pieces of shrapnel that formed from the blast. The raw force of the blast has crushed her ribs. Wait, all of this gets reversed, right? When she gets voted out. When he gets voted out, it gets reversed, yeah. Yeah. When he gets voted out, it should get reversed, I think. Phew. But that means Rinka would have to vote her out, vote him out, And do you think Rinka could do that? Uh-oh. The raw force of the blast has crushed her ribs. Her breathing is ragged, weak, and ready to fade at any moment. It's ironic how things work for us participants. The explosion should have affected me just as badly. But all I get is the scratch on my cheek. After this, she'd vote him out twice in a row. You'd hope. You'd hope. You'd hope this is what makes her an active protagonist, exposing her current regret and her old regret. People's speech. She won't even bring her up. She'll just say it in front of everyone. The wind also happened to blow in my favor, while the dust simply happened to shield me. As for you, try not to talk anymore. Fragments of objects caught in the blast are smoldering in every corner of the room. The cracked windows eventually give in and collapse, allowing a large supply of oxygen to flow in. In response, even the tiniest of flames spark up. Naomi can only lay there as the heat washes over her in waves. All this while her senses slowly, steadily fade. This should serve as more than enough to have her realize what's at stake. Why? You're still able to talk. I'm surprised you'd even bother in your condition. His frigid response is enough to douse the strongest of flames. I told you already, I need to be erased, no matter the cost. But at the same time, I want to believe there's a meaning behind my death. I'm positive that her being the one to do me in would supply such a meaning. She lacks the will right now, though. That's why I'm going to give it to her. Why? So persistent. You're about to die, but still. I'd rather not reveal too much. Don't worry, I'll make it quick. The boy approaches and clasps his hand around Naomi's thin neck. Not an ounce of hesitation or worry in his voice, and yet... Why do you look so sad? Even on the brink of death, she notices the grief lurking beneath the fierce look in his eyes. Shut up. So Naomi's dead. Sad, actually. This game hasn't done that yet. That's cool. He crushes her throat before breaking her neck. The sound of her bones breaking gets muted by the wood crackling in the flames. He notices footsteps outside the classroom. His eyes focus on the door. Now, Naomi! Good timing. Even Rinka's cries are overwhelmed by the roaring fire. The fire alarm rings through the PA system, warning both students and visitors of the situation at hand. It isn't necessary for me to understand what is going on, though. I'm bearing witness to the sea of fire that caused it to go off. Inside the room are two figures, cloaked within the flames. I can't process the situation immediately. Naomi. The smoke bellowing from the room burns my throat as I struggle to speak. Naomi, no! I may have been better off not knowing what happened. Naomi! Her body is lifeless like a puppet without its support, and her body is being held by a boy, you. He steps away from her and her body collapses to the floor. I dash towards her in an attempt to catch her. I have no chance to reach her in time, though. Just as her body touches the floor, the flames swarm all over her uniform. I press on, though nothing will stop me from getting to her. Or so I think. Before I know it, I've fallen on my behind. It was Yu's doing. He approached me and knocked me down without me noticing. Did you do this? Could I get some cereal at 3 AM? Alright. I've been instructed to become a hero ever since I can remember. The entire concept of becoming a hero is a cheap way for others to make you do their bidding. I knew that, yet I did nothing. It was all I knew. I had no parents, no friends, and certainly no allies. The only thing my past self had were missions to complete. Everything about my life was meaningless. I simply carried out every mission assigned to me in order to live on. I don't care. What have you done to Naomi? Your death was one such consequence. The only difference that time around was that I died along with you. I was meant to go out like a hero. The very image of a hero I recognized as worthless. Wait, do you think Naomi will stay dead? Because the events of his death would be unwritten, but not mine, but Naomi was technically in there, you know? Maybe? Maybe? I was meant to go out like a hero. The very image of a hero I recognized as worthless. Something in me changed, though. I need to call an ambulance. Hang in there, Naomi. I learned what it meant to lead a worthwhile life. But now that my memories have returned, I have no right to desire such a thing. In its place, the very least I can wish for is a meaningful death. To go out as a person, not a hero. I'm no hero, nor am I someone's puppet. I'm a human being like everyone else. Kill me. Settle the score with me. Settle the score with your own fate. Shut the hell up. Nothing he's saying registers. Naomi is the only thing I'm concerned with. Not even the flames can distract me from that. Beating back the heat, I rise to my feet. I reach my hand through the smoke out toward her. Fine. Do what you want. We can't die from this anyway. Let me make one thing clear, though. Give her back. I have no intention of letting myself get killed so simply. Give Naomi back! He was no longer in my line of sight. I don't care about that, though. There's only one thing on my mind. One thing I understand the moment I make contact with her lifeless body. It is too late to save her. She's dead. For real. Good evening, young lady. A harrowing experience befell you, I see. Alas, such is fate. Stop. Amidst those flames, you finally remembered the events that transpired, yes? You can no longer avert your eyes from the truth. I don't want to know. Perhaps I'm best off keeping this brief in that case. Let's proceed. It's time for you to face your own fate. We're getting our memories back. I noticed the bomb inside the bag. The specifics are beyond me, but it's comprised a tube and a bag. The events come back to me in slow motion. Sparks fly from it, causing the liquid inside the bag to spark. An explosion follows, swallowing the train in flames. I remember exactly who was responsible. I'm going to become a hero. That was before I had my card book, so I shouldn't have understood what he was saying. But I understand now, though I'm not sure why. The explosion sent him flying first. The salaryman beside him followed almost instantly. The train was full due to everyone making their way home from work, so this was likely the ideal time to cause the most damage. The smell of burnt fat ran through the train. Naomi! My first instinct was to shield Naomi. I felt a tremendous impact on my back, which sent both me and Naomi flying. The train had stopped by this point, but panic had spread among those not taken out by the blast. Meanwhile, my body had been devastated. I couldn't tell what state I was in. All I knew was that I wouldn't make it. As such, the only thing on my mind was Naomi. If I wasn't going to make it, then I'd do all I could to make sure Naomi did. She had hit her head after the blast, however, rendering her unconscious. I couldn't say for sure whether or not this was a mere coincidence. The boy responsible for all this landed right in front of me right after the blast. Landed right in front of me after the blast. The flames continued to consume both our bodies. Now I'll finally be a hero. Don't kid yourself. I'm not sure if we actually exchanged words then. It may just be something I made up as a coping mechanism. You won't become a hero. You're not even human. You're just a puppet. The boy used his remaining strength to extend his hands to my throat, and he crushed it. At that moment, the flames lit up again, blowing him out of the train. Rinka! Rinka! Naomi screamed, called out to me while I was on the brink of death. As the fierce flames in the train grew fiercer, the fire in my soul flickered and faded. Dang! Those were the memories I'd forgotten. The truth locked away within my subconscious. It's no wonder my cause of death card never materialized when I thought I simply got caught in a fire. What the? Don't that's messed up, Lofi. Get help. Get help. Seek help. You're sick. Disgusting, even. King gets me. It's no wonder my cause of death card never materialized when I thought I simply got caught in a fire. The fire wasn't what killed me. It was suffocation after having my throat crushed. Why? Ooh. I hear the sound of rain outside as I wake up. Looking out the window, I notice how dark it is despite the time. Small droplets of rain pour endlessly from the sky. It's the beginning of the rainy season. Lathe, who dislikes the rain, is curled up in a corner of the room. I struggle to remember exactly what happened between now and yesterday. Apparently Miaru rescued me from the flames after I fell unconscious. How I got home is a mystery, but it looks like I didn't bother to change or even crawl into bed when I woke up. I was on the floor. Yesterday's events were no dream either. Checking on my phone, it made the news. Though without much prominent coverage, it doesn't seem like it's being reported as a terrorist attack. I'm not sure why. Possibly because they haven't finished their inspection yet. How they're reporting it isn't of any interest to me, though. I already know the most important consequence of it. The fire was put out before it could cause any serious damage. I made it out with only some minor burns, but there was one casualty in the end. One person incredibly dear to me, Naomi. Out of all the people there, only one lost their life. And out of all the people there, it had to be Naomi. The more I repeat that to myself, the more I pretend it never happened. I'm saving the game. Rain. That's a cool name. Why? Why her? What did she do to deserve it? That's all I can think. It's all my fault. Naomi died because of me. Because I got her involved. I'm to blame. I'm to blame for her death. This wouldn't have happened if I pushed her away. This wouldn't have happened if I never asked her to shoulder the burden with me. If I weren't so weak, then... None of that is relevant anymore, though. There are nothing but what ifs. What I'm facing right now is reality. What I'm facing right now is my own fate. My body gradually loses strength. Today I put up a sign regarding Linehouse's indefinite closure. A first since the day it opened. Oh, we're back here. Good evening, my lovely slaves to fate. Just hearing Parker's voice annoys me. Having been forcefully brought to the court of fate, all I care to do is stare at my own feet. My mind is elsewhere. Something doesn't seem right. Your face ain't right. Your face ain't right. Think that's it? Frederico, please shut up. Please. I beg you. Oh. Let's go, Frederico. The burn! Ain't no way. Ain't no way you're siding with Patrico in this.
Don't shrug me off, asshole.
You're in quite the high spirits, aren't you? Will you be surprising me tonight, perhaps? Exactly.
He's bluffing.
Who are you? 9? I haven't seen you before. Hey Olivia, how you doing?
Oh boy.
You two need to quit acting like you own the joint. Mind letting me in on the fun now? Old 12 over there. Old 12 over there is right. Though, in my line of work, you can tell when people are fibbing. How you doing, Olivia?
So, you're a detective of sorts, then.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, bud. Gotta keep a few secrets around these parts. Would hate to make things harder on myself.
Christ. What is it with you all and running your mouths? Let's just get started. I'm getting bored of how dumb you all sound.
Quite the mouth, mademoiselle.
Should I say, merci beaucoup, or will a plain old thanks do the trick?
Whichever you prefer.
Huh, talk about shrewd, not bad.
Shut up. Just shut up already. Hey, Fade, how you doing, Olivia? I don't give a crap about any of this. Are you... Not even Miharu's voice can make me care. Nothing she says reaches me. As much as I enjoy the banter, I'd rather not have this drag on all night. Let's begin, shall we? Abs, wow, I know, right? Allow me to begin tonight's election. Revolvo Clock of Fate. The clock begins as its usual procedure, confirming each participant's intention for the night. I ignore it completely. Goodness gracious. The clock finishes its revolution. 6 elections in, and we finally had a night with zero eliminations. She didn't do it. She didn't. Ain't no way she didn't do it. Should I take this as a sign that you're all faring well? Haha, maybe so. Tonight's session resulted in no eliminations. I bid you all farewell for now. Divine selection continues regardless of my emotionless state. I'm dragged back to reality from the dream world in spite of my desire to never wake up. Huh? Huh? She's too stun-locked, guys. She's stun-locked for life. For real, for real. Ooh. 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 She was literally just stun-locked. She was like Luffy when Fry mentions anything. That was her. You know, a bit more serious in this context, but still, not wrong. What's up? What up, love? What's happening with you? Something wrong? Something the matter? Crap, how long? Something will be wrong, alright? I don't know what that- Your face! That's messed up. You need help. You need as much help as Naomi needs medical attention. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Your face needs... Frederico made me toxic. Ain't no way this is Frederico's doing. Stare, actually. What the... You need help. You're sick. For real, for real. Do we keep going? I'm scared to keep going. This might be too long. It's only 6 hours. I want food. You're almost there. Point. I want food. It's also a pretty good place to end. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. You know what? Yeah, if anyone has any raid suggestions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just find someone else to raid. Thank you for the water, Livia. I don't know. What do we? What the heck? That was not the ending we expected. You know. Cause she didn't vote out the guy, even though she 100% should have voted out the guy. It's like she didn't. So like, wow, wowie. Like she should have. She should have done that, but she didn't. I guess she didn't have his regret still, but like, come on, do the thing. End him. Take him out permanently. Come on. Do we keep going? How long do you think this is? Can someone Google how long this section is? I got you, thank you. What trial is this? This is gonna be... Wait, let me shift tab, I got the achievements. This is gonna be week 7. How long is week 7? Luffy doing his job for once, let's go! The music's so nice. They killed it for the music in this section. Dang. Sheesh. That's such a good emote. Piano time. I mean, I feel like they'll go through each day and go through Rinka's sadness for each day. Right? Or would they? Would they do that? They'd probably do that. They're kind of sick. They're kind of sick, honestly. Alright, what you got for me? Notes, okay. He's noting. It keeps on going. Like going? Like it's super long? Oh no, he said I don't like the sound of this. There's no actual trial for like an hour plus. Oh. And this guy ain't ready. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, we'll call it here. If anyone has raid suggestions, please let me know. That sounds like a fun next week. Oh boy. That long, huh? I don't know who to raid. Wait, oh? Is there light at the end of the tunnel? No, I'm just looking at how much game is left, and holy, have fun. How many weeks you think? This game is kind of long. Yeah, it's a pretty long visual novel. Or at least it feels that way. I can't believe they killed off Naomi. I can't believe they're gonna bring back Naomi, though. You're like 36, 40%? But I've streamed so much. You know what? I guess this is what Fridays are for, huh? Point your mother. Your mom. Your mama. 14 hours and more hours for the main story, and extra story is 18 hours. Honestly, 14 hours doesn't sound that bad. 14 hours is around what Your Turn to Die was meant to be. I guess Your Turn to Die did take me quite a few streams, huh? When I think about it, huh? I mean, this guy's pace should be like 7 hours in. How long have I been playing on Steam? 18 hour. Ooh. Oh. 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 Sheesh. Reading aloud, yeah. But still. Big. Ooh. Let's just, you know what, let's take a second to recap what's happened, right? Just for my sanity. So, we now know all the, we can now see all the contestants, by the way. Rinka, Ro, Miharu, Keiko, Frederico, this dude, you, Sonia, Shigetsuku, I forgot his name. What's his name? Sugushige? That is not what his name was it? Then we got Odette. Where are you? Wait. I've never seen you in my life. Oh, she's the girl who immediately got killed off by numeral 12. That's right. That's right. She immediately got murdered. That's right. No chance. She had no shot. She just, boom, dead. First day, too. We gotta be in this game for a while. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. It's fine. Haha. Gold medal. She was used as a tutorial. She didn't even get used as a tutorial. She just got killed by Alan. We just got to see how brutal Alan was. She was barely a tutorial. So Naomi's dead. Because you killed her with explosives. We didn't elect him out. So that's whack. And that was, I guess, something. So we didn't elect him out, and he just exists as a entity right now. He hasn't given us his new regret, so that's cool. And now we have to spend the week coping with what's happened, so that maybe next week, hopefully, we can finally elect him out. Alan would probably threaten to delete my waifus on Genshin/Honkai, and I'll have no choice but to dox myself. He doesn't threaten waifus, he threatens children and infants. Come on. So, where do you even go with the story, actually? Where do you go with the story? I feel like I don't understand where they want to go with the story is the issue. Cause like there's not that much you could really do at this point, right? Like I guess they are gonna have to turn Rinka into a active protagonist rather than the backseat protagonist she currently is. The reactive protagonist she currently is. And I guess this death will kind of be what pushes her to do that. But it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. She didn't do it today, which gives me big doubt that she'll do it ever, is the issue. Will she ever? vote anyone out? Like, I'm doubting her ability to actually vote anyone out. Maybe Miharu will do it for us, actually. I think I'm gonna cope with that. I think we'll go with Miharu will do it for us. Let's go with that, yeah? Miharu will probably just do it for us. Miharu would be good. Wait, Miharu would be like, good, one less enemy. You know, Miharu's secretly pogging in the back about the whole Naomi's finally dead. She's secretly like, yes, I'm free! I'm free, baby! We're in there! I don't know, man. It's every Naomi died. That was cool. Not cool. Not cool. That was not cool, but it happened, I guess. Not cool. Not cool. Not cool. It was not cool, but it did happen. 6 hours? Yeah. Look at me. No, it was pretty hot. Like, flames everywhere. You're sick. You need help. You need a doctor. You're actually sick. You're actually sick. Don't point. That was messed up. You're sounding like Frederico. Sounding a lot like Frederico, actually. Your face is bad. You're so toxic. You need help. You're sick. You're actually sick. Time to detox! Thank you, Livia. Get him! Get that stinky, moldy breath. Detox that bread. I don't... Man, I'm just sad. Not even sad. I didn't even care about Nami. It's feels strong, man. That Rinka has to go through all this. Naomi, she can
These
stay.
hands of mine have been dirtied for a long time now. You coming to face me now doesn't faze me at all. Hell, I welcome it even.
I was not about to say she can stay dead. Hey, Jonna!
Your late fades dream Jonnet one excite.
I forgot about TTS. Hey, Jonna, welcome! New sub alerts? Yeah, I drew those. Well, other than the D's. The D's emote was Kobo, but all the other alerts I drew. But yes, welcome in. How you doing, Jono? The voiceover? Yeah, I did the voiceover. How you doing, Jono? We just got through one of our characters dying to prove a point. Some dude was so angry that we didn't kill him that he killed one of our besties. And that is the best way I could describe the last little bit. Just watched the new Spider-Man movie today. Hey, yo! It's so good. It's a good movie. It's so good. Yeah, that ending. Yep. And now we wait for a long time. And that's all I'll say. Yeah, I've seen it. We watched it in Mofu's Discord a couple weeks ago. Actually, last week. Not even a couple weeks ago. Last week. That was cool. How you been? Doing good. We just finished 6 hours of reading. only for someone to die in game. I was thinking about going for more, but oh no. I was told the next chapter is long. It's really late time for you. Hey, yeah, it's 4 a.m. Normally the Friday streams do go this long, or longer to be fair though. Oh wait, 6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours. Star, what's up? This is the normal length for these for the Friday streams. Actually, I normally go this long on Fridays. But yeah, we just watched one of our characters die. Well, not even our characters, just a character we sort of know, kinda, sorta, slightly. I mean, she's like our best friend for our character, but you know, what really is friendship to flame? I need to stop. I need to not say that. But true though. Pretty much, if you look on screen, the boy right here who's highlighted in red, he was like, he really wanted our main character up here, Rinka, to eliminate him from the trial. But then she didn't do it, because she's kind of a pacifist and all. So then to prove a point, he's like, I'll make sure you kill me. And then he went and murdered a completely unrelated civilian to this whole trial thing. He just went and murdered her with explosives, and she was our best friend, or she was like one of our good friends, one of our main character's good friends. And he's like, haha, now you have to vote me out. And in the most recent trial, we just didn't vote anyone out. So now we have to go a whole another week of just pain. Which is interesting as a take in game, I guess. I guess they're just dead. Nothing else there. But yes, that's pretty much how that last little bit's been going. Oh boy. But yeah, that's this game. Random turn. I mean, kind of random turn. I mean, it was kind of expected. I kind of called it out ahead of time, but still, it was kind of messed up. It was kind of messed up. But I mean, if we vote out, if we elect out the other guy, we'll she should respawn. She should respawn. It should basically unwrite everything that happened. But we just don't have the heart to do it, because we're just such a good individual in person, you know? I know, I'm frustrated with our main character not just being stun-locked for a whole trial and not doing the thing she had to. Which is insane. Spidey Animator said there's no way the next movie comes soon because they haven't even started working on. Oof! Big oof! Oh, that's a huge oof. Ooh. But yeah, I don't know, man. We don't think sometimes. I think our character just doesn't like thinking, and you know what? It shows. It shows our character doesn't like thinking, actually. It shows people sad. But yeah, that's this game. That sure is this game. I think next week we'll probably be able to do more stuff, I think. Crying in FF16, yes, he's big addicted. For a good reason though, it looks so good. But yeah, I think next week we should be able to, you know, kind of just fix things, I hope. I hope our protagonist isn't just like, dang, sucks to suck, goodbye. I really hope our protagonist doesn't just throw, haha. Because it's very likely they will. Oh, thank you for the jacket, Livia. I can't find people to raid. I need help. Someone give me someone to raid, please. Oh, goodbye, jacket. Thanks, Nasty. Ain't no way you're gonna be fighting over the jacket. Hold up. Not like this. It's a really, the story looks really good. Huh? So you put on the jacket and the Nasty took off the jacket immediately. No wait time. Just immediately took off the jacket. Raid Luffy. Luffy, are you going live? I raided you. Wait, actually, are you going live? Why? Only Nasty knows. In the end, only really Nasty knows. Oh, well, it's back. Thanks, Nasty. I appreciate you. I think I found someone, and I think they're about to end. Yeah, sure, I'll go. Are they about to end? I can't tell. No. Oh, okay. Okay, Luffy. I guess you don't have to go live. People cry. You need a raid suggestion? Yeah, I'll take raid suggestions. Normally my For You works out pretty well, but it's not working today. I just see bussin' people. This music's nice though. I'm glad they stepped it up on like music. Like all the other music feels like pretty okay or like okay generic-ish sorta. But this one feels nice, I guess. I don't know. They really stepped it up for this music, I guess. I don't know. That's how I was gonna say it. Harutachi. Playing Borderlands 3? Ooh. Okay, I will keep them in mind. No one's playing Fatal 12. Actually, yeah, let's go with this person. Yeah, sounds good, King. I need food. I'm gonna go get food.